Chapter 970. Hell Plain. So many blood desolate beast fruits. There was a grotto heaven world within the mountain. The large number of corpses piled up like a mountain, forming a white mountain of corpses. Next to the mountain of corpses, there was a blood-colored plant that looked like a vine wrapped around a towering pillar. A person quietly appeared in this towering mountain. This person was, of course, Lin Fei. He had borrowed Furball's teleportation ability to make it through the daunting experience without any mishaps. There are heavy guards outside. Could it be to protect the blood-desolate beast fruits? Lin Fei pondered. His gaze did not stop as he looked around. The blood-colored vines were rooted in the ground, and the corpses piled up. The ground beneath his feet was black, which made him stand out from the crowd. After some observation, Lin Fei confirmed that the Crown Prince of Hell was here for the blood-desolate beast fruits. The outside was heavily guarded and filled with restrictions. Once the restrictions were triggered, the outside would be heavily guarded, and no one would dare to barge in. Lin Fei himself had relied on Furball's ability to enter without any mishaps. Crown Prince of Hell, didn't you want the blood-desolate beast fruits? From now on, these blood-desolate beast fruits belong to me. Lin Fei and Hairball took the initiative to collect the blood-desolate beast fruits. Starting from the periphery, the blood-desolate beast fruits were around 20 years old. At the center, they were around 100 years old. As they went deeper, the number of blood-desolate beast fruits gradually decreased. The mountains of corpses were several times larger than the ones outside. 500-year-old blood-desolate beast fruits. The mountain was vast, with a large number of blood-desolate beast vines planted. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony. After plucking them, he immediately refined them. He did not even consider storing them. On the black bell in his body, the Hell Body refining technique was constantly making breakthroughs. Infernal Immortal Body, first level. Infernal Immortal Body, second level. Infernal Immortal Body, third level. In the blink of an eye, the infernal immortal body had reached the 8th level. There was not a single blood-desolate beast fruit in the huge plantation. At a glance, there was nothing other than the color of blood. I wonder what kind of expression the Crown Prince of Hell will have when he sees it. I'm really looking forward to it. Lin Fei chuckled, feeling very satisfied. If you dare to be a villain and spread rumors about me, I will dare to rob all of your blood-desolate beast fruits. Master, there's something good ahead. Hairball came back with a large pile of blood-desolate beast fruits. She landed on Xiao Chen's shoulder and ate a blood-desolate beast fruit with a single movement of her hand. She was very happy. If the Crown Prince of Hell saw this, he would definitely curse her. You wastrel, blood-desolate beast fruits are not snacks. Something good? Lin Fei was very interested. He turned into a black shadow and flew forward. What a big pool. After flying for a while, a monstrous stench of blood greeted them. A gigantic blood-colored vine suddenly appeared in Lin Fei's vision. This blood-colored vine was not wrapped around the pillar. Instead, it was completely submerged in the boundless pool of blood. The huge blood pool was bubbling. Who knew how much blood it contained? Even Lin Fei was shocked when he saw it. Master, do you see that? There are a total of 10 blood-desolate beast fruits on that vine. Hairball greedily looked at the blood-desolate beast fruits on the vine. Following her gaze, Lin Fei also saw the blood-desolate beast fruits on the vine. Good stuff. Let me see how old it is. At a glance, the blood-desolate beast fruits on the vine emitted an ancient aura. It was far from being comparable to the blood-desolate beast fruits in front. Sacred blood-desolate fruit, 10,000 years old. After seeing this, Lin Fei took a deep breath. A 10,000 years old sacred blood-desolate fruit. Only 10 sacred blood-desolate fruits remained after 10,000 years. Good stuff, really good stuff. The Crown Prince of Hell must be here for the sacred blood-desolate fruits. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mobilized so many people. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Without saying a word, he rushed towards the vine and reached out to pick the sacred blood-desolate fruits. This kind of great nourishment could not be given to that bastard crown prince of hell. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Lin Fei charged into the sky above the blood pool. The originally motionless vines seemed to have come to life in an instant. Hundreds of vines flew out from the blood pool. Each vine was as thick as a pillar and whipped at Lin Fei. Although they did not contain the power of law, the power was shocking and caused the void to collapse. What a domineering power! 50 million dragon divine power. After withstanding the attack, Lin Fei was shocked by the huge divine power. If it was not for a coincidence, his main body's divine power would not have reached 90 million dragon divine power. But this vine had 50 million dragon divine power in one attack. It was simply heaven-defying. If it was someone else, they would die under this vine and become nourishment for the other party. Kill. Lin Fei's 3 heads and 6 arms appeared, and he continuously punched out, sending out hundreds of millions of tons of power. He sent the vines flying, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Even with his divine power, he was unable to destroy the vines. He was only sent flying. The boundless world was really full of strange things. Go, 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 unable to shatter the tentacle-like vines, Lin Fei did not use force. His priority was to pick the sacred blood desolate fruits. Nothing else mattered. The blood pool was very, very big. The boiling blood bubbled as countless vines shot out from the blood pool. Each of the vines was akin to an earth-ranked immortal king, terrifying to the extreme. Even Lin Fei himself felt an immense pressure bearing down on him. How could the people of the infernal realm plant such a thing here? If this blood-colored vine developed intelligence, it would most likely become a peerless expert. After the 3rd bloodline stimulation, Lin Fei's sacred dragon step also reached a new level. Every time he sent a vine flying, he advanced a certain distance. Come here. The blood-colored vine was incomparably powerful. After all, it had no intelligence and relied on instinct to attack. Relying on his tyrannical divine power and physical body, Lin Fei finally made it to the core position. The fiend god grabbed something and a sacred blood desolate fruit appeared in his hand. It shone with a rare holy light, sparkling and translucent. Collect. After taking 1 sacred blood desolate fruit, Lin Fei rushed to the second one. Soon, all 10 sacred blood desolate fruits fell into Lin Fei's hands. I've finally collected them all. At this moment, the densely packed vines surrounded the blood pool, blotting out the sky. The vine's blood-colored mist descended from the sky and spread out. You can even use this kind of attack. When the blood-colored mist touched his flesh, a force began to corrode it. Lin Fei's divine power shook, shattering that force. The blood-colored mist filled the sky. Chapter 971. Your Highness, the desolate blood fruit is 10,000 years old. It won't be easy to take it. Does your Highness have a way? The 3 great commanders escorted the Crown Prince of Hell out. The 3 commanders were experts from the empire the Crown Prince of Hell belonged to. They had been guarding this place for 1,000 years. The one speaking was Commander Dwayne. He had the strength of a peak Earth rank mid-phase. His true strength was comparable to a late-phase Earth rank. Their eyes flashed with yearning at the mention of the desolate blood fruit. It was a rare fruit in hell. Then, they revealed a rare look of fear. The infernal Crown Prince naturally noticed the changes in the trio. That blood vine merely possesses a powerful godly force, so there's no need for the 3 captains to worry about it. I've obtained permission from my imperial father to bring some treasures that should be enough to deal with the blood vine. Commander Human asked carefully, the treasure your Highness is referring to, is it that? Yes. The 3 commanders let out a sigh of relief. Congratulations, your Highness. The Crown Prince waved his sleeves. All right, let's go. Ever since he got the Emperor's key, the Crown Prince of Hell returned to Hell World. He was still brooding over his loss to Lin Fei. Relying on his great contribution, he successfully got Father's permission to come to Hell Plain to take one of the desolate blood fruits. Lin Fei, Lin Fei, I don't know if someone killed a street rat like you. It'd be best if you weren't. This crown prince will personally kill you. The crown prince of hell looked at the blood-colored mountain. Only 10 desolate blood fruits are produced in 10,000 years. One is enough for my divine body to reach great completion. I'm looking forward to it. The 3 commanders and 10 odd commanders escorted the crown prince of hell to the front of the blood-colored mountain. Open the seal. The desolate blood fruit was one of the sacred fruits in Hell World. In order to prevent it from being plundered by others, powerful restrictions had been set up in the void around the blood-colored mountain. Anyone who tried to barge in would be killed 100 times over by the incomparably powerful restrictions. Until now, no one had been able to break into the grotto heaven inside. The 3 commanders each took out an item and merged the 3 items into a sage item. Then, they opened the restrictions of the formation. They walked and stopped from time to time. Just opening the restrictions took a long time. Escorted by the crown prince of hell, they walked in from the outside. A sea of blood appeared in front of them. Those foolish humans probably don't know why our Emperor of Hell occupied this place back then. It's because this place contains the blood and chi of experts, and can be used to grow blood vines and blood desolate beast fruits. The crown prince of hell had a look of pride on his face when he saw the huge stretch of blood vines. The blood desolate beast fruit was not very useful to humans, but to the Hell clan, it could help them cultivate a strong divine body. The genius disciples of the Hell realm would consume the blood desolate beast fruit from a young age. By the time they reached adulthood, each of them would possess a tyrannical fleshly body that could completely crush the weak human race. Where's the blood desolate beast fruit? Commander Stalwart Star cried out in alarm. He couldn't see a single blood desolate beast fruit on the blood vine. This was normally impossible. They would feed the blood vines after a certain period of time, so it was impossible for such a situation to occur. Not good, my blood vine also doesn't have a blood desolate beast fruit. Me too. The commanders answered one after another. The 3 commanders' expressions were extremely unsightly. They flew out and enveloped the area with their powerful divine sense to check the situation of the blood vines. Their faces were pale as a sense of powerlessness spread from their hearts to their bodies. Commanders, what's going on? The crown prince of hell's expression also changed greatly. In the hell realm, nurturing blood vines to bear blood desolate beast fruits was an important matter for any empire. In order to nurture them, they would consume a large amount of resources. The older the blood desolate beast fruits were, the more expensive they would be. Any empire would place great importance on them. Seeing that the blood desolate beast fruits had disappeared without a trace, the crown prince of hell almost vomited a mouthful of blood. Your Highness, we have no idea. The formation is still intact. It's impossible for anyone to sneak in. Dao En knelt down with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. They were guarding this area. Otherwise, the safety of the blood desolate beast fruits was of the utmost importance. They placed more importance on it than anyone else. At this moment, the blood desolate beast fruits had disappeared. The 3 commanders were dumbfounded. His Highness' words made them feel like ants on a hot pan. They really didn't know how to explain it. Blood desolate beast fruits. The crown prince of hell cursed inwardly. He turned into a black shadow and rushed into the depths. They're gone. They're all gone. Everywhere he passed, the blood desolate beast fruits were all gone. Not a single one was left. The blood vines were bare. If it wasn't for the mountains of corpses, people would have suspected that the blood vines hadn't borne fruit yet. The expressions of the 3 commanders behind them were extremely ugly. What should we do now? Who was it that managed to avoid us and sneak into the cultivation ground of the blood desolate beast fruits? Let's pray that the blood desolate beast fruits are still here. The loss of the blood desolate beast fruits was an astronomical loss. As long as the blood vines were intact, they could nurture them again. If the blood desolate beast fruits were gone, it would be like the sky had collapsed. The value of a blood desolate beast fruit was immeasurable. That bloodvine king has been devouring demonic blood for millions of years. It has unknowingly become stronger. Even if the 3 of us joined hands, we still wouldn't be its opponent. It would be extremely difficult to take the blood-desolate beast fruits away. Thinking of this, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Ah! Goddamn thief! My blood-desolate beast fruits! You bandit! You bandit! Suddenly, a roar came from the depths in front of them. The three commanders felt that the sky had collapsed. The blood-desolate beast fruits were gone. They flew up. The blood-desolate beast fruits are gone. The Bloodvine King is gone too. The pool of blood is gone too. The three commanders almost fell from the sky. Their eyes were filled with shock. How could the Bloodvine King disappear? Could it be that it had defied the natural order? Looking at the empty blood pool, the three commanders were speechless. When they looked at the Crown Prince, who was not far away, he was completely in a berserk state. The Crown Prince of Hell had come for the blood-desolate beast fruits. He wanted to cultivate his divine body to great completion so that he could amaze the world in the Eternal Emperor's treasury. At the crucial moment, the blood-desolate beast fruits had disappeared. You said that the Bloodvine King went to it. The Crown Prince of Hell was furious. His cold eyes made them feel like they had fallen into hell. The three commanders all knelt down. Your Highness, we really didn't know the situation. His Highness sent us a message. We even personally came to check. Everything was normal. Your Highness, we can use our heads to guarantee that no one has ever escaped from under our watch. The three commanders cursed that little thief countless times in their hearts. He hadn't come earlier or later. Why had he appeared at this time? If this matter were to spread to the Empire, they would definitely be punished. Losing the blood-desolate beast fruits and the million-year-old Bloodvine King was a serious crime that would not be easily forgiven. The three commanders kneeling on the ground trembled, unable to speak. They had lost the desolate blood-sacred fruits while they were guarding the place. The million-year-old Bloodvine King had swept away all the desolate blood-sacred fruits. It was difficult for them to escape responsibility. The Crown Prince of Hell hated that he could not kill the three of them. He had begged for the blood-desolate beast fruits, but he did not even look at them. The blood-desolate beast fruits had disappeared. For the blood-desolate beast fruits, the Crown Prince of Hell had endured and endured. This result was like being slapped in the face. The most helpless thing was that he did not know who had slapped him. He was running around like a headless fly. Anger. Monstrous anger. The Crown Prince of Hell was suppressing his anger. Ha ha ha, Crown Prince of Hell, to think that you would have such a day. You lost the blood-desolate beast fruits. Feel good, right? You don't need to thank me. Everyone would do such a good thing. Loud laughter came from the end of the blood pool. A black-robed man walked over with a child, throwing the fruits into his mouth as he walked. Boom! The Crown Prince of Hell's body trembled as if he was struck by lightning. His black hair stood on end as he pointed at the newcomer. It's you. You took away all the blood-desolate beast fruits, as well as the precious blood-desolate beast fruits. You deserve to die. This Crown Prince will skin you alive, pull out your tendons, and grind your bones to ashes. The Crown Prince of Hell was already on the verge of going berserk, and his rage had already built up to the size of a volcano. When he saw the rat that Lin Fei had called a street rat swaggering around with a condescending attitude, his rage soared to the heavens. He punched out toward Lin Fei, and a huge plate of holy light appeared. Ha ha ha, the angrier you get, the happier I am. Lin Fei laughed. He was as unmoving as a mountain. He punched out to meet the Crown Prince's fist. Bang! The two fists collided. Lin Fei's fist suddenly erupted with power, while the Crown Prince of Hell's fist exploded with a loud bang. Its momentum didn't stop there. Everywhere it passed, a large number of blood vines would explode, and the White Bone Mountain would turn into dust. Lin Fei's attack was too fast, too domineering. He broke through the Crown Prince's attack with a single punch and arrived in front of him. The Crown Prince clearly hesitated for a moment. The armor on his body cracked, and he swung his arms to block the punch. His entire body was sent flying, crashing into the ground below. Crown Prince of Hell, weren't you very enthusiastic last time? Why didn't you eat today? Lin Fei shook his head and strode forward. It wasn't a day or two since he killed the Crown Prince of Hell. You dare to frame me and make me hate you? What a good idea. Puff. The Crown Prince of Hell coughed out a mouthful of blood when he smashed into the ground. His hands were badly mutilated, and the armor on his body was cracked, on the verge of collapse. The blood in his body was churning, and he couldn't suppress it. The three of you, hurry up and take down Lin Fei. Chapter 972. There was no way Lin Fei would leave. The Crown Prince of Hell had tricked him. If he let him go so easily, he would not be Lin Fei. After taking all the desolate blood fruits, the Blood Vine King did not let the Crown Prince of Hell off. He would not be satisfied until the Crown Prince of Hell knew how painful it was. When the Crown Prince of Hell brought his men in and saw that the desolate blood beast fruits and the desolate blood fruits were gone, he flew into a rage. Everything fell into Lin Fei's vision. Awesome. You be **starred. You killed him with a borrowed knife. You never thought that this day would come. When the Crown Prince of Hell went berserk, Lin Fei showed himself. He casually exchanged a punch with the Crown Prince and injured him. Lin Fei, you be **starred. Not only are you being chased, but you also dare to steal my desolate blood fruit. I will make you spit everything out later. The Crown Prince of Hell roared. The rumbling sound seemed to explode the void. Fanteon Seal. Lin Fei rushed up and took out the Fanteon Seal. The Fanteon Seal gradually grew with the wind and turned into a huge mountain, pressing down on their heads. The three commanders took out 3 plates of holy light. The holy light shone brightly and connected into a mountain and river. Swish, swish, swish. The Fanteon Seal was a supreme-grade sacred tool. It was fused with a Buddhist treasure, so its power was not ordinary. Bang! The Fanteon Seal pressed down. The 3 commanders felt a huge force coming at them. They did not know the end of it. They could not resist it with the strength they displayed. The power of law surged. With a rumble, they pressed down on the ground, making them spit blood. You be **starred, how dare you go against my master? I will eat you. Hairball flew up and sat on the Fanteon Seal, eating the desolate blood beast fruit. The 3 commanders were so angry that they glared at her. Crown Prince of Hell, your subordinates are not good enough. Lin Fei shook his head. This Fanteon Seal was truly a treasure. Back then, even he could not withstand it. After refining it again, it was able to suppress them as soon as it attacked. It was just as he had imagined. Looking at the 3 struggling cultivators, the Crown Prince of Hell could not help but feel startled. Recalling the treasure he had on him, he immediately felt more confident. Lin Fei, don't think that just because you have a saint artifact, you can defeat this Crown Prince. The Crown Prince of Hell glared at Lin Fei. His hell godly body transformed into a giant. Today, I will beat you to death. The Hell Crown Prince did not think that Lin Fei was stronger than him. He activated his hell god body and wanted to beat Lin Fei to death. Ha ha ha, you want to kill me? I'm really looking forward to it. Dong dong dong. The Crown Prince of Hell transformed into a giant with 3 heads and 6 arms, striking out at Lin Fei. He was completely using close-range attacks. With the combat power of the hell godly body, he did not believe that Lin Fei would be able to withstand his attack. In 2 breaths, the Crown Prince of Hell punched out more than 100 times, causing a large area of the void to shatter. As for Lin Fei, he stood in the sky, not moving at all, allowing the 100 punches to land on his body with contempt. So comfortable. If only I had more strength, it would be better. The 100 punches were like a storm. The Crown Prince of Hell had never seen such an arrogant person. But after the 100 punches, there was not a single wound on Lin Fei's body. The Crown Prince of Hell was blinded. Again, the Crown Prince of Hell's aura rose again. His punches were like shooting stars, reaching an unbelievable speed. Even if it was an Earth-stage immortal king in front of him, he would still be smashed into pieces. Huff, huff, huff. He should be injured now, right? The people of the hell world were proficient in close-range attacks. Their physical bodies were strong to begin with, and their strength could be increased in close-range combat. Generally, when they encountered humans, they could kill them in a short distance. Lin Fei, you're asking for it. Do you really think that the geniuses of the hell world are vegetarians? The Crown Prince of Hell looked over. Lin Fei was standing there confidently with a mocking smile on his face. It was like a slap to his face. Crown Prince of Hell, you're just a piece of trash. How disappointing. Swish. Lin Fei appeared in front of the Crown Prince of Hell in a flash. Laughing loudly, he smashed his fist toward the Crown Prince of Hell's face. I'll let you see what true close-range combat is. The Crown Prince of Hell retreated and raised his hands to block. Lin Fei's fist smashed down, and his hands exploded on the spot. The punch landed on his face, and that eerie yet handsome face exploded, becoming unrecognizable. AI, you're disfigured. Lin Fei's left leg whipped out, sweeping across the Crown Prince of Hell's body. Both his legs exploded again. AI, your body is too weak. The punch landed on his chest, and violent divine power exploded from the inside out. He instantly turned into a pile of mud, floating in the air. Aw, I'm so angry. The Crown Prince of Hell cultivated a divine body, and his vitality was strong. However, after this ordeal, his vitality was greatly damaged, and he would need hundreds of years to cultivate back. Deadly golden scissors. The Crown Prince of Hell took out a pair of golden scissors and cut at Lin Fei. Kacha, kacha, the void was cut open like a rag. This was a low-grade celestial artifact that the Crown Prince of Hell had sought. It was specially used to subdue the Blood Vine King, and from there, he could obtain the desolate blood fruit. This kid is dead for sure. His Highness took out the deadly golden scissors. That's a low-grade celestial artifact, and its celestial might is invincible. No matter how strong that kid's body is, in front of the deadly golden scissors, he's as weak as a piece of white paper. He can cut it however he wants. Fan Tian's seal suppressed the three commanders, and they couldn't escape. Seeing that His Highness took out the celestial artifact, he was naturally delighted. Once the celestial artifact was taken out, who could compete with it? Kacha. The blood pool behind Lin Fei was cut into two by the scissors. Accept your fate, Lin Fei. I'm going to cut you into 18 pieces. After taking out the celestial artifact, the Crown Prince of Hell finally revealed a joyful expression, and controlled the deadly golden scissors to attack Lin Fei continuously. Lin Fei chuckled, isn't it just a celestial artifact, and a low-grade one at that? It's a pity that you should have taken it out. Now, I announce that this thing belongs to me. Swoosh. Lin Fei faced the deadly golden scissors, and one of his hands grabbed at the deadly golden scissors. The Prince of Hell sneered, and the deadly golden scissors immediately turned into two golden dragons, one on the left and one on the right. Wherever they passed, everything was shredded into pieces, and they coiled around Lin Fei's hand, wanting to completely shred it off. The Crown Prince of Hell didn't think that Lin Fei's body could withstand the scissors of the celestial artifact, and it was obvious what would happen next. Seeing the two golden dragons charging at him, Lin Fei was inwardly overjoyed. He waved his hand, and an unparalleled aura burst forth from his hand, knocking the two golden dragons away. After he withdrew his hand, he grabbed the two dragon heads. No matter how hard the golden dragons struggled, they were unable to break free. Lin Fei's eyes widened. Crown Prince of Hell, thank you for giving me a celestial artifact. With this grip, the two golden dragons returned to normal, and became the deadly golden scissors, falling steadily on Lin Fei's hand. No, you're just a body of flesh and blood. How can you withstand the attack of a celestial artifact? It's impossible. The Crown Prince of Hell was completely in despair, and the deadly golden scissors was his final disappointment. Chapter 973. Immortal tool, you actually have an immortal tool. The Crown Prince of Hell's eyes widened as his gaze fell on Lin Fei's hand. The hand glowed with silver light, and if one did not pay close attention, they would not be able to see any clues. Lin Fei, a person of lower status than him, could have an immortal tool. Could it be that his background was even greater than his? Immortal tool, how did your hand become an immortal tool? The silver hand grasped the deadly golden scissors. The Crown Prince of Hell could say with certainty that Lin Fei had hidden his strength too deeply. He would never have imagined that Lin Fei would have an immortal tool, and his own hand at that. No wonder he dared to resist the deadly golden scissors. No wonder he dared to ignore his immortal tool. All of this was because Lin Fei had his own immortal tool. A person forging an immortal tool was simply unimaginable. In the great metropolis realm, there was probably no one who would believe this to be true. Go. The Crown Prince of Hell was decisive. The immortal tool had fallen into someone else's hands. If he did not act now, it would be too late. Although, at this moment, he very much wanted to kill Lin Fei, he could not die here. The Eternal Emperor's treasure was still waiting for him. Want to leave? Do you think you can? The Crown Prince of Hell took out the scroll, opened the door, and dived in. Lin Fei's three-headed and six-armed body appeared, and he punched the void repeatedly. It was unknown how many times he punched. The original position had collapsed. Pfft! A figure fell out from the void. It was the Crown Prince of Hell who had used his technique, forcibly beaten out of the void by Lin Fei. You escaped last time, but this time, you won't have to. Lin Fei took a step forward, crossing the sky. With a grasp of his 5 fingers, divine power sliced the void apart, and the entire world fell into his control. Facing the monstrous divine power, the Crown Prince of Hell's hell-godly body involuntarily began to crumble. I am a genius of the Hell realm, and my father is a heaven-stage immortal king. If you dare to kill me, my father will definitely exterminate your entire clan, leaving no one alive. The Hell Crown Prince struggled on the brink of death, but he was unable to move those 5 fingers at all. Those 5 fingers were like mountains, suppressing him to the point where he couldn't move at all. He could only watch helplessly as he was grabbed by the other party like a dead dog. Bang! Lin Fei squeezed with force, and a strong wind whistled as he crushed the Prince of Hell, turning him into a lump of flesh and blood. He struggled endlessly, trying to be reborn. He roared and howled, and after the strong wind swept past, he was completely annihilated. Everything became quiet. I've finally killed you. Let's see how you're going to use a borrowed knife to kill others in the future. Lin Fei unleashed an attack that was 10 times stronger than before, crushing the Crown Prince of Hell to death. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, he no longer existed. Few with a single breath, it was completely gone. The 3 of you can go and follow your highness now. After killing the Hell Crown Prince, the 3 captains did not hold back. They rushed under the Fantion seal, and with a claw, they crushed the head of one of the captains, turning him into a meat patty. The other 2 captains were just struggling on the brink of death. In less than 5 breaths of time, they all died in his hands. An Earth-ranked mid-stage immortal king has a power of about 25 million dragons. Lin Fei put away the Fantion seal. An Earth-ranked early-stage immortal king has a power of 5 million dragon god force at most. After his god force reached 90 million dragons, Lin Fei had a deeper understanding of the difference in power between Earth-ranked immortal kings. If an Earth-ranked mid-stage immortal king went all out, his power would reach about 30 million dragons. It was truly terrifying. With the death of the 3 captains and the Hell Crown Prince, the remaining captains all fell into Hairball's stomach. The captains were not weak, but when compared to Hairball, the difference was like heaven and earth. This guy really didn't bring the Grand Emperor's key with him. Lin Fei opened the Hell Crown Prince's storage ring and found no Grand Emperor's key. It would be strange if he had it with him. Hell worship? There was a treasure in the storage ring that made Lin Fei's eyes light up. This is good stuff. Back in the dark north turbulent space zone, the Hell warship had displayed its might, shooting down anyone it wanted. It was like the overlord of the world had arrived, and everyone submitted to it. Good, I, Lin Fei, finally have a Hell warship. Lin Fei couldn't bear to part with the hell worship. Hell godly body. Lin Fei found a body-refining art in the storage ring. After a brief inspection, it was of an ordinary grade, far inferior to the hell godly body he cultivated. Quite a few escape scrolls. There were also origin immortal stones and true essences. Among the scrolls that attracted Lin Fei's attention, most of them were spatial scrolls. Last time, when the Hell Crown Prince used a spatial scroll to escape, Lin Fei had been prepared and shattered the passage to force the Hell Crown Prince out. I really don't care about other things, but these spatial scrolls are a must-have when I go out. Spatial scrolls were priceless. In order to buy them, the Hell Crown Prince had spent a great deal of true essences to obtain 10-some spatial scrolls. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the Hell Crown Prince didn't want to use them too much. Using one was equivalent to wasting one. In the end, they all ended up in Lin Fei's pocket. Although there was no Grand Emperor's key, Lin Fei was slightly disappointed. The other things were still a good harvest. Master, where are we going next? Should we eat all the hell beasts outside? Hairball coveted the big guys outside and wanted nothing more than to eat them all. There's movement. Lin Fei frowned and took out an item. It was a golden lion head. He sent his divine sense into it and transmitted some information. Big brother Lin, I'm Sky Rush. We're already safely outside. I have some bad news to tell you. There are 8 heaven-ranked immortal kings outside the central ruins. Big brother Lin, don't come out. It's best if you stay in the hell plains. After hearing it, Lin Fei smiled. I didn't expect the thing that Shi Tianchong left behind could be used to transmit messages. What a surprise! 8 heaven stage immortal kings. Lin Fei already knew that heaven stage immortal kings would appear, and there were 8 of them. On the surface, he didn't know how many of them were secretly watching him. 8 heaven stage immortal kings, this is a big problem. His divine power increased by leaps and bounds. His main body strength broke through to 90 million dragon divine force. He had yet to experience the power of heaven stage immortal kings, so he didn't know their combat strength. With my 90 million dragon divine force, I should be able to fight against heaven stage immortal kings. Lin Fei's deep eyes revealed a look of determination. So what if there are 8 heaven stage immortal kings? With the Emperor's key in my hands, I don't believe that the Academy will sit back and do nothing. At this moment, Lin Fei's worries were swept away. Ding, million-year-old blood vine king, lacking nourishment. Lacking nourishment. At this moment, an urgent notification came from the system. F***CK, there's such a thing. Lin Fei waved his hand and a huge blood-colored cocoon appeared in front of him. It was at least 10 feet tall, and a majestic life force came out from it. The powerful blood energy surged like the ocean. After collecting the desolate blood fruit, Lin Fei didn't want to miss out on this vine. After checking the relevant memories, he used the Insect Queen's ability to hatch an expert. The Insect Queen floated in the universe, and its knowledge far surpassed Lin Fei's. There were many secret techniques that ordinary people couldn't reach. Lin Fei steeled his heart and prepared to nurture an expert. Now, there was a lack of nourishment. Could it be that I need a large amount of blood and flesh? The huge blood pool appeared in Lin Fei's vision. Could it be that the nourishment was the blood and flesh? Go. Lin Fei took out a jade bottle that he had refined himself. It could hold a large amount of blood and poured it on the blood-colored cocoon, and it was absorbed in an instant. After collecting the blood, Lin Fei wanted to refine it into a god power pill to increase his god power. 90 million dragon god power was the limit, and with only 10 million left, Lin Fei had to go all out and break through the limit. But now, he didn't manage to refine the god power pill, and instead gave it to the other party. After pouring all the blood, the system still issued a warning. F***CK, this is a bottomless pit. Lin Fei couldn't bear to give it up. No matter what, he had to nurture it. The nourishment can only be placed on the hell beast soldiers outside. After some thought, distant water couldn't put out a nearby fire. It seemed like the hell beast soldiers outside couldn't recover and hatch. Lin Fei reached out, and the blood-colored egg landed on his hand. Lin Fei charged out, and his majestic god power surged into the sky, turning into god power giants. There were tens of thousands of them. Go! Lin Fei slammed his hand, and with a loud rumble, a huge pit appeared, and the blood-colored cocoon fell into the pit. The god power giants turned into tens of thousands of them, and each one was extremely powerful. They charged into the Hell Beast soldiers' army, and under their violent attacks, they turned into lumps of flesh and blood that flowed into the pit. 100,000 Hell Beast soldiers covered the sky, and they were densely packed. Even though Lin Fei's god power was shocking, and he kept forming god power giants to slaughter the Hell Beast soldiers. Lin Fei sat cross-legged in the sky, and the god power giants kept charging down from the sky. I don't believe that 100,000 Hell Beast soldiers can't hatch this Blood Vine King. Lin Fei didn't attack, and let the god power giants do it. The blood turned into a long river that flowed into the pit. The blood-colored cocoon became more and more scarlet, and its life aura kept increasing. After hatching the Blood Vine King, I have another expert by my side. Even if I run into a heaven stage immortal king, I'll give you a headache. At the foot of the towering mountain, blood flowed like a river, and it was a scene of slaughter. This battle shook heaven and earth. 80% of the 100,000 Hell Beast soldiers died, and the rest fled when they saw that the situation was bad. As for the Hell Cavalry and their commanders, they were all killed, and turned into a part of the Blood River. The Hell Cavalry and their commanders' chi and blood were much stronger than ordinary Hell Beast soldiers. It seems like it's almost done. The blood-colored cocoon shone with boundless blood-colored light, and the blood that had drowned it was instantly absorbed. Hua, hua, hua cracks kept appearing on the blood-colored cocoon like flowing water. Chapter 974. What the hell? Where did that bastard Lin Fei hide? Where did he disappear? On the dangerous Hell Plain. A holy sword turned into a beam of light and flew over. Sword chi filled the air, and a middle-aged man stood on it. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and a sharp sword will cut through the void. A Hell Beast soldier was shot full of holes. Brother Wu, why are you so angry? It's just a mere Lin Fei. We'll dig him out sooner or later. The one called Brother Wu was a rogue cultivator from the great metropolis world. He was an Earth-rank mid-phase cultivator. Forget it. That bastard Lin Fei wouldn't dare to come to the Hell Plain. One Hell Beast soldier is enough to kill him. Wu Ming shook his head. Does anyone feel that there are fewer Hell Beast soldiers on the Hell Plain? It's not like before. The one who spoke first was also a middle-aged man. Now that you mention it, there are indeed fewer Hell Beast soldiers on the Hell Plain. In the past, when they were in groups, it would take us a lot of effort to kill them. A woman in pink said. I agree with Lan Yu Fairy. Apart from Wu Ming, there were 4 others present. The one in pink was Lan Yu Fairy, the magnificent mountain immortal king, and the last one was Zhu Tianji. The 4 of them were rogue cultivators with their own fortunes. They were all Earth-rank mid-phase cultivators. If they worked together, even an Earth-rank late-phase cultivator would have to be careful. The purpose of this trip was naturally to find Lin Fei and take the Great Emperor's key from him. It wasn't an extravagant dream for them to obtain the treasury of an eternal emperor. Given their strength, one could very well imagine their fates if they were to possess such treasures. If they chose to submit to a major character like a heaven-ranked immortal king, their future accomplishments would definitely be guaranteed. Blood-colored light. Zhu Tianji was a dwarf. He noticed the bloody smell in front of him. What a dense smell. Could it be the blood desolation beast fruit? On the Hell Plain, they knew many secrets at their level. The blood desolation beast fruit was one of them. It must be. Such a dense smell of blood, it might be an aged blood desolation beast fruit. After a round of discussion, they made up their minds. It was inevitable that they would go and take a look at the abnormal phenomenon. After that, they turned into streams of light and charged over. They were not the only ones on the Hell Plains. Under normal circumstances, very few people would venture into a dangerous place like the Hell Plains. Even if they did, most of them would be in groups or adventurer groups. Accidents happen. Due to Lin Fei's appearance and the fact that he had the monarch's key with him, the Hell Flatland, which was rarely visited by people, was now packed with more than 10 times the usual number. In the treacherous Hell Plains, there were many celestial kings. It's finally going to be born. In front of the towering mountain, Lin Fei sat cross-legged, staring at the blood-red cocoon, wondering what kind of existence it would hatch into. Looking forward to it. He was really looking forward to it. Hairball, on the other hand, spun around and cursed silently. Master, if only I could swallow such a delicious thing in one gulp. It would definitely be delicious. The million-year-old blood vine king could not be transplanted, which was why it was heavily protected. If the Prince of Hell wanted to obtain the desolate blood fruit, he would have to use the celestial weapon golden scissors. It could be seen how terrifying this million-year-old blood vine king was. Ding! Invasion of danger. Please prepare for battle. Ding! Invasion of danger. Please prepare for battle. Suddenly, a warning came from the system. Damn, after the system update, there's such a warning function? Lin Fei was surprised, but he was not surprised by the changes in the system. Ding! Do you want to check? Check. Lin Fei was quite curious about what was added after the system update. Ding! The statistics are as follows. There are 32 people in danger, 18 of them are Earth-grade celestial kings, 14 of them are human-grade celestial kings. This result made Lin Fei's eyes light up. After the system update, this function is really good. It can warn me, which saves me a lot of trouble. Lin Fei's eyes landed on the blood-red cocoon again. They must have been attracted by the light that burst out from the blood-red cocoon. 32 celestial kings, Lin Fei really did not put them in his eyes. If it was in the past, after hearing the news, he would take the opportunity to slip away, not daring to fight them head-on. Today was different from the past. He was not a fish on the chopping board to be slaughtered at will. Lin Fei was as motionless as a mountain, sitting cross-legged in the void. On the blood-red cocoon, there were dense cracks, surging vitality, around the blood-red cocoon, evolved into a flourishing celestial sound. What a rich life aura. The first celestial king walked out of the void, his sharp eyes fell on the blood-red cocoon, revealing a greedy look. Good stuff, I want it. As soon as this celestial king appeared, he realized that the blood-red cocoon was extraordinary, twisted in the void, appeared in front of the blood-red cocoon, took out a big cloth bag, opened the mouth, and put the blood-red cocoon down. How dare you touch my things? A voice as cold as the underworld descended from the sky. The celestial king saw a jingguang flash by, and 2 golden dragons, one on the left and one on the right, strangling the big cloth bag into pieces. With a crack, the celestial king cut the bag in 2 with the scissors. This low-grade celestial artifact is really effective. Putting away the golden scissors, Hairball rushed up without being told, and ate the celestial king in one bite. The power of the celestial artifact was not something that the Earth-stage celestial king could resist at will. It's coming out. Lin Fei stood up. Pieces of fragments fell from the blood-red cocoon, and a vague figure gradually revealed its appearance. Lin Fei, so you are here. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, a domineering voice was accompanied by a blade light that was tens of thousands of feet long, splitting heaven and earth. A saber celestial king chopped down with his blade, like an antelope hanging its horn, untraceable. Boom! The 10,000 feet tall mountain behind Lin Fei. Before the blade light arrived, the terrifying blade intent attack caused the whole mountain to split in half, shortening it by a large margin. A blade light burst out with unprecedented offensive power. What a powerful blade intent! It burst out with the power of an Earth-stage celestial king, and its power almost reached 35 million dragon divine power. Before the attack arrived, Lin Fei had figured out the power of the attack. You want to kill me with a blade intent? Lin Fei shouted, ready to smash the blade intent with a punch. How dare you attack my master, get down here. Rumble. Chapter 975. This scene happened too quickly, almost in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. Lin Fei was originally prepared to personally attack and kill the person who came, but unexpectedly, there was a change. Someone beat him to it, breaking the opponent's attack with one palm, beating him into the ground. Who did it? A roar came from the ground, followed by a muffled groan. A blood-colored shadow rushed up from the ground, and the sound of kacha-kacha was incessant. Let me go, do you know who I am? I will exterminate your 9 generations, from top to bottom, not sparing a chicken or a dog. In Lin Fei's vision, a blood-colored giant, a full 10 feet tall, single-handedly carrying a middle-aged man, kneeling in front of him on one knee. Master, this kind of person deserves to die 10,000 times, let me destroy him to vent the anger of Master. From the appearance of the blood-colored figure, Lin Fei actually knew who it was. Between the two of them, the blood-colored giant was the expert hatched by the Blood Vine King. One palm smashed a blade intent. One punch sent the opponent flying. Once hatched, its combat power was at least mid-earth stage strength. Lin Fei, quickly let me go. The middle-aged man's eyes were ferocious, his body extremely powerful. Otherwise, once my people arrive, there will be no way for you to live under the heavens. You dare threaten Master? The blood-colored giant's 5 fingers clawed, piercing the body of the immortal king. There was a wail, and the immortal king's chi and blood weakened. The original appearance of a middle-aged man turned into an old man in the blink of an eye, old and feeble, dying. Large cracks split open from his body, and when the wind blew, it turned into powder. The expert hatched for 1,000,000 years was indeed ferocious and terrifying. Just because of a threat, he was immediately killed. Lin Fei could see at a glance that the blood-colored giant swallowed the immortal king's essence, chi, and spirit, turning him into an empty shell, losing the support of power. With one blow, naturally, the body no longer existed. Lin Fei was not surprised at the blood-colored giant's actions. In the other's imprint, the master was everything. If anyone dared to disrespect the master, he would attack and kill to maintain his dignity. True Luo immortal king. A cry of alarm came from behind. Xiao xiao xiao, a series of voices pierced through the air with powerful auras. They were like the sun, moon, and stars, incomparably dazzling. Without exception, they were all immortal kings. When they saw this brutal scene, a blood-colored giant killed an immortal king with a wave of his hand. How terrifying was this? You're Lin Fei. What a cruel method. Everyone's gazes fell on the blood-colored giant for a moment, and then fell onto Lin Fei, their eyes filled with excitement. Lin Fei, hand over the monarch key. If you don't hand over the monarch key, this place will be your grave. The immortal kings were full of confidence. Encountering Lin Fei in such a place was indeed a fated chance for them to soar into the sky. Lin Fei saw their heavy expressions and couldn't help but laugh. You guys are unlucky to have met me. You say this is my burial ground, but it's actually your burial ground. I never tell lies. The fact that Zhang Xian dared to ignore their threats infuriated them. Let's capture you first. Time is money. The immortal kings who appeared together with him chose to attack without hesitation. A bunch of ignorant guys, how dare you disrespect my master? Let me kill you all. The blood-colored giant was aggressive and full of fighting spirit. His tone was full of hostility. With a shake of his body, a huge blood-colored vine rose from the ground. Whoosh whoosh, the sky was filled with blood-colored vines. Each of the vines contained the power of tens of millions of dragons. An immortal king's fleshly body exploded after being struck by one of the vines. He had just recovered his fleshly body when the vines coiled around him, causing him to hang in the air. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free, and his blood and chi were gradually drained away. What a bunch of ignorant people. Lin Fei shook his head. He knew the blood-colored giant's attacking methods very well. He had almost been hit by the blood-colored giant's attack. The immortal kings in front of him were only at the earth stage and human stage. Lin Fei, don't kill us. We don't want the monarch key anymore. Let us go, and we'll never cause trouble for you again. Screams and cries of despair kept coming from within. The scarlet giant turned into a blood vine that blotted out the sky, forming a natural cage that trapped them inside. In just a moment, the blood vine devoured all of their essence, chi, and spirit, including their chi and blood, cleanly. The blood-colored giant turned into a human and knelt on one knee in front of Lin Fei again. "Master, these are their storage rings." "Blood Shadow, you did very well." Lin Fei was quite satisfied with killing 30 immortal kings in a short period of time. "Thank you for giving me a name, Master. From now on, I am Blood Shadow." Blood Shadow's blood chi soared to the sky, and he looked fierce. Anyone who saw him would know that he was not someone to be trifled with. "Blood Shadow, how strong are you?" "Master, I'm currently at the peak of the Earth stage." Blood Shadow lowered his head and said, "If I return to my original body, I can fight against an early Heaven stage immortal king." Lin Fei was quite surprised by this result. He could only fight against a Heaven stage immortal king if he returned to his original body. A Heaven stage immortal king was indeed not to be underestimated. Lin Fei asked about some other things and gained some understanding of Blood Shadow. He had inherited all the memories of the blood-colored Vine King when he hatched. He was an existence that needed to be devoured continuously. No matter what kind of flesh and blood it was, as long as he kept devouring it, he would be able to break through to the next realm. After understanding this, Lin Fei sighed endlessly. He had raised a foodie by his side, and now there was another foodie. He had no taboos. "Blood Shadow, I'm your boss. From now on, you're the second. Do you remember? If you can't, be careful that I beat you up. However, if you follow me, your boss, from now on, you'll be able to eat and drink well and enjoy yourself." While Lin Fei was looking at the storage rings, Hairball clearly felt that there was one more competitor. She first threatened, and tempted him. The fierce and fiendish Blood Shadow said coldly to Hairball's words, "Master is my boss." Hairball was so angry that she punched out violently. In the end, these attacks were like tickles, and she wasn't affected at all. Let's wait and see." Seeing that there was no effect, she could only leave behind some harsh words. This scene caused Lin Fei to not know whether to laugh or cry. This Hairball was really something. She was comparable to a Heaven stage immortal king. If he didn't know the news, Lin Fei might have brought Blood Shadow out to meet the experts outside. However, 8 Heaven stage immortal kings had appeared, and the pressure was not small. "Blood Shadow, how's your combat strength after advancing to the Heaven stage?" Lin Fei couldn't wait to know the answer. It was impossible to rely on others. In a short period of time, Lin Fei's gaze landed on Blood Shadow. Replying to Master, "Once I advance to the Heaven stage, my strength will increase by 100 times. Ordinary Heaven stage immortal kings won't be able to do anything to me. Only a late stage Heaven stage immortal king can injure me, but they won't be able to kill me." This result didn't surprise Lin Fei at all. He had spent a huge price to hatch Blood Shadow, and after a long period of time, being able to hatch Blood Shadow was actually a great bargain. This kind of situation, besides Lin Fei himself, no one else could do it. "Let's go upgrade." There were Heaven stage immortal kings outside, so Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to go out. The Hell Plains, with a large number of Hell Beast soldiers, was a good place for Blood Shadow to upgrade. Lin Fei also wanted to break through to 100 million divine power. He had a premonition that once his divine power broke through to 100 million divine power, he might be able to fight against a Heaven stage immortal king, or even not lose in front of one. Hairball, Blood Shadow, and the 2 others, Lin Fei killed their way to the next Hell Beast soldier camp. A few days later, Hell Plains, a small camp with 10,000 people. Looking from afar, one could see that the sky above the camp was covered by a blood vine, covering the sky and sun. It was like a cage, turning the area within 10,000 miles into a cage. "Blood Shadow, you bastard, I'm the boss. Okay, I'll eat, gulp, gulp." Blood Shadow transformed into his true form, and countless blood vines absorbed essence, chi, and blood. His aura was getting stronger and stronger. Up in the sky, Lin Fei looked down at the situation below. Blood Shadow is really terrifying. He took care of a small army camp without any effort. Lin Fei thought that he was terrifying, but compared to Blood Shadow, he was obviously inferior. Blood Shadow used the painted ground imprisonment, and no existence could escape from his range. In the end, they would become his nourishment. In the cage, Hairball was reincarnated like a hungry ghost. She kept devouring the Hell Beast soldiers, but her speed was not as fast as Blood Shadow. In just a short while, the huge barracks were empty. Lin Fei led them to the next camp. His targets ranged from 10 to 20,000 soldiers to 50,000. During this period of time, Lin Fei broke through a camp and obtained a large number of blood-desolate beast fruits. As he wished, he cultivated the indestructible infernal divine body to great perfection. The Bell body gained a fourth cultivation technique and became a part of it. After reaching perfection, Lin Fei could clearly feel that his invincible golden body had a shocking increase in defense. After consuming countless blood-desolate beast fruits, ordinary people wouldn't be able to afford such a large amount of resources. Lin Fei wanted to find something similar to Blood Shadow, but for some reason, he couldn't find it. He couldn't help but wonder if Blood Shadow was a mutant. In the entire Hell Plains, there was probably only one. After the invincible Hell Divine body reached the Great Circle, Lin Fei started to focus on increasing his divine power. After reaching 900,000 dragons, he refined the Divine Power Pill, which only increased his divine power by 1 or 200. He was very disappointed and stopped refining the Divine Power Pill, letting the two of them continue to devour it. He couldn't increase his divine power at this time, so letting Blood Shadow reach the heaven stage was the key. Blood Shadow's body was like a bottomless pit, and he didn't know how much he had devoured. His aura got thicker and thicker, but he still couldn't break through. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. After destroying one camp, he killed his way to the next one. He didn't believe that Blood Shadow couldn't reach the next stage. If that was really the case, it would be a joke. Chapter 976. Quick, run. The devils are here again. The usually arrogant commanders and Hell Cavalry were no longer as calm as before. In the face of the terrifying devils, they began to forget that they were devils from hell and fled in panic. In the sky above a military camp, there was a cage that blotted out the sun. Blood-colored vines danced in the air. Every time they moved, they would wrap around a Hell Beast soldier and take their lives. In the past, their powerful divine powers were useless. When the blood-colored vines lashed down, they would fall to the ground and twitch. The sounds of despair soon stopped. This military camp had become a land of death. Master, I'm about to advance. This military camp was not a small one. It could be considered a large one, with a total of 150,000 people belonging to another faction. Lin Fei had no interest in which faction he belonged to. Since they were going to attack anyway, so what if he offended them? They could not possibly go to the surface on a large scale. With this mentality, Lin Fei was very calm. There was nothing to worry about. Good, good. Half a month's hard work was not in vain. Hearing Blood Shadow's words, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that he would not be able to reach the bottleneck. Lin Fei did not even remember how many Hell Beast soldiers Blood Shadow had devoured. In any case, it was an astronomical number, so much so that it was frightening. Of course, Furball had eaten quite a lot as well. In any case, the two of them were gluttons. Since he had reached the bottleneck, there was only one more obstacle left. Let's go somewhere else. Although Blood Shadow mentioned the bottleneck, it was still a huge gap. They had to complete it in one go. It was not a good thing to fail on the verge of success. At the same time, in the depths of Hell's Plains, a black city suddenly appeared on Hell's Plains. Behind the city were 3 towering mountains. Here, it was also a military camp in Hell's world. Outside the city, there was a black mass that covered hundreds of thousands of miles. All of them were Hell Beast soldiers. There were more than 5 million of them. Their terrifying aura gathered into a towering pillar. From time to time, a powerful aura would spread out from the city. Resplendent like the sun, moon, and stars, these massive auras did not encroach on each other. In the center of the city stood a huge palace, majestic and magnificent. "Great Commander, you must avenge us. Our subordinates. They were all killed by that human. Not only did they kill all of our subordinates, but they also stole the blood desolation beast fruit and provoked the underworld. They must be punished severely." Inside the palace, 5 or 6 captains were kneeling on the ground, crying to the person on the throne. A handful of snot, not to mention how sad. As a commander, they did not have many subordinates. At most, there were 10 to 20,000, or even 30,000. After all, at least they had subordinates who could manage a region and were happy to be the king of the mountain. Carefree. Now, they had encountered a terrifying and savage human brat who had swept through their camp. They had become commanders without an army and could not command anyone. How could they not be miserable? They had agreed to come here together to complain. "Milord. No one has ever dared to offend the men of the underworld on the plains of hell. Even those old fools of the human race did not dare to act recklessly. Now that a young human has come to bully us, we must be punished severely." Before this person could finish, someone barged in from the outside. "Report. Commander Joy Xian has died in battle." How could this be? Commander Joy Xian had a total of 180,000 men under him. How could he have died? Seated on a huge throne was a stern-looking middle-aged man. As for the 2 armored captains below, their expressions were extremely ugly. They knew Joy Xian. His position was the same as theirs, and he had 180,000 men under him. He was an Earth late-stage immortal king. But now, he had died just like that. What kind of joke was this? Damn it. Who did this? A commander of their level had been killed in the blink of an eye. How could they sit still? Even Commander Joy Xian had been killed, let alone commanders of their level. Didn't they all have the same ending? It was that human who did it. The person reporting did not dare to raise his head. "Great Commander, let us lead the army and kill that human." A commander turned around and walked out, kneeling on one knee. "That human is too arrogant. He doesn't take the people of the underworld seriously at all. We must teach him a lesson so that we can show the ferocity of the underworld." One by one, the commanders stood up. There were 8 of them, and each of them had more than 100,000 men under their command. They surrounded and guarded this area. The great commander sitting on the throne was a subordinate of a heaven-stage immortal king from the underworld. He was called Great Commander Meng Tian. He himself was an Earth-stage immortal king with a combat strength comparable to a heaven-stage immortal king in the early stage. Great Commander Meng Tian personally guarded the city. He had always wanted to return to the underworld as soon as possible. In his eyes, a place like the Hell Plains was nothing more than a wilderness. There was no advantage in guarding such a place. "Do you think that young human has any records?" Great Commander Meng Tian asked calmly. He exuded a dignified aura that pressed down like a mountain. "Yes, yes." Several commanders handed over the items. They were curious. Why did the great commander want to see this person? Could it be that there was something different? If it were them, they would have directly ordered to encircle and kill that young human. "It's really him." After opening it, a young man appeared out of thin air. He was vivid and lifelike. It was the black-robed Lin Fei. There was something wrong with this person. "Great Commander, could it be that this person has a powerful background?" One of the commanders asked cautiously. Meng Tian waved the image away and said calmly, "This person's name is Lin Fei. He doesn't have a powerful background. He is nothing more than a disciple of the Holy Heaven Academy in the great metropolis world." Lin Fei? Why does he sound familiar? Now that you mention it, I have some impression of him. It seems that this person, they didn't know this stranger, but for some reason, he sounded familiar, as if he had an impression of him. "Great Commander, I remember now. Isn't this person Lin Fei, who is being hunted?" He has the Great Emperor's key. The appearance of the Eternal Emperor's treasure and the 10 Great Emperor's keys had caused a dispute. Even the people of the underworld knew about this news. For a moment, they didn't think of Lin Fei. That's right. Lin Fei is that person. Meng Tian slapped the chair with his palm. An orderly voice came from the hall. I didn't expect this person to have the ability to kill people of the underworld. I was just worrying about doing something big. Everyone knew that the commander had the intention to kill. Oh no, that demon is here. He's here. Chapter 977. Outside the city. The black mass of Hell Beast soldiers was currently enveloped by a blood-colored cage that covered the sky. Hell Beast soldiers were constantly turning into ashes. For the people of Hell World, who had always been extremely powerful and treated the Hell Plains as their own backyard, this scene was like a slap to their faces. This is mine. Don't take it from me. Hairball did not hold back either. She swallowed a Hell Beast soldier in the east and killed a Hell Beast soldier in the west. At this time, Hairball had returned to her original form. Her body was huge, but it was still not as big as Blood Shadow. Even so, it was still quite shocking. The terrifying pressure of her aura pressed down on the Hell Beast soldiers, forcing them to lie down. Boom! With a sweep of Furball's tail, over 1,000 Hell Beast soldiers were sent flying, creating a large empty space on the battlefield. Furball squatted down, opened his mouth, and inhaled. One of the struggling Hell Beast soldiers was eaten in the blink of an eye. Compared to Hairball's actions, it was at most child's play. Blood Shadows was the real deal. The densely packed blood-colored vines were like blood-colored tentacles. Whoever was wrapped around would definitely not be able to escape misfortune and end up in a miserable state. And on top of the blood-colored cage, Lin Fei stood unmoving like a mountain. The millions of Hell Beast soldiers' aura was like a pillar. At this time, they were constantly collapsing, not as solid as before. Their essence, chi, and spirit were weak. They were obviously frightened. Lin Fei was glad that he had merged with the Insect Queen and obtained the ability to hatch. That was why he had a capable helper by his side. Now, he was only one step away. He had originally thought that once Blood Shadow broke through to Heaven's stage Immortal King, he would have the ability to fight against them. He would no longer be someone they could easily bully. Lin Fei really wanted to see their expressions. Come, the more the better. Ever since Blood Shadow said that he was about to break through, Lin Fei had searched the largest campsite and found this place in front of him. It was a large place. As for who this force belonged to, Lin Fei did not care. What he cared about was that there was enough nourishment here for Blood Shadow to advance to the next level. This was enough. The commander is here. The commander is here. The millions of Hell Beast soldiers roared in unison, and their voices were deafening. Their spirit had been retreating, but when an important person walked out of the city, their spirit became solid again. Then, like a flood, they pounced on Blood Shadow once more, and their fighting prowess exploded. Lin Fei, you human demon, quickly kneel down and surrender. Once our great commander takes action, you won't be able to fight back. With the great commander taking action, even if you have the ability to transcend the heavens, he will still suppress you. Suppress. You demon, you must be suppressed. When the captains who had been complaining earlier saw Lin Fei, their faces involuntarily revealed looks of fear. If it weren't for their good luck, they would have died in there. Now that the commander had arrived, they had someone to back them up. After a brief moment of fear, they regained their confidence and began to clamor at Lin Fei. It seemed that this was the only way they could vent their anger. In the blink of an eye, a group of soldiers had been turned into a lone general. No commander would be comfortable. Lin Fei dug his ear holes. A few dogs are barking. That master, hurry up and pull them back. Otherwise, if you piss me off, I'll kill them all and you'll lose a few lackeys. Lin Fei, get back here. Just as the commander was shouting, a fierce voice rang in his ears. He shut his mouth, his face pale, and quickly shut up, not daring to speak again. To be honest, the group of people who had appeared did not look too good. It wasn't that they had never seen arrogant people, but that a perfected golden immortal dared to order them around was indeed infuriating. He had publicly insulted their commander and offended their superior. "You're that Lin Fei who has caused such a ruckus, right?" Commander Meng Tian appeared not far from Lin Fei. His eyes were sharp, and he did not pay any attention to the battle below. "I didn't expect someone in the Hell Plane to know my name." "How exciting." Lin Fei flicked his fingernails and put down his hand. "I don't know who you are, but if you want the Great Emperor's key in my hand, then you're doomed to be disappointed. I've already killed the people who made this thing." "Brat, you're a human, how dare you speak to the commander like that?" One of the commanders behind Commander Meng Tian was enraged again. He directly charged at Lin Fei. His long spear turned into a stream of light and shot at Lin Fei. The vortex at the tip of the spear spun, shattering a passage and directly enveloping Lin Fei. "Break." Lin Fei casually glanced at it. He unhurriedly grabbed at the passage vortex with his 5 fingers like 5 mountains. The tip of the spear was pointed at his palm. It was not difficult for him to move an inch. With a flick of his finger, the black spear shot back at the commander. The spear pierced through the commander's body and hit the city behind him, causing a large number of city buildings to collapse. "How dare you kill our commander?" The commander was on par with them, but he was killed in a single move. His body was shattered into pieces, and he died a miserable death. Meng Tian's eyes flickered coldly. It was rare for someone to make a move on the Hell Plane, but it did not mean that someone could act recklessly in his territory. "You're really bold. You even dared to kill a commander of the Hell Realm." Meng Tian's killing intent surged. "I'd like to see how you dare to kill my subordinates." Meng Tian took a step forward and arrived in front of Lin Fei. He grabbed at the air with his 5 fingers, and the ghosts of the Hell Realm appeared, grabbing at Lin Fei's face. A terrifying force suddenly appeared where Lin Fei stood. The space distorted like a fried dough twist, twisting and twisting. Everything was about to be crushed into pieces. The attack was extremely overbearing. Lin Fei definitely won't be able to withstand a single move from the commander. That goes without saying. Commander Meng Tian took a step forward and grabbed at the air, twisting the space. He displayed his extraordinary strength. So divine power can be used like this. It seems that I've been a frog in a well. Lin Fei's invincible golden body had already crossed a realm. His divine power distorted the space, and within a circumference, the mountains and earth were twisted into pieces. He, who had activated his divine body, was jolted back after the distortion. At the same time, he punched at the enemy's grab. Bang! The surging divine power of the two collided. The violent force sent the commander behind them flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were filled with shock. "I smell an aura from your body. You've cultivated the unique skills of our Hell Realm." Meng Tian dashed forward again, adopting a strength-based close-range attack. Divine energy burst forth from his body, suppressing the void. Starting from his body, the vast space within a circumference of his body distorted once again. The power of the distortion reached the power of 60 million dragon divine force. This was the limit of Meng Tian's power. "You're just a human boy. No matter how amazing your divine power is, don't even think about fighting me." Meng Tian unleashed his divine power to the limit. With his divine power alone, he shook the space and produced a power of distortion. Anyone would be twisted and killed by this power before they even exchanged blows. Lin Fei did not dodge. Meng Tian's divine power broke through 60 million dragon divine power, which was enough to distort anyone's body. Unfortunately, it could not distort Lin Fei's power. So it's using divine power to shake the space to produce a powerful twisting ability. It's indeed a domineering attack. Lin Fei did not dodge. He also rushed forward. He grasped the path of the attack and allowed the divine power to distort him. With a thought, the divine power rebounded, and the space collapsed. "It seems that your power is inferior to mine." Lin Fei shook his head. This person was currently the strongest divine power expert he had. He could kill humans of the same level in an instant. There was no obstacle for him. Tyrannical God-killing fist, fourth move, spatial distortion. With the help of the system, Lin Fei punched out and used his fourth move, spatial distortion. The purest attack allowed Lin Fei to create the same killer move. How do you know this move? The space distorted, and a terrifying power followed. Meng Tian immediately felt like he was entangled by 4 huge dragons. No matter how his divine power struggled, it was useless. Nothing is impossible. However, I still have to thank you for giving me another domineering attack. Lin Fei made a grabbing motion with one hand, and the power of space distorted. The 4 dragons twisted one after another. Even with Meng Tian's powerful physique, he could not withstand the twisting of the 4 dragons. His body was torn apart and shattered into pieces. The divine power of 60 million dragon divine power was really nothing. Lin Fei's main body's divine power had reached 90 million dragon divine power. The disparity in strength was huge. The great commander is dead. How can he be stronger than the great commander? Commander Meng Tian's battle prowess is comparable to that of a heaven stage immortal king. He is the strongest person in this 1 million li radius. In the blink of an eye, great commander Meng Tian died. They were so scared that they wet their pants. Their limbs went soft. Before they could react, they prepared to escape from this area to save their lives. Spatial distortion. Lin Fei punched out, his divine power fusing into space. 4 dragons surged up and down, causing space to twist. The fleeing commanders were all sucked into the space, and in the blink of an eye, they were twisted into a dough twist and torn to pieces. What a joke. They only had 10 to 20 million dragon divine power. Great Commander Meng Tian's 60 million dragon divine power could still twist and kill them, let alone them. So 60 million dragon divine power has already reached the level of a heaven stage immortal king. Lin Fei's ears were sharp. How could he not hear their words? It seems that the divine power of a heaven stage immortal king is only so-so. Unknowingly, he learned that a heaven stage immortal king could use the dragon divine power. He could not help but have a vague idea. After losing great commander Meng Tian, the army of millions was defeated. The blood shadow expanded its range and enveloped the entire city. It was so tight that not even a drop of water could pass through. They could not escape from the blood shadow. Lin Fei was personally in charge. He did not need to do anything. After losing great commander Meng Tian, they had no strength to resist. Chapter 978. After devouring and refining a large number of Hell Beast soldiers, Blood Shadow finally ushered in another small realm advancement, from Earth rank to Heaven rank. 1 step, the gap between Heaven and Earth. It seemed like a step, but how difficult it was. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Blood Shadow, and the wind and clouds moved, covering the entire area. The Hell Beast soldiers in the area immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, shivering, their eyes filled with fear, and completely peed their pants. He really advanced. Under the terrifying aura, Lin Fei was not affected at all, and he clearly felt that Blood Shadow's strength was increasing. The terrifying aura stopped for a full 10 breaths of time. It seemed short, but the blow was fatal. The Hell Beast soldiers prostrated themselves on the ground, unable to get up, their 4 legs weak. Bang 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 bang, countless vines pierced through the Hell Beast soldiers, turning into powder at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, there was no longer a single Hell Beast soldier in the huge city area. The scene was quiet. Master, I have advanced to Heaven rank Immortal King. Blood Shadow's human form was with rare excitement. Blood Shadow did not change much from before, but the strength in his body had increased by more than 100 times. Well done. Blood Shadow advanced a small realm, reaching the Heaven rank Immortal King level, which was equivalent to having a powerful bodyguard, enough to shake the great metropolis world. Lin Fei's eyes turned. Blood Shadow, you have advanced to Heaven rank Immortal King, and your strength has increased greatly. Try to attack me." Heaven-rank immortal kings were the true experts of the great metropolis world. Blood Shadow did not understand, and did not dare to refute. "Master, you have to be ready, I am going to attack." Invincible golden body. Lin Fei shouted, and his divine body shone brightly like the scorching sun. He pushed it to the limit, and divine power runes protected his body. "Come on." After killing Grand Governor Meng Tian, Lin Fei wasn't too satisfied. The force of 60 million draconic dragons was too weak, barely reaching the heaven-ranked realm. He wanted to test out the strength of a true heaven-ranked immortal king. After Blood Shadow advanced a small realm, his speed became even faster, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lin Fei, and his blood-colored palm pressed down, and a majestic power was spat out. Crash! The hill beneath Lin Fei was split into pieces and razed to the ground on the spot. Boom! Lin Fei released his god body. His divine light was dazzling. The 10,000 rays of light were suppressed, and a 3,000 zhang-wide hole appeared on the flat ground. "Blood Shadow, you're finished. You've pushed Master underground." Hairball blinked her big eyes and gloated. She shouted at Blood Shadow and rushed down. In the crater, Lin Fei lay sprawled out at the bottom of the crater. His golden body, indestructible divine body, was full of holes, and he looked extremely pathetic. Is this the power of a heaven-ranked immortal king? Lin Fei, who was at the bottom of the pit, had a bitter expression on his face. The strength of a heaven-ranked immortal king was much stronger than him. It was at least 100 million draconic force. The power simulated by his main body had surpassed a certain limit. Unless Lin Fei unleashed his full power, he would be far from being able to withstand the attack with his 90 million dragon divine power. It was normal for him to be knocked into the ground. "Master, please punish me." Blood Shadow was very obedient. He felt very guilty for injuring his master. Who, after a breath's time, the wounds on his body recovered to normal. Lin Fei came up from the bottom of the crater. Hairball added fuel to the fire. "Master, Blood Shadow is too evil. Who dares to injure Master? We must punish him. It would be best if he calls me Big Brother and be the second brother." Hairball's resentment was not small. Of course, Lin Fei would not punish Blood Shadow. All right. I asked you to do it. I won't blame you. How much power did you use just now?" 50%. Lin Fei took a deep breath and thought, 50% is more than 100 million dragon divine power. If I really want to fight against a heaven-ranked immortal king, I will have to break through the limit of 100 million dragon divine power. Any powerful heaven-ranked immortal king will have power beyond 100 million dragon divine power. I should be able to kill an ordinary heaven-ranked immortal king in the early stage, right? His main body's dragon divine power broke through to 100 million. It seemed like a difference of 10 million dragon divine power, but Lin Fei knew that this was a huge threshold that could not be rushed. Let's go and search for treasures. The entire city was deserted. Lin Fei barged into the main hall and collected a large number of blood-desolate beast fruits. There were more than 1 million of them. Their age ranged from 50 to 100 to 1,000 years. After looting, he went straight to the 3 towering mountains behind. It seems that the infernal realm cannot do without the blood-desolate beast fruits. Inside the towering mountains, there was a completely different world. Just like last time, there was a large number of blood vines and blood-desolate beast fruits. The quality and quantity were better than the mountain under the infernal prince's jurisdiction. My infernal indestructible divine body has been cultivated to the great success stage. After consuming the blood-desolate beast fruit, the transformation of my physical body is very weak. The body's transformation is very weak and the effect is not that great. Is there any good way to use the blood-desolate beast fruit? Within the 3 towering mountains, there was a great method to cultivate the blood-desolate beast fruit. Lin Fei did not want to waste it. Just these 3 cultivation grounds could produce 1 million blood-desolate beast fruits. If he consumed it himself, the effect would not be great. He was not willing to give it up and let others benefit. Warning, 30 million li ahead, 3 Hell battleships have appeared and are heading in this direction. Someone is coming? Anyone who wasn't a fool would know that they were coming for him. Who cares who they are, I will destroy them as they come. A cold glint flickered in Lin Fei's black eyes as he revealed his killing intent. He came out of the mountains with a bloody shadow and met the 3 Hell battleships. There were 3 Hell battleships, 1 in the middle and 2 on the left. On the Hell battleship in the middle, there was a young man with 2 black horns on his head. He was carrying a sexy woman in his arms. She was wearing revealing clothes and holding a fruit in her lily-white hands, feeding the young man. Young master, our great commander Meng Tian has lost his life aura. He should be dead. It's good that he's dead. If that bastard doesn't die, even I want to kill him. The young man was startled and laughed. Meng Tian is a traitor. I've given him face by raising the price of his blood-desolate beast fruit by 10%. However, he is not satisfied and has threatened him several times. There is no justice in this world if he doesn't die. I don't know who he offended. It's good that he killed him. This young master is in a good mood. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. This was his young master's character. He would never hide his hatred. Meng Tian was indeed unscrupulous. He dared to use the blood-desolate beast fruit to threaten his master. If not for cooperation, he would have killed him long ago. Young master, a human is coming. Is it a human beauty? No. If it's not a human beauty, kill her. The young man took a bite of the fruit and waved his hand impatiently. Yes, young master. Xiao. Chapter 979. The death beam was one of the most common attacks on the Hell battleships. These 3 Hell battleships were no ordinary battleships. They were imbued with powerful death beams. Over 100 death beams shone resplendently, piercing through the void and blotting out the sun. Even a 30,000-meter tall mountain would be pierced through as they shot towards Lin Fei. The might of each death beam was no weaker than an Earth-ranked immortal king's attack. A true killing technique. Blood Shadow was the first to act. He rushed forward and punched out with godly energy. Although the death beams were powerful, they couldn't compare to Blood Shadow's combat prowess. After destroying the death beams with a single punch, Blood Shadow didn't stop there. He originally felt guilty, and now that someone else was attacking, it wasn't that he didn't respect his master. Blood Shadow suddenly appeared above the Hell battleships and transformed into a blood-colored giant. He stomped down with both his feet, landing heavily on the Hell battleships. Bang! The 2 Hell battleships shook for a moment as cracks appeared on their bodies. After holding on for a breath's time, they were stomped into the ground. Get down! Blood Shadow destroyed 2 Hell battleships the moment he attacked. He then grabbed out with his hand towards the other Hell battleship. Who are you? A voice of rage rang out from within the Hell battleship. Similarly, a gigantic palm shot out, its might not inferior to Blood Shadow's. A raging wind kicked up and the Hell battleship was sent flying. Seeing that he failed to take down the Hell battleship in a single move, Blood Shadow could no longer maintain his composure. He soared into the sky and stomped down on the Hell battleship, causing the void to collapse. Saint Light Plate. In the sky above the Hell battleship, a large plate of holy light suddenly appeared. 2 thick strands of laws condensed and barely blocked the attack. We are from the Luo clan of the Hell world. Sir, are you mistaken? A middle-aged man rushed out from the Hell battleship, controlling the Saint Light Plate with all his might. Cold sweat dripped down his face. He didn't expect that a human would have a heaven-ranked immortal king by his side. In the blink of an eye, he lost 2 Hell battleships. Blood Shadow didn't reply. He simply punched at the Saint Light Plate. Every time his fist landed on the plate, the opponent's aura would weaken a little. Peng peng peng. Blood Shadow was exceptionally violent. A single heaven-ranked immortal king was something he couldn't deal with in a short period of time. Sir, everything can be discussed. How about we admit defeat? The middle-aged man was filled with trepidation as he struggled to defend. When would a heaven-ranked immortal king be able to suppress him? The middle-aged man was worried that if this continued, his young master would lose his life here. A heaven-ranked immortal king. Blood Shadow, come back. Blood Shadow glared at him fiercely and didn't attack again. He stood to the side again and broke the Hell battleship's restriction with his fist. He stepped onto the deck with a ferocious glint in his eyes. Don't try to escape. The middle-aged man didn't dare to underestimate the words of a heaven-ranked immortal king. The other party definitely had the strength to destroy their warship. A black-clothed young man stepped onto the deck, and the blood-colored man silently stood behind him. The middle-aged man knew that he had made a mistake. This young man actually brought a heaven-ranked immortal king along with him. This time around, he had truly kicked an iron board. The most important thing now was to make Qin Wentian quench his anger. Brother, thank you for helping me get rid of that bastard Meng Tian. I'm Luo Zhen. I'm really sorry for what happened just now. I didn't do it on purpose. Please come in and have a drink. Without waiting for the middle-aged man to speak, a young man from the warship walked up with large strides and greeted him with a cheeky smile, lowering his status. Luo Zhen was originally enjoying life with a woman in his arms. Who would have thought that it wasn't just killing a human brat? In the end, he got into big trouble. A heaven-ranked immortal king made a move and destroyed 2 of the Hell battleships. Xian Xian was so scared that his heart was beating wildly. He knew that if he didn't handle this well today, even if Uncle An had the strength of an early-stage heaven-ranked immortal king, he would still die with a grievance. Lin Fei was indeed very angry. He had just come up and the other party used the death beam, which was more powerful than the Hell Prince's Hell battleship. Lin Fei allowed Blood Shadow to attack and didn't stop him. To deal with him, he had to be prepared to pay the price. Originally, he planned to fly into a rage. In the end, this person seemed to be very friendly and spoke in a humble manner. From the other party, Lin Fei could see that he was extraordinary. There were 3 Hell battleships and a heaven-ranked immortal king by his side. His strength was not as strong as Blood Shadow's. With such treatment, this person must have a background. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to kill him. Humph, if you can't satisfy me, Lin Fei snorted and walked forward. He wasn't worried about any tricks. In the face of absolute power, they were all paper tigers. He could kill them with one punch. Brother, don't worry. I will definitely satisfy you. Luo Zheng secretly heaved a sigh of relief. His luck was too bad. He could even encounter such a thing in this kind of place. It seemed that he had to spend a lot of money. How did he get involved in such a thing? Uncle An, if I use that treasure, can I take them down? Zhang An was Luo Zheng's butler and also worked as a bodyguard. Young master, you better be sincere. This person's background is very strong. Even if you use that treasure, you still can't deal with them. I suggest that it's better to turn hostility into friendship. The fight didn't last long, but Zhang An suffered a big loss. The holy light plate and the condensation of 2 complete laws were still particularly strenuous. If the fight dragged on, he would definitely be destroyed. He didn't want the young master to do anything stupid. Blood Shadow, how strong is that person? On this end, Lin Fei asked. His strength is about 80 million dragon divine power. He has cultivated 2 complete laws. If you want to kill him, go all out and kill him in 3 moves. In fact, Lin Fei could see that the person's strength was not too strong. Only 2 complete laws intertwined together produced an exceptionally strong defense. In the past, Lin Fei saw at most 1 complete law. For example, he himself had a complete law in his body, the death law. 2 laws, it was the first time he saw it. All of you, get lost. Luo Zheng caught up from behind and shouted at the maids in the warship. Those singers and dancers quickly went down. Send up a table of exquisite delicacies immediately. After hearing Uncle An's words, Luo Zheng corrected his attitude and didn't dare to act recklessly. He didn't dare to look at the blood-colored giant. With a height of 10 feet, it was indeed a level higher. Soon, a table of exquisite delicacies was sent up. Luo Jing took out a bottle of immortal wine with a heartache. Brother, your future must be arduous. It must be hard for you. This is a bottle of immortal wine that I bought at a certain auction last time. Immortal wine? Let me have a taste. Lin Fei didn't say anything. Hairball didn't care so much. Nothing was taboo. A little brat? Usually, Luo Jing wouldn't look him in the eye, but he didn't dare to do so now. He immediately poured a cup for him. The fragrance assailed his nostrils and filled the air. Hairball opened her mouth and drank the entire cup of immortal wine in one gulp. Delicious, delicious, give me another cup. Luo Jing knew how precious this immortal wine was. Back then, he paid a huge price to get it. Those who knew wine would drink it one sip at a time, but the other party drank it in one gulp. It was too scary. Did you refine it? This immortal wine had to be refined in one gulp to understand its effects. But this little brat drank it in 2 or 3 gulps. Wasn't he worried that he couldn't hold it? What? I can't drink it? Hairball glared. No, no, I'll fill it up for you right away. Luo Zheng immediately poured a second cup. Hairball was a primordial evil dragon, a true foodie. She didn't care if it was immortal wine or not. She drank 1 cup at a time. She drank 10 cups in a row and still wasn't satisfied. Luo Zheng was obviously frightened. When he bid for this immortal wine, he couldn't bear to drink it. A little brat drank 10 cups in the blink of an eye, and he couldn't see any changes. Hairball, don't drink anymore. You're going to get drunk. Lin Fei stopped Furball from drinking any more. Even if he didn't drink, he could tell that this immortal brew was not cheap. It was enough to make one's heart ache. The entire bottle was about to be emptied, so it was best to know when to stop and not agitate others. Then I'll eat the dishes. The dishes on the table were exquisite. How could a foodie like Hairball miss it? I've drunk the wine and eaten the dishes. I'm curious. Why did you attack me? Lin Fei didn't make a move and got to the point. Misunderstanding, everything is a misunderstanding. Luo Jing hurriedly said, in fact, I'm a businessman. You know that doing business will always encounter danger. Lin Fei's face darkened. He looked thoughtful. According to what you said, we are bad guys? No, no, how can you be bad guys? Luo Jing hurriedly waved his hand and wanted to cry, it's true. It's a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. In order to show my sincerity, this is a little compensation from me. Zhang An handed over a storage ring. Lin Fei could clearly see that Luo Zheng's young master was obviously in pain, and it wasn't fake. The storage ring came into contact with divine sense and was an ownerless item. Lin Fei casually looked at it and had to say that this kid spent a lot of money. There were 1 billion great Luo immortal stones, 50 million true spirits, and a hell battleship. In order to appease the other party's anger, Luo Jing really spent a lot of money. Offending a heaven stage immortal king could easily take their lives. If the family found out, they would definitely not let him go, and the consequences would be very serious. In the face of this generous gift, Lin Fei accepted it without hesitation. With a simple glance, he could see that this person's background was not small. He had a big family behind him. Lin Fei had never encountered 50 million true spirits in one go. It was indeed a misunderstanding just now. Since the other party had lowered his attitude, Lin Fei of course had to give him face. He wondered if he should kill this guy and snatch his belongings. It was obvious that the other party was a big fat sheep. Luo Zheng's hair stood on end from being stared at, and he thought, don't tell me you want to kill me and rob me? Damn it, if I had known, I wouldn't have dared to take out such a generous gift. Now, what should I do? Am I really going to be a big fat sheep? You know Meng Tian? Lin Fei asked casually. Chapter 980. Master, I know the Luo family from the hell world he mentioned. Blood Shadow's voice reached Lin Fei's ears. Lin Fei was not very familiar with the great metropolis world, let alone the Luo family from the hell world. Tell me about it. Master, you should know that I can not only devour flesh and blood, but I can also control the other party's memory. Blood Shadow said, I once devoured a commander and happened to know this Luo family. This Luo family is quite famous in the hell world, generous. It turns out that the force behind them is not small. They once had a great emperor. Although he has fallen, his foundation is solid, a foundation that ordinary people do not have. After knowing the origin of the Luo family, Lin Fei had a better understanding. The Luo family was a huge family in the hell world. It was rumored that there were dozens of Heaven's Stage immortal kings and an old ancestor, who was not far from the immortal emperor level. While Lin Fei was thinking, Luo Zheng could not stay calm. If there was an immortal emperor in the past, a Heaven's Stage immortal king would not be afraid of anything. On the contrary, people would be afraid. With the passage of time, the old ancestor had fallen and lost his former prestige. Even so, the Luo family was still a big family. If you push me too far, it's just a life and death struggle, and no one will have a good ending. You went to find Commander Meng Tian to collect the blood-desolate beast fruit, right? After knowing the origin, Lin Fei had an idea. This kind of thing, of course, could not be hidden. You are right, I did come for the blood-desolate beast fruit. Luo Zheng was a shrewd businessman and understood. Sir, if you are willing to sell it to me, I can buy it at an extra 30% price. Commander Meng Tian was a subordinate of a Heaven Stage immortal king, and that Heaven Stage immortal king actually relied on a big family. If it were not for the war that changed the soil quality and made it excellent for planting, no one would be willing to come to such a remote place. First, it would delay their cultivation, and second, they could not stay there. Over time, many commanders sold the blood-desolate beast fruit in private in exchange for cultivation resources. It had long become a common thing, and no one would point it out. Is your appetite big? The blood-desolate beast fruits that great Commander Meng Tian had were indeed with this person. Sir, don't look down on our Luo family. Our Luo family will eat as much as we have. When it comes to business, he is very shrewd and pats his chest as a guarantee. 3 farms, 1 million blood-desolate beast fruits. Big business, really big business. What do you want? 1 million blood-desolate beast fruits would be a huge merit when they returned to the clan. Others might not dare to take the 3 plantations, but the Luo clan wasn't afraid. Furthermore, they had already killed everyone, so no one would know if they took them. I want high-grade body refining techniques. Lin Fei said. The more, the better. A high-grade body refining technique? Luo Zheng was puzzled. You don't have to ask why. Just say it. Lin Fei didn't want to explain. Give me 3 days to prepare. You also know that ordinary body tempering techniques can be found everywhere. As for high-grade ones, every one of them is good stuff. Lin Fei was in no hurry. 3 days of delay was nothing. That's it then. I'll wait for you here in 3 days. Lin Fei left with Shuang. Young master, are you going to eat this big piece of fat meat? Zhang En frowned. He still couldn't figure out this person's background. Meng Tian is dead, and most of the people below are dead. We're just buying things and didn't do anything. There's nothing to be afraid of. Luo Zheng said excitedly. 1 million blood-desolate beast fruits can completely improve my status in the clan. To avoid trouble, let's go back immediately to collect body tempering techniques. Although he didn't know why they needed body tempering techniques, it wasn't difficult for the Luo family to collect body tempering techniques with their business in the infernal realm and the heavenly realms. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. In these 3 days, Lin Fei never left. During this period, the commanders of the infernal realm came to investigate, but Shuang made a move and stopped them, not leaking any information. Master, they're here. Lin Fei actually wanted to see if they had the guts to do so. Fortunately, they didn't disappoint him. Brother Lin, how have you been? I've prepared what you wanted. The young man who came down from the infernal battleship was Luo Zheng. It seems that you know my identity. You're quite bold. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? From the way he addressed him, Lin Fei knew that the other party knew his identity. Business is business. Other things have nothing to do with me. Luo Zheng braced himself and said. Ever since he returned that day, Luo Zheng naturally mobilized people to investigate. After the investigation, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. It turned out that he met Lin Fei, the person who had the great emperor's key. There was even news in the infernal realm that the crown prince of the infernal realm died in the hands of the other party. Under normal circumstances, this kind of big news had to be reported to the clan, and the clan sent out elites. Luo Zheng gave up this idea. According to the outside world, Lin Fei was alone and weak, and the great emperor's key was within his reach. Luo Zheng scolded him directly. Lonely and isolated? Alone and weak? What a joke. He had a heaven stage immortal king by his side to protect him. If the heaven stage immortal king didn't make a move, no matter how many people went, they would all die. Ordinary early heaven stage immortal kings would be courting death if they came. To be protected by a heaven stage immortal king and call him master, Luo Zheng couldn't help but suspect the other party's identity and background. He might even be from a hidden family. Luo Zheng couldn't afford to offend someone with such a background. I hope that you'll be able to kill you. Lin Fei chuckled. Actually, I'm just kidding. Luo Zheng wouldn't believe this sentence. He probably couldn't wait for him to bring people. These are all the body refining techniques I collected. In addition to the hell world, there are also other worlds. It can be said that many of them are famous body refining techniques. For the body refining techniques, Luo Zheng spent a lot of effort and collected a total of 20 body refining techniques, each of which was priceless. Lin Fei opened the storage ring. After looking through it, he was very satisfied. Although there weren't many, there were 20 body refining techniques, and each one was no weaker than the indestructible hell godly body. For example, one of the manuals, the Dark North godly body, contained Dark North frigid chi that could freeze even immortal kings into popsicles. Here you go. The 20 body refining techniques were definitely of a high grade. It could be seen that he had put in a lot of effort. Lin Fei readily took out the blood desolate beast fruit. As for the plantation behind, you can collect it yourself. With the things in hand, Lin Fei turned around and left. Brother Lin, wait. What? What's the matter? Lin Fei stopped. This is my communication talisman. If you need it in the future, just let me know. Luo Zheng took out a communication talisman. Lin Fei didn't want it at first, but on second thought, it was not wrong to keep it. Chapter 981. Lin Fei walked away without a care in the world. The deal was completed just like that. Luo Zheng felt like he was dreaming. Subconsciously, he did not think that the deal could be completed smoothly. It was inevitable that he would have to go through a lot of trouble. In the end, it was beyond his expectations. After collecting the 3 mountains, Luo Zheng realized that he had completed a big deal. Young master, in this cooperation, you have gained a great deal. Zhang An also sighed. In fact, when he came, he was secretly worried. What if the other party attacked? He couldn't stop it. Luo Zheng was a businessman, so he knew this in his heart. The body tempering techniques we collected are indeed not bad. If we want to collect high-grade body tempering techniques, it won't be too much trouble. I have indeed gained a great bargain. The blood desolate beast fruit had not matured yet. As long as it was cultivated, it would be a huge income. From this aspect, Luo Zheng had gained a great deal. Young master, you did a good job just now. People like Lin Fei are not as weak as the rumors say. When the time comes, they will be shocked. Zhang An sneered, when the time comes, they will know that they have provoked a terrible enemy. In view of Lin Fei's identity, young master, it is best not to let outsiders know, lest it causes big trouble. I know this in my heart. Luo Zheng wasn't a fool. After you go back, continue to collect body refining techniques. I want the truly high-grade ones, such as the 10 great body refining techniques of hell. No matter why he did it, we owe him a huge favor. Whoosh hell plane. Under a lake, a figure rushed up and landed on the shore. Finally, I have cultivated the sky-shaking blazing sun divine body. The young man's upper body was naked, and his bright eyes flashed with a touch of pride. This person was Lin Fei, who had left after completing the deal. It had been a full month since then. In this month, Lin Fei cultivated the body refining technique, improving his physical defense power again. In a month, he cultivated 3 body refining techniques, all of which were relatively easy and could barely be regarded as rapid body refining techniques. After practicing 3 body tempering techniques, I can clearly feel that my invincible golden body divine body has improved tremendously. On the black bell in Lin Fei's body, many body tempering techniques were imprinted on it, becoming a part of the bell's body. The rest of the body refining techniques require special requirements. For example, the dark north godly body requires the dark north frigid chi, and the starlight chaotic godly body requires the absorption of space-time turbulence. There's still a long way to go. It won't be too late to cultivate them after I deal with the Eternal Emperor's treasures. Master, where are we going next? Blood Shadow appeared beside him like a ghost. Lin Fei raised his head, and his gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the sky. Boundless killing intent surged out from his eyes. Of course I'm going to meet those reckless fellows. Get out. His divine energy soared by leaps and bounds, almost reaching the limit. Now, there was Blood Shadow beside him, a heaven-ranked immortal king. It was time to get out of here. Go. Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and headed towards the exit of hell. Along the way, all the hell beasts that appeared felt the surging power, and they were so scared that their legs went soft. Not a single one of them dared to come out to obstruct him. I'm finally out. Yellow sand filled the sky above the desert, dancing in the air. When he came out of the passage again, the turbulence could not shake his body. It was not as strong as the first time, when his divine body shook and he felt dizzy. The same yellow sand, the same place. But to Lin Fei, this trip to the hell plane had given him a lot of benefits, and he had gained a powerful combat strength. Did you hear? Lin Fei appeared in the hell plane. How could it be fake? An empire in hell has issued a bounty for Lin Fei's capture. A genius of hell's crown prince died in the hands of Lin Fei, and the entire empire is furious. Now everyone is rushing to the hell plane, afraid of falling behind. In the yellow sand, people appeared in 2s and 3s, and whenever Lin Fei's name was mentioned, they looked especially excited. Look, that person at the entrance looks a bit like Lin Fei. Idiot, he's Lin Fei. Kill. Lin Fei paused for a moment, then his killing intent pierced through the air, followed by the sound of wind whistling. Spatial distortion. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to waste words. He punched at the void, and the space within a radius of hundreds of thousands of li distorted. The immortals who rushed over were all immortal kings, but they were all killed by this move, unable to withstand the power of spatial distortion. This group attack is good, killing to my heart's content. Lin Fei put away the storage ring and flew out. He did not bother to conceal himself at all as he rushed towards the exit. He would never show mercy to those who dared to attack him. Blood Shadow, control your strength at the level of an Earth-rank immortal king. Don't scare them. After that, Lin Fei didn't attack anymore. Blood Shadow took the initiative to attack, killing people in one move. Lin Fei's swaggering appearance quickly caused a commotion in the central Saint region ruins. For more than a month, everyone searched everywhere for Lin Fei's whereabouts, trying to be the first to find him. But in the end, it was to no avail. Lin Fei seemed to have vanished into thin air. Many people suspected that he was seriously injured and died, or that he was killed by someone. All kinds of guesses were going on. Until recently, when the news of Lin Fei killing the Prince of Hell spread, everyone knew that Lin Fei was hiding in the Hell Plane, a dangerous place. Alright, this place is not bad. Blood Shadow's group was very fast, and no one could stop them. Once again, they appeared near the entrance of the space-time turbulence. Master, don't you plan to go out? Blood Shadow was a bloodthirsty killer, and he had no interest in the people he killed along the way. Lin Fei chuckled. Go out? That would be too degrading for me. He planned to make a scene, no matter what, or they would really look down on him. Rise. Near the entrance of the passageway, it was almost a piece of flat land. Lin Fei grabbed with his big hand, and 3 huge mountains, which were thousands of zhang tall, appeared near the entrance of the passageway. Sword intent danced, and in the blink of an eye, there was a line of words on the first mountain. Kill everyone that comes. On the second mountain. Kill every pair that comes. On the third mountain. Sweep everything. The 3 huge mountains were lined up, and the words written with sword intent contained endless killing intent, cutting the void. Master is mighty. Hairball shouted excitedly. The 3 huge mountains were extremely eye-catching, thousands of zhang tall. After they were flattened, they could be seen clearly. Lin Fei grabbed another huge mountain, slashed it with one hand, and sat cross-legged on it. He closed his eyes to rest, ignoring that this was the entrance of the Central Saint region. How many people do you think Master can kill this time? Hairball sat on a huge mountain, and her eyeballs rolled. Of course, kill as many as comes. Master needs to establish his might. Blood's shadow was cold. His personality was cold, and he wouldn't have a second expression. At the entrance of the Central Saint region, the 3 huge mountains were lined up. Everyone came in and saw the arrogant words, and their eyes naturally fell on Lin Fei, who was sitting cross-legged. It's him, Lin Fei. What a domineering tone. Does he really think he's invincible? Let's strike first. In this place, people came and went, and after seeing Lin Fei, they realized that a great opportunity had come. These 3 were all mortal-ranked immortal kings. After they arrived, a gigantic palm descended from the sky and the heads of the 3 mortal-ranked immortal kings were separated from their bodies. Harry Ball rushed down and plundered their interspatial rings. Master, kill a few more, kill a few more. Hairball wanted to see the world in chaos, and she acted ostentatiously while she searched the storage rings for treasures. After killing more than 10 celestial kings, the news spread completely. Outside the Central Saint region. First was the entrance. Usually, a large number of celestials gathered here, and in fact, they were all here for Lin Fei. Lin Fei appeared? Is it true? I was scared to death just now. Lin Fei is on the other side of this passage. Guess what he did? A person who was lucky enough to return was so scared that his face turned pale. Was he killed? Did he leave a corpse behind? Wrong, you're all wrong. That person said in fear, Lin Fei didn't die. He moved 3 mountains here, and there were 3 sentences written on them. Kill as many as you come. Kill as many as you come. Sweep away everything. The person who followed me in just now was stabbed to death by Lin Fei with one finger. Too arrogant. He's courting death, definitely courting death. The people at the entrance were in an uproar. Some people didn't believe it and rushed in. In the blink of an eye, they came out with a changed expression. This news quickly spread out and landed in the hands of the experts who had settled down in the trading area. Good, he's finally willing to come out. In a senfu filled with killing intent, an old man stood up with a sharp gaze. It was the Grand Elder of the Godly Shooting Sect, a late-stage Earth-rank Celestial King. Grand Elder, Lin Fei killed our disciple and stole the Blazing Sun's sacred bow. We must take him down as a warning to others, as well as the Emperor's key. Otherwise, how will people view our Godly Shooting Sect in the future? Gather all the elders and disciples, and follow this old man to capture Lin Fei. At the same time, in another black senfu, a chilling aura seemed to freeze everything. Nether Palace. This was a temporary base of the Nether Palace. The elders on the left and right were all standing, waiting for the person at the head of the table to speak. Ever since Lin Fei killed an inner disciple of their sect, his identity was exposed, and they sent another disciple to hunt him down. Who would have thought that they would fail again? Then, it was said that the Emperor's key was with Lin Fei, and that the person who obtained the key would have the chance to enter the Eternal Emperor's treasure vault. A kid from the lower realm had stirred up a storm, and the entire great metropolis world was thrown into chaos by him. The person who disappeared for more than a month, whom they thought had disappeared, appeared out of nowhere, and boasted. In their eyes, he was nothing but a joke. Chapter 982. Lin Fei had appeared. The news spread like wildfire. 3 domineering words left behind by the 3 mountains had caused a huge uproar. Who does Lin Fei think he is? He dares to say such words. He's courting death. Everyone, let's meet this Lin Fei. If he was somewhere else, we wouldn't be able to find him, but now that he's at the entrance, it's definitely a provocation. Groups of 3 to 5 people scrambled to be the first to enter. After all, Lin Fei was a famous person, and more importantly, he had a great treasure on him. This kind of thing wasn't something that anyone could ignore. The news that kept spreading also caused them to turn pale with fright. Lin Fei had killed many genius disciples, displaying his domineering side. The Passion Monarch has arrived, everyone retreat. The empty valley was like a spirit, a rain of flowers fell from the sky, and a fragrance filled the air, coming from afar. Everyone saw a huge pink bed appear in the sky, surrounded by men and women, as well as a group of bewitching youths lying on the bed. The Passion Immortal King is here. Everyone's expression changed. Ever since this Passion Immortal King arrived, many beautiful fairies from the great metropolis world threw themselves into his arms, causing many people's expressions to change. During this period, many people who admired the goddesses couldn't help but attack and teach him a lesson, but the result was the same, a crushing defeat. The appearance of the Passion Immortal King attracted angry gazes. During this period, no one dared to attack. It was rumored that the Passion Immortal King had the strength of a late-stage Earth rank, and his true combat strength was even more terrifying. Everyone opened up a path, allowing the Passion Immortal King to enter. The genius disciples of the great metropolis world aren't that great, but there are quite a lot of beautiful fairies. On the pink bed, the Passion Immortal King lay among the flowers, full of disdain. Facing these words, no one dared to refute. The Passion Immortal King was too strong. The important thing was the genius disciples from the other great worlds. If they killed him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Bone Dragon, what a huge bone dragon. Not long after the Passion Immortal King entered, dark clouds rolled in the sky, a storm was about to arrive. 9,000 feet long bone dragons flew majestically, bringing with them a shocking aura. Everywhere they passed was filled with an aura of death. The white bone crown prince has also come. Behind the 1,000-zhang long bone dragon was a bronze war chariot. A heavenly deity stood on it, majestic and unmoving. At this moment, he was an unrivaled heavenly deity. The bronze chariot was like a surging torrent. A few people who were slightly slow and dodging were smashed into pieces on the spot. Amorous Immortal King, I smell your aura again. On the bronze war chariot, the white bone crown prince's eyes were cold. And that Lin Fei, what a skill at hiding. The bronze chariot charged into the passageway as if there was no one there. What a powerful white bone crown prince. He can resist the space-time turbulence. 2 geniuses appeared consecutively, causing everyone to sigh in admiration. One was the passionate Immortal King who managed to rope in all the beautiful female immortals, while the other was the white bone crown prince who controlled the bronze war chariot. His attacks were ruthless and merciless. He was invincible in the great metropolis world. Seeing the 2 genius disciples arrive one after the other, they finally realized that there was always someone better out there. Ha ha ha, how could I, Agitai, miss out on such a golden age? Suddenly, the earth trembled. Everyone swayed, almost unable to stand steadily. The weaker ones fell to the ground in a sorry state. A tall and sturdy figure appeared on the horizon. With a single step, he crossed hundreds of thousands of li. The earth constantly trembled, and the extraordinary energy coming from his feet was enough to make them feel apprehensive. Another peerless ferocious person has arrived. His strength isn't inferior to the amorous Immortal King. As Agitai ran, his energy tore through the void. Berserk spatial energy blew down, but he didn't budge in the slightest. In just a few steps, he had entered the passageway. A massive disturbance came from within the passage of the space-time turbulence. Someone used their divine sense to see and paled in fright. This ferocious person had broken through the space-time turbulence and was violently resisting it, causing a huge disturbance. Silence. The entire scene was silent. While everyone was silent, a figure appeared at the mouth of the passage. In the blink of an eye, no one had time to react. It's him, the sea god world's Hai Buodong. I'm rumored to be one of the Eternal Emperor's successors. I can sense the vast energy of the sea on his body. A great battle is about to break out. Soon after, one peerless genius after another appeared, each one able to suppress them. They had cultivated for thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years, but they were still inferior to true peerless geniuses. Dong dong dong, the sound of war drums once more resounded through the air, like a magnificent army was approaching. Wherever the weapons pointed, battle intent soared into the sky. What a terrifying aura! Is he planning to become enemies with the heavens? I know, this person must be that mysterious war sky. Sure enough, a young man wearing black armor and holding a spear slowly walked over. With every step, the heavenly drums continued to beat, and the wind and clouds changed colors. War Sky, you killed my senior brother. Today, you will pay with your life. Hand over your life. Two middle-aged men soared into the sky from the crowd. They were two Earth immortal kings. I heard that this mysterious War Sky killed a peerless genius of the Myriad Saints' Palace. The people of the Myriad Saints' Palace really don't care about their lives. They even sent out two inner court elders. The black-robed young man didn't move at all and continued forward. When the two elders of the 10,000 Saints' Palace came within 100,000 feet of him, they froze in the air. 100,000 feet of light flashed, leaving behind two corpses with their eyes wide open. Instant kill. He killed two Earth immortal kings with one move. No one saw the process. He killed two Earth immortal kings with one move, and they couldn't see any traces of his attack. It was really shocking. Only those with tyrannical strength could vaguely see something. Everyone kept their mouths shut, and their eyes were filled with fear and dread. This was an opponent that they couldn't resist. Those who thought that War Sky didn't live up to his reputation all shut their mouths. There were indeed genius disciples that they couldn't afford to offend in the myriad worlds. To be able to cultivate such a genius disciple, the power behind him must be enormous. This is a rare event that only happens once in 10,000 years. Even if they don't make a move, it's good to watch. Yes, I'm old. With these peerless geniuses making a move, I'm afraid that only a heaven immortal king can suppress them. Hee, do you think it's useful? I'm afraid they have an immortal emperor supporting them. If we kill them, we'll be doomed eternally. They had to admit that this sentence hit the nail on the head. Who dared to compete with an immortal emperor? No one could. No one was willing to. Many Earth immortal kings gave up on making a move. A heaven-defying treasure like the great emperor's key didn't belong to them. Take it? It was a crime to have a treasure. Chapter 983. P.S. To the readers who have subscribed to 880 chapters, Little Ku apologizes. When I posted in the morning, I was stuck on the submit button. I refreshed again and accidentally clicked on the wrong button. I hurriedly deleted it, but it was too late. Sorry for wasting everyone's time. Little Ku is guilty. Please forgive me. Central Sacred Ruins, exit. 3 mountains lined up in a row, looking impressive, thousands of zhang tall, incomparably eye-catching. I'll kill one if one comes. I'll kill two if two come. I'll sweep through everything. The people who came in from the outside immediately saw the 3,000 zhang tall mountain. Obviously, they could not imagine that Lin Fei's tone would be so domineering. Everyone's gazes stopped for a moment, then landed on the black-robed Lin Fei on the 3,000 zhang tall mountain. Calm. Too calm. They had never seen such a calm person before. To be able to remain calm in the face of powerful enemies, 1 in 10,000 people. Under the 3,000 zhang tall mountain, the thick stench of blood forced them to take it seriously. Lin Fei, who was on the tall mountain, was not easy to bully. He did not leave those 3 words on a whim. Instead, it was a genuine display of his ability. Look, the amorous immortal king is here. Look at those peerless fairies, each of them is charming. The white bone crown prince is here too. Look at the bronze war chariot, it's like an ancient holy artifact, any physical body that touches it will immediately shatter. At the exit, there were over 10,000 people gathered. When the amorous immortal king and the others appeared, everyone held their breaths. These genius disciples, each of them had suppressed other genius disciples in the great metropolis heaven, displaying their tyrannical strength. Many old experts also had to avoid them, lest they fail miserably. At this moment, when they saw Lin Fei on the high platform again, he was as calm as before. It was a rare sight. Brother Love, is he Lin Fei? On the large pink bed, a silhouette could be vaguely seen. After so long, he finally appeared. He did not disappoint. The bewitching young man on the bed had one arm around a fairy, his head poking out from her ample bosom. Strong blood chi, an expert that cultivates god force, no wonder he is so calm, he does have some ability. Big brother Qing, do you want us to take him down? He's just a native of a small world. The amorous immortal king said. No rush, no rush. A native of a small world won't be able to play any tricks. 9 3,000-meter-long bone dragons appeared, and the bronze war chariot surged with killing intent. Everyone was thrown off their feet, and no one dared to say anything. You're Lin Fei. The white bone crown prince's gaze was ice cold. His strong killing intent turned into a spear and pierced towards Lin Fei on the high platform. It was unknown if he was trying to probe or if he had other motives. Everyone watched as Lin Fei, who was on the high platform, casually flicked his finger at the long spear. The long spear instantly broke into pieces and disappeared into thin air, while the intense killing intent vanished into thin air. All right, be my opponent if you have what it takes. The boundless killing intent contained the white bone crown prince's understanding of the massacre Tao. For Lin Fei to be able to break this killing intent spear, it proved that he had a certain level of strength. He was someone worth fighting. In the eyes of others, Lin Fei easily broke this attack, as if he was an otherworldly expert. This made people unknowingly raise their speculations. Lin Fei had the strength to contend against them. In fact, all the peerless geniuses, including the sects and forces, had arrived one after another. Only those heaven-stage immortal kings did not appear, as if they did not care about this matter. Everyone knew that with the status of heaven-stage immortal kings, they naturally would not appear so early, as it did not match their status. Unless it was a critical moment, they might show up. Right now, this was a competition between the younger generation. An hour later, Lin Fei opened his eyes, and with a glance, he saw a sea of people with different expressions. Facing such a scene, his expression did not change, and he remained calm. Just based on this mentality, how many people present could reach this level? It's not easy, everyone is here. Lin Fei said with a smile. He stretched out his hand, and between heaven and earth, a 10,000 zhang tall mountain was grabbed from millions of li away, placed in front of him, and with a rumble, the 10,000 zhang tall mountain fell with a majestic aura. Everyone did not know what Lin Fei wanted to do. Lin Fei stretched out his hand, and a line of large words immediately appeared on the 10,000 zhang tall mountain, filled with ancient sword intent. Defeat me, and the key is yours. Whoosh! A majestic emperor's aura was released from something above Lin Fei's head. In front of the emperor's aura, they seemed to become insignificant existences. The emperor's key. That's the emperor's key. How can Lin Fei have a key like the emperor's key? Seeing the emperor's key, everyone was excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They could not wait to rush up and snatch the emperor's key, and take it for themselves. Snatch it. Lin Fei, die. With a precious treasure in front of them, no one could hide their desire. Many immortal kings could not suppress their desire, regardless of the consequences. and tried to snatch the Emperor's key. Courting death. The Emperor's key is not something a bunch of natives like you can covet. There was no need for Lin Fei to make a move. The peerless geniuses did not hesitate to rush up and attack first. In their eyes, these peerless geniuses were all ants. The white bone crown prince's 9 bone dragons roared, flipped up and down, and charged into the crowd, biting off half of an immortal king's body. With a swing of the dragon's tail, the immortal kings exploded one after another. Each of the bone dragons had the strength of an earth-rank immortal king, and 9 of them were no weaker than a heaven-rank immortal king. As for the amorous immortal king, the peerless celestial maidens turned into a grand formation, summoning a peerless war goddess, as if she was invincible, instantly killing a group of people. Hai Budong of the sea god world unleashed a vast ocean, turning into a giant whale that swallowed over 100 immortals in a single gulp. The other geniuses were no exception. Their attacks were ruthless, and the immortal kings and zenith golden immortals fell one after another. Those who did not make a move were drenched in cold sweat, and their scalps went numb. In just a short period of time, 4,000 to 5,000 experts had fallen, forming a river of blood below. Seeing this scene, the crowd realized how terrifying it was. Those who did not make a move were secretly glad that they did not make a move, otherwise, they would have become one of them. After a group of people died, they completely gave up on the idea of competing for the Emperor's key. The Emperor's key was not something they could compete for. If they wanted to compete for the Emperor's key, they would have to defeat these peerless geniuses first. Many people were even more impressed by Lin Fei's scheming. A single Emperor's key was enough to make them lose control of themselves, using a borrowed knife to kill others. For a moment, everyone gave up on the idea of making a move. Amazing, truly amazing. Lin Fei, the ants have been wiped out. Can you hand over the Emperor's key now? The white bone crown prince stood on the bronze chariot and said condescendingly. Thank you, everyone, for taking action and eliminating this group of wishful thinking. Lin Fei said with a smile, I believe everyone wants a treasure like the Emperor's key. However, I only have one with me, and it's not convenient for you to divide it among yourselves. I've thought of an idea, each of you hand over a treasure, and you can fight with me. The winner will take it. Lin Fei's suggestion gave them a huge shock. Bai Budong sneered, Lin Fei, you're just a zenith golden immortal. At most, you have some strength. Do you think you're qualified to do such a thing? Lin Fei looked over, who are you? I'm Bai Budong, the successor of the Eternal Emperor. Do you think I'm qualified? Bai Budong put his hands behind his back, looking arrogant. His identity as the successor of the Eternal Emperor gave him the right to speak. Successor? Successor my ass, you're a disgrace to the Eternal Emperor. If you have the ability, don't try to snatch the Emperor's key. Lin Fei cursed. He waved his hand, and the Emperor's key fell into his hand. The surrounding space exploded. Do you believe that I won't destroy the Emperor's key? You dare. As a member of the imperial family, Bai Budong had never been insulted or even threatened. There's nothing I don't dare to do. Lin Fei laughed, what do you guys think? Hai Pa, put away your smelly attitude. If the Emperor's key is destroyed, I'll be the first to kill you. The white bone crown prince glared at him with boundless killing intent. Hai Pa Dong waved his sleeves and harumphed coldly. He didn't dare to speak anymore. As one of the successors of the Eternal Emperor, he was afraid that the Emperor's key would be destroyed. He was afraid of the white bone crown prince, so he placed all his resentment on Lin Fei. I think this method is pretty good. The amorous immortal king was the first to speak. We are all geniuses of the universe. If we can defeat Lin Fei, we'll be superior. The white bone crown prince said. I, Agutai, like people like you. A man is straightforward. When the time comes, I'll definitely leave your corpse intact, ha 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 ha. No one dared to refute the peerless geniuses. Just as they said, they were all geniuses of the universe and had their own pride. They couldn't fight over the Emperor's key together. A fair challenge would satisfy their appetites. They were all geniuses, so there was no point in fighting each other. It was better to use a different method. Whoever obtained the Emperor's key from Lin Fei would be the most powerful. For more than a month, they had been searching for Lin Fei's whereabouts without any results, so they naturally believed that Lin Fei was not ordinary. Snatching the Emperor's key from Lin Fei was of great significance. Once they returned, their reputation in the circle would become even more resounding. Using this to attack others could be considered a kind of achievement. Who would go first? Since Lin Fei was putting on such a show, he definitely had some ability. Little bastard, you killed someone from our godly shooting sect. Today, you will pay with your blood. Someone had already rushed out, followed by a group of people. It was the godly shooting sect's Grand Elder. He had decisively chosen to attack. Someone from a small sect? Fine. Let's test Lin Fei's foundation first. Although a peerless genius was powerful and could kill the infernal crown prince, he naturally had his own methods and would not blindly attack. Chapter 984. Dean, when are we going to show ourselves? That godly shooter thinks too highly of himself. At the exit of the central divine region ruins. In the void. A group of people was standing on the sacred light plate, looking down at the situation below. Su Yi said to an old man beside him. His face was filled with anger. Although a godly shooter had some background, any elder would be angry if he did not take the saint of their Elysium seriously. In fact, it was not just Su Yi who was angry. All the elders beside him were also furious. Lin Fei is indeed someone that our Elysium Emperor admires. Facing the geniuses of the myriad heavens, he is calm in the face of danger. What a good scheme. Greenwood Immortal King was a vice-dean of the Elysium Academy. His strength had long reached the heaven stage Immortal King realm, but he rarely showed himself. Once one reached the heaven stage, they would either go into seclusion or search for their own fortune to break through to the Immortal Emperor realm. When the elders saw that Greenwood Immortal King was not anxious, they were startled. Although they were shocked by Lin Fei's strength, they were not confident at all. Any of the geniuses below could completely suppress them, and Lin Fei was merely a great principal golden immortal, but his battle prowess was at the peak of the Immortal King realm. Greenwood Immortal King smiled. Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. Not just anyone can touch the saint of our Elysium Academy. Lin Fei must have his considerations for putting on such a show. We just need to watch. If we really can't win, this old man will naturally take action. I will not let anyone harm our Academy's geniuses. The elders were relieved. Just because Lin Fei was the saint of the Elysium Academy and stirred up the waters of the great metropolis, the Elysium Academy had to protect him and invite Greenwood Immortal King. In fact, there were not only Heaven Stage Immortal Kings hiding in the void. There were also other Heaven Stage Immortal Kings present. They had concealed themselves very well. He is Lin Fei? Arrogant indeed. He only knows how to play some petty tricks. In another part of the void, on a black throne, a black-cloaked man sat on a golden horse and a saber. A cold wind blew around him, and beside the throne stood an old servant. Yes, he is the Lin Fei that Master wants to capture. At the side, the old servant gritted his teeth. This fellow is sinister and cunning. If it wasn't for the fact that he almost fell for it, enough, blood thrall. The middle-aged man snorted coldly and stopped the blood slave from continuing. You can't even handle a puny golden celestial of the great all-embracing heaven, and you're an earth-rank celestial king. The middle-aged man snorted coldly again. You're a disgrace to our lord. The blood thrall was not convinced and dared not utter a word. Father, he is Lin Fei, the person who saved our lives. Shi Tianchong and the others were currently standing on a layer of clouds. A screen appeared in front of them, allowing them to clearly see the situation below. Hot-blooded and hot-blooded, Tyrant Lion said coolly. With just a few tricks, he's managed to dissuade everyone from ganging up on him. He's gotten rid of the first problem. Shi Tianchong, the Sky Fox Saintess, and Tai Yi were all here. They were very worried about Lin Fei below. Especially when the godly archer came looking for them, Tai Yi was already furious. What a group of shameless fellows. Father, you have to save Lin Fei. Shi Tianchong begged his father. As a father, Lion Tyrant rarely saw his son beg him, and he smiled as he said, "Don't worry about a few godly shooters. Since he saved you, your father will naturally make a move. However, this is not the time." In the great metropolis world, godly archers were only average in scale. Even so, with their exquisite archery, they had made a name for themselves, and no one dared to look down on them. Everyone knew the reason why the godly archers wanted to deal with Lin Fei. It was normal for them to be impatient and ready to take action. Lin Fei raised his eyelids. You godly archers aren't qualified for me to take action. Blood Shadow, send them to hell, don't leave a single one alive. Arrogant. They wanted to take advantage of the situation and take down Lin Fei in exchange for benefits. Who would have thought that Lin Fei didn't care at all, and sent a subordinate to deal with them? Don't worry, Master. I promise not a single one will be spared. Immediately, everyone saw a 30-meter-tall giant walk down from the sky. The godly archer was furious. He was a late-stage Earth-ranked immortal king, and he had condensed 2 nomological laws. Sending a subordinate to deal with him? How could there be such a thing? Die. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The godly archer was enraged. With a wave of his hand, a large bow glowing with starlight appeared in his hand. This was his famous Starlight Great Sun Bow. One on the left and one on the right, 2 complete nomological laws transformed into bows and arrows, which shot toward the 30-meter-tall giant. That giant is doomed. The godly archer is indeed strong. I wonder how that person will block it. No one thought that the Blood Shadow giant could block it. The godly archer was quite famous, and his archery was quite famous. Coupled with the Saint Treasure Bow, his archery was sharp, and ordinary immortal kings wouldn't be able to block it. This is it. The Blood Shadow was 30 meters tall, and he used his physical body to block it. 2 arrows landed on his body, and sparks flew everywhere, shocking everyone. Block it with his physical body? In that moment of hesitation, Blood Shadow charged forward, arriving in front of the first elder and punching him. That elder didn't even get a chance to make a sound before exploding. Blood Shadow's palm slammed into the other elder's body, causing half of his body to disappear. Everyone saw a ferocious tiger with the strength of an earth rank. Its physical defense was strong and its divine strength was unparalleled. It slaughtered the godly sect elders. Even though the grand elder of the godly sect had activated his immortal force, he still couldn't do anything to the tiger. The tiger's physical body was like an iron wall that couldn't be broken. You dare to go against my master? Is that all you've got? The Blood Shadow didn't think much of it. He smashed the elder with a punch and snatched away the Saint Treasure Bow, leaving the crowd sighing. From the beginning to the end, the Blood Shadow's strength was completely suppressed to that of an earth-ranked immortal king. Even so, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Invincible below the heaven stage? This kind of thought couldn't be helped. Those in the earth-ranked immortal king realm felt a chill in their hearts. They didn't think that they could fight against this 30-meter-tall giant. Master, this is his treasure bow. The Blood Shadow returned and handed over the Saint Treasure Bow. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but guess the origin of this Lin Fei. If a subordinate was so strong, then the master shouldn't be too weak, right? What a good Lin Fei, a native who ascended from the lower realm. Isn't he afraid of being laughed at? Do you remember being chased by someone? Chased by someone? Everyone looked back and saw a group of black-clothed people with 9 nether-cold chi. The surrounding temperature seemed to have dropped, forcing people to use their immortal energy to resist. The people from the Netherworld Palace are here. Chapter 985. The people from the Nether Palace are here was no less than a piece of heavy news. One of the top 10 forces in the great metropolis world. The previous godly shots couldn't compare to the Nether Palace at all. Any disciple from the Nether Palace could easily sweep all the genius disciples in the great metropolis world. Any Earth-stage celestial king could kill the entire sect. Fear. Boundless fear. The Nether Palace represented a supreme force. How could the top 10 forces of the great metropolis world not be shocked? Did that brat Lin Fei toy with the fairies of the Nether Palace? In a certain corner, a certain someone stuck his head out and peeked at the beautiful fairy in the sky with a malicious gaze. It was none other than Gao Shisan. He hid in the crowd and looked extremely wretched. The Ice Fairy is one of the beauties on the beauty list. If the Nether Palace wants her to make a move, Lin Fei will suffer. Gao Shisan thought. A white lotus bloomed beneath the Ice Fairy. Her body emitted an otherworldly aura, and the area around her instantly turned into ice. Everything was frozen. Some geniuses tried to see her, but the cold aura attacked and froze them into ice sculptures. They fell from the sky and shattered into pieces. Even their Yuanshan couldn't escape. The Ice Fairy released the aura of the laws and froze a large number of genius disciples to death. No one dared to approach, and the surrounding area became empty. Sister, are you looking for me? Lin Fei smiled mischievously. You came all the way to find me. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Everyone thought that after hearing about the Nether Palace, Lin Fei couldn't help but panic. Who would have thought that he would tease the Ice Fairy of the Nether Palace? They were dumbfounded. He was too bold. The Ice Fairy had long heard of Lin Fei's despicable character. She reached out and a long whip made of cold energy lashed out. Her casual attack contained the condensed laws, shocking everyone. Don't lose your temper. Lin Fei chuckled. No matter how one looked at them, they looked like a young couple flirting with each other. He flicked his finger at the cold whip without dodging. The cold whip lashed down, and the cold air assaulted his left hand, affecting the circulation of his qi and blood. This woman is quite something. With a jolt of divine power, the cold air was unable to enter. Lin Fei flicked his finger on the cold air whip and divine power surged into it. The sound of popping beans could be heard as the whip returned to its original owner. Damn it! The Ice Fairy waved her hand and dispersed it. Even so, the divine power shook, and the lotus under her feet exploded. Ice Fairy or whatever, don't casually attack me. I won't show any mercy next time. Lin Fei shook his head. You should know that I have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. If you want to fight with me, I'm sorry, but you have to take out a treasure first. With just one move, even if the Ice Fairy didn't use her full strength, she could see that Lin Fei's strength was not ordinary. The Ice Fairy laughed coldly. What a shameless Lin Fei. He could even think of such a method. Fine. Didn't you want treasures? I can afford it. Originally, the Ice Fairy wanted to teach Lin Fei a lesson and take him away. With the Nether Palace's power, they didn't fear them. At worst, they would share some benefits, and they wouldn't dare to say anything. As one of the top 10 forces, the Nether Palace naturally couldn't arrange for a Heaven Stage Immortal King to attack. Once they did, the other Heaven Stage Immortal Kings would also fight. This is 100,000 years cold ice marrow, a treasure. Once activated, everything within 1,000,000 miles will be frozen. It can suppress an Earth Stage Immortal King, or even an early Heaven Stage Immortal King. A piece of ice appeared in the Ice Fairy's jade-like hand. This piece of ice was covered with restrictions. Even so, everyone subconsciously shivered. A priceless treasure. The Nether Palace can afford a treasure. The White Bone Crown Prince said casually. A piece of 100,000 years cold ice marrow was the essence. Once activated, it could be used to kill enemies. 100,000 years cold ice marrow? Just a so-so, barely enough. Lin Fei wasn't too interested in this. The other party was from the Nether Palace, and this woman wanted his life the moment she appeared. She didn't come with good intentions. The Ice Fairy placed the 100,000 years cold ice marrow not far from the Great Emperor Qi. Lin Fei's words made the Ice Fairy roll her eyes. Ice marrow, 100,000 years old. Do you know what it is? Great Ice World. A large plate of holy light flew out from behind the Ice Fairy, and it was as white as jade. A wave of cold air covered the heavens and earth as it descended. Starting from around Lin Fei, the space around him started to freeze, and the ground turned into ice. The ice fairy's strength is terrifying. The space is filled with the laws of ice. If an immortal king enters, he will be frozen into a popsicle. No matter how strong his body is, he won't be able to withstand this kind of ice technique. The ice fairy, an earth immortal king, had a combat strength that left everyone in the dust. The power of the laws she grasped belonged to the domineering type. The difference was obvious. Ice fairy, your ice has no effect on me. Just as everyone was doubting, Lin Fei rushed out of the space with a majestic gait. Under the fist light, a large patch of ice shattered, and he broke the formation with brute force. Great ice formation. The ice fairy moved again. Pillars of ice soared into the sky. A total of 18 pillars formed a formation, trapping Lin Fei inside. The formation rotated, and strands of laws of ice turned into ice dragons that filled the sky. There were no less than 100,000 of them. Humph, you're just a guy from the lower realm. How can you understand the power of the great ice formation? I heard that your body is strong. Let's see how you block this great ice formation. Sooner or later, you will become an ice sculpture. The ice fairy said proudly. Everyone could see how terrifying this formation was. When one's body was invaded by the power of laws, there was no way to reverse the situation. This woman is so cruel. None of the people from the Nether Palace are good people. Lin Fei was in the formation, not panicking. She wants to freeze me into an ice sculpture. Break for me. Lin Fei's body rose, and the domineering god-killing fist, 100 tremors, punched at the great ice formation. Bang, bang, bang. The ice fairy's formation was extraordinary, but it was far inferior to Lin Fei's divine power. One explosion after another, the pillars of ice were shattered. The formation is broken. The 18 pillars of ice collapsed, and Lin Fei walked out like a god. He was not injured at all. He grabbed with his 5 fingers. The fourth move, spatial distortion. Crash. Chapter 986. Spatial distortion. Killing God Tyrannical Fist's fourth move. This was a powerful attack borrowed from the experts of the Hell World. This spatial distortion was supported by Lin Fei's supreme divine power. The Ice Fairy's laws were tyrannical, and her physical cultivation was far inferior to her opponents. Other than Shen power experts, if they encountered this move, they would definitely die. Ruthlessly killing a flower. My fairy. Lin Fei, this guy, he said he was protective of the fairer sex, but in the blink of an eye, he killed a delicate fairy on the beauty ranking. There was no lack of admirers in the crowd. Seeing Lin Fei kill the Ice Fairy, the goddess in their hearts was completely enraged, and their killing intent soared into the sky. Bastard! You killed our goddess, pay with your life. You dare to kill a fairy on the beauty ranking? God and man are angered, I will take revenge for the fairy. 3 young people rushed out of the crowd. They took out the holy light plate behind them and forcefully crushed over. They didn't use any moves, after all. The holy light plate was also an attack. Sigh, Lin Fei lightly sighed, if you want to see your goddess, I will be a kind person and send you down to meet her. Lin Fei casually waved his hand, and the enraged holy light plates were sent flying. Space twisted, and the 4 dragons were killed. They were so weak that they couldn't even withstand a single blow, and they went off to chase after their goddess. See, I am such a good person. Lin Fei looked around, whoever wants to be with the goddess, feel free to make a move. I will send you on your way for free. Kind my ass. Many people didn't dare to look at him, and they cursed Lin Fei countless times in their hearts. The beautiful fairy of Nether Palace was killed just like that, angering man and God. His methods were outrageous. They wouldn't kill a delicate beauty unless it was under special circumstances. After all, it was a beautiful scene. Lin Fei put away the ice marrow. He had vented his anger by killing the fairy of Nether Palace. As for revenge? What was there to worry about? Alright, whoever wants to spar with me, come up. After killing the ice fairy, no one dared to underestimate Lin Fei anymore. This brat was able to break the ice grand formation. His fleshly body must be extraordinarily strong. He could kill a few immortal kings with a wave of his hand. It wasn't worth it for a dead woman. Allow me. Among the crowd, a young man exuded a scholarly aura. I am a disciple of the crafting sect, Jin Wuya. Jin Wuya revealed his background the moment he stepped forward. Brother Lin, your godly strength is amazing. I admit that I am inferior to you. I am more proficient in array formations. Does Brother Lin have the guts to come in and give it a try? Formation? Interesting. Lin Fei did not refuse. Jin Wuya waved his hand and numerous formation flags flew out. The sky darkened, covering the sun as a formation was formed. This formation is the Big Dipper Great Formation. It's in harmony with the heavens and earth. He took out another treasure. This is a space-time teleportation array that I created. After setting up this array, it can teleport you 10 million miles away. Can it be considered a treasure? You're right. When the crowd heard the name of this formation, they all recognized the background of this person. Jin Wuya, an immortal from the crafting sect who was proficient in array formations. He was proficient in setting up formations to kill his enemies. Setting up formations was a piece of cake for him. In the great metropolis world, he was one of the few experts in array formations. Brother Lin, please. Lin Fei walked into the Big Dipper Great Formation. Jin Wuya sat down cross-legged as the formation started to revolve. The sun and moon moved through the heavens and the rivers flowed through the earth as a terrifying aura radiated forth, causing everyone to feel trepidation. What an idiot. Jin Wuya's formation contained killing intent within. Who would dare to enter? Upon seeing Lin Fei taking the initiative to enter the formation, many people silently regretted. Why couldn't they think of such a method? Walking right into a trap, where else could they find such a good thing? Affectionate Gidge, do you think that Lin Fei would be able to walk out? The female in the embrace of the amorous immortal king turned her gaze onto the formation. This Big Dipper Great Formation has over 100 formations within a formation. Each of them is extremely dangerous and this Jin Wuya is one of them. I believe that Lin Fei would be able to walk out. Jin Wuya's name was extremely famous in the great metropolis world. Using formations to attack was extremely rare. Once one was trapped, one would have no choice but to be blinded. Jin Wuya sat cross-legged on the holy light plate, unceasingly controlling the Big Dipper Great Formation. He used all sorts of profound techniques, causing the eyes of everyone to be dazzled. You've lost. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated as everything returned to normal. Lin Fei walked out from the formation unscathed, causing everyone to exchange glances of dismay. This was a formation that could trap even heaven-ranked immortal kings. How could Lin Fei walk out unscathed? Did they just see a ghost? Brother Lin is an expert, I admit that I am inferior to you. Jin Wuya kept the formation. I hope that in the future, I would have the chance to spar with Brother Lin again. After leaving behind these words, he turned and departed. Even Jin Wuya's formation was unable to trap Lin Fei. Lin Fei smiled bitterly in his heart as he thought to himself, this Jin Wuya's formation is truly shocking. With more than 100 formations linked together, there are formations within formations. No matter how strong my physical body is, it will still be very difficult for me to break out of the formation. Lin Fei, let me spar with you. The fluctuations of the sea finally moved. The vast ocean behind him surged with waves, wanting to drown the entire great thousand world. He actually took a step out, already impatient and wanted to make the first move. This is sea god water, a divine item left behind by the sea god many years ago. It has the effect of cleansing the fleshly body and is one of the supreme treasures of our sea god world. Good stuff. Lin Fei could feel the miraculous effects of that azure blue water droplet. Of course it's good stuff. I'm just afraid that you won't have the life to collect it. Hai Dongpa laughed loudly. The sea god trident in his hand slashed forward. Take my move, riding the wind and breaking the waves. The sea god trident itself was a peak-level sage weapon, not far from a low-grade immortal weapon. When it slashed out, with the power of the sage weapon, only a huge blue wave was left in the sky. It was a majestic sight. Hai Dongpa casually slashed out, his battle prowess was terrifying. Even those earth-ranked immortal kings had to admit that they were inferior to him. The experts of the great worlds were indeed outstanding. Facing this wave, Lin Fei was unmoved like a mountain. His eyes were filled with battle intent. This was a true expert, an attack that contained the power of 40 million dragons. Body explosion style. Lin Fei punched out, landing on the shocking wave. A total of 45 million dragons exploded from within the wave. He broke through this attack in one move. Lin Fei indeed has the strength of an earth-ranked expert. Freak, too freakish. Breaking the opponents, riding the wind and breaking the waves with a single punch. From today onwards, no one would dare to underestimate Lin Fei. Hai Dongpo's first move failed. The sea god trident continued to slash out, creating hundreds of shocking waves. Each wave was comparable to an earth-ranked immortal king. Eternal instant. The shocking waves surged over. Hai Dongpo waved his hand and unleashed an eternal emperor's innate ability. At this moment, the entire world fell silent. This is my killing move. Lin Fei, just admit defeat? Hai Dongpo laughed loudly. Chapter 987. Not good, junior apprentice brother Lin is in danger. In the air, Su Yi exclaimed. Hai Dong used the Eternal Emperor's Eternal Instant ability. Time completely stopped, but the range wasn't so large that they could still feel it. Deputy Principal Greenwood didn't know much about Lin Fei. At most, what he knew came from the outside world. Some were good, some were bad. After seeing him today, his impression of him had changed. Junior apprentice brother Lin Fei was a hot-blooded man. In such a situation, there might not be anyone in the college who could do it so well. Deputy Principal Greenwood had killed people like flies. He worshipped the principle that fists were the most important. He killed a fairy from the Netherworld Palace in front of everyone. Even back then, he might not have had the courage to do so. Don't worry, junior apprentice brother Lin Fei will be fine. Even the Ice Fairy's ice power can't break through his defense. Hai Dong's attack is domineering, but it might not succeed. Deputy Principal Greenwood was very calm. In the sky below, towering waves filled with the aura of the sea. Everyone felt like they were in a vast ocean. Facing that ocean, they felt a sense of helplessness. Lin Fei, die. The Emperor's inheritance belongs to me, the great Hai Dong. Hai Dong had already predicted that Lin Fei would have a strong physical body. His first attack was just a test. Only now did he use his true killing move. Boom! Eternal Instant was the Eternal Emperor's great ability. It was an Emperor-level ability. Hai Dong used an Emperor-level ability. Its power wasn't at the true Eternal Instant, but it was enough to deal with Lin Fei. He could stop for 3 breaths. The sea god trident was like a towering mountain crushing down on Lin Fei's body. The towering waves also drowned him in the sea. Is he dead? Everyone stuck their heads out. This move was too terrifying. Anyone who faced it would die without a doubt. Hai Dong was astute. He took the chance to use his true killing move. No one could defend against this move. Hai Dong, this move of yours is not bad. Lin Fei's voice spread out from within the attack. Immediately, a young man walked out, coughing blood. He was in a sorry state as he walked out from the tyrannical attack. Eternal Instant. The ripples in the sea clearly hesitated, and in that moment of hesitation, Lin Fei also unleashed the Eternal Moment, an almighty divine ability of an Eternal Emperor. Eternal Light Shroud. What? Lin Fei is also the great sovereign's successor? Very few people knew about this, so they were naturally surprised. The successor of the great emperor? No wonder he was so awesome. The eternal power shrouded the area, and the waves of the sea were restrained by the power of the divine ability. Now it's my turn. Lin Fei slapped down with his palm, using the power of 70 million dragons. The shock waves of the sea were restricted and forced into the ground. The Fantian seal was activated, turning into a boundless mountain that pressed down. The ground continuously trembled, and one mountain after another collapsed. This sea god trident is not bad, I want it. After the Fantian seal slammed down, Lin Fei stretched out his hand and the sea god trident landed in his hand. Another top-grade saint artifact. He rejoiced inwardly. Fortunately, he had cultivated a few body-refining techniques and was able to resist the attack of a top-grade saint artifact. If it was his original body, he would definitely be heavily injured. Ah, let me up. Beneath the Fantian seal, the ripples in the sea roared. Eternal instant passed, and an endless mountain pressed down on him, causing him to spit out large mouthfuls of blood. He was in a sorry state. Even if he used all his strength, he still couldn't escape. Only then did he know how serious the situation was. Hearing the sound of the ripples, the result was obvious. Everyone's gazes fell on the endless mountain. What background did Lin Fei have? He had taken out a top-grade saint artifact that was not inferior to the sea god trident. Even the ripples in the sea couldn't escape. Lin Fei put away the Fantian seal. The ripples in the sea roared and rushed out. The heaven-flipping seal smashed down from the sky once again. The ripples in the sea cried out and smashed into the ground once more. Lin Fei, you bastard, you shameless bastard. The ripples in the sea were suppressed like this. His body was almost flattened, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He cursed Lin Fei for being a bastard. Lin Fei slapped his head. I'm sorry, this saint artifact hasn't been in my hands for long. I haven't refined it for long, so I'm not too comfortable with it. Come out, I promise nothing will happen this time. Everyone rolled their eyes. Was that even possible? The Fantian seal was put away once more. This time, the ripples in the sea were extremely fast, and he even took out a dark green fish scale. This time, it was a tragedy again. Hearing Lin Fei's "Aya" sound, the Fantian seal suppressed it once more. When it reached the ground, the ripples in the sea caused the flesh to explode into a ball. This thing isn't easy to control. Lin Fei shook his head and put away the Fantian seal once more. At least he hadn't made a mistake. After using the Fantian seal 3 times in a row, the ripples in the sea were completely suppressed, and his body was smashed to pieces. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. His body collapsed, and he recovered once more. His complexion was much worse than before. Hurry up and return my sea god trident. The ripples in the sea had lost too miserably. Everything he had learned had been smashed by the Fantian seal. Although he didn't specialize in cultivating his divine body, and his divine body wasn't bad, he still couldn't withstand a mountain like the other party. This was simply asking for his life. Boom! The Fantian seal once again landed on the ripples in the sea, causing him to spit out blood and hover between life and death. You want the sea god trident? Do you think that's possible? Lin Fei stood on the Fantian seal. His divine power surged, causing the ripples in the sea to cry out for mercy. Brother Lin, you and I are both sovereign's inheritors, so why must you be so ruthless? Everything can be discussed. Can I redeem it? The ripples in the sea cursed Lin Fei inwardly. He didn't know where this bastard had found such a saint artifact, but his own body wasn't strong enough. After collapsing once, his endurance was declining, and his origin energy was affected. 1 month from now. Lin Fei forcefully sealed the sea god trident with his energy. When the time comes, I'll hold an auction, and the highest bidder wins. You have to come early, otherwise your treasure will change owners. Pfft! The ripples in the sea spat out a mouthful of blood. Fury filled his heart, and he wanted to slap Lin Fei to death. Auction? This was the sea god world, a treasure of the imperial sea. You want to use it for an auction? Many people from the great metropolis celestial world had come. After hearing this, they all remembered it in their hearts. This was a treasure that could increase one's combat strength. If it really could be auctioned, then they had to give it a try. The ripples in the sea appeared once more. He clenched his teeth. Lin Fei, you have guts. Hairball, put away the sea god trident. Lin Fei tossed Neptune's trident to Furball. Right before everyone's eyes, Furball made a grabbing motion with his little hand, and Neptune's trident disappeared, leaving everyone looking at each other in dismay. An expert who comprehended the space laws? To be able to take away the trident without leaving behind any fluctuations, if this wasn't the space laws, then what could it be? They couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Benefactor Lin, this old monk is right. I wonder if you can return the divine talisman to this old monk? 2 monks descended from the sky. Buddhist radiance illuminated the world. Buddhist masters had arrived. Great monk benevolent, long time no see. I missed you. Lin Fei smiled. If you hadn't given me the divine talisman, how could I have my current achievements? You don't want the divine talisman? Fine, catch. Lin Fei casually tossed the Fantion seal over, suppressing the great monk benevolent into the ground. Chapter 988. The great monk merciful was famous. No one expected that Lin Fei would smash him into the ground with one move. Savage. Everyone said the same thing. The immortal king who thought he was stronger than Lin Fei didn't dare to make a sound. Perhaps other than those old geezers, such as peerless geniuses, who would dare to say they could defeat Lin Fei. Competing in formations? Even Jin Wuya, a formation expert from the weapon refining sect, admitted his inferiority. Hai Budong from the sea god realm didn't dare to make a sound after dropping his trident. It was only natural that the great monk merciful would be smashed into the ground by someone. Benefactor Lin, don't you think you went too far? Another Buddha, Miao Lingzi, said in a low voice. Did I? Lin Fei said seriously, everyone heard it. He wanted to say the talisman. I gave it to him out of goodwill, but he couldn't hold it. Am I to be blamed? The Fantion seal flew out and landed in his hand again. The great monk merciful had an invincible golden body, but this Fantion seal tore his kasaya. He was in a sorry state. Benefactor Lin, I'm impressed after not seeing you for 3 days. The great monk merciful said this, but his heart wasn't calm. He cursed Lin Fei 100 times. His old bones didn't feel good. He was extremely fearful of the Fantion seal in Lin Fei's hand. You're too polite. Lin Fei played with the Fantion seal. Then I wonder if the great monk still wants the talisman in my hand? The great monk merciful was only an earth immortal king. With one hit from the Fantion seal, he lost all face. He was afraid that Lin Fei would attack again and smash him into the ground. He hurriedly said, this item is fated with Benefactor Lin. How would this old monk dare to accept it? Everyone thought that the Buddhist experts were amazing, but after one hit from the Fantion seal, their attitudes changed dramatically. They couldn't help but sigh. Seeing that his senior brother Miao Lingzi was about to make a move, Great Monk Mercy quickly pulled him aside. Senior brother Miao Lingzi, Lin Fei isn't a simple person. Junior brother's divine talisman has been completely fused with him to refine this seal. We can't fight it head-on. The Great Monk Merciful had suffered losses before, so even if he was furious, with the Fantion seal in his hand, it would be enough to crush him. He was afraid that his senior brother Miao Lingzi would fall for it. Miao Lingzi clasped his hands together. Thank you for the reminder, junior apprentice brother. I nearly broke my vows. Why don't we wait and see first? Good. Of the 2 eminent monks of the Buddhist sects, one was suppressed, and the other was no longer making a move. This made everyone sigh. Lin Fei was indeed a savage person. Even the eminent monks of the Buddhist sects did not dare to act on their own. I didn't think that Lin Fei would be able to raise his strength to such a level in just a month. Even the eminent monks of the Buddhist sects are beginning to fear him and dare not make a move against him anymore. A black-clothed woman in the crowd raised her head and looked at Lin Fei in the sky. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a cold light. If we had used our full strength back then, we would have definitely captured him. The Divine Palace's elder Qing shook his head. He had missed a great opportunity. The person who had chased him back then now stood at an extremely high position and needed to raise his head to look up at him. Whether it was the people of the Divine Palace or the others, all of them felt a sense of helplessness. Lin Fei had already formed momentum, and once his momentum formed, it was difficult to suppress him. I want to compete in divine strength with you. A giant, bare-chested man wrapped in simple beast hide appeared. His muscles bulged, and he was brimming with berserk strength. As he strode forward, the void immediately collapsed. When this giant man walked out, everyone felt like he was a mountain that they could not climb, as if he could kill them with a single punch. Agutai is finally going to attack. This giant man was Agutai, a pure strength-type expert. Agutai had appeared in the great metropolis heavens. When he attacked, he relied on his pair of iron fists. The so-called genius disciples would not last more than 10 punches in front of his iron fists before being defeated. Iron fists were synonymous with Agutai. Competing in divine strength, I like it. Lin Fei licked his lips. He didn't need to look to know that this person's divine strength was incredible. Agutai took out a treasure, a fruit the size of a fist. It exuded a heroic aura. This is a sacred fruit of our great universe, the heavenly origin sacred fruit. Only 10 of them are born every 1 million years, and they contain boundless divine strength. This sacred fruit contains boundless divine strength. Lin Fei did not use his divine sense. The divine power in his body was restless, and he had to forcefully suppress it. He was shocked that such a fruit existed in this world. For this heavenly origin sacred fruit, I, Lin Fei, will use my full strength. The great heavenly origin sacred fruit shocked many people. Those who were knowledgeable all recognized this young man's origins. Extraordinary, it was truly an extraordinary item. A supreme treasure. After consuming the heavenly origin sacred fruit, one can increase their divine strength by several million, or even 10 million dragons. Reaching the heavens in a single step. Damn, it can't be that fierce, right? Who doesn't eat it and immediately increase their divine strength? The heavenly origin sacred fruit contains boundless divine strength, but that doesn't mean that everyone can contain surging divine strength. Body explosion is the most common. Everyone cried out in alarm. Reaching the heavens in a single step, but when they heard about body explosion, they were left dumbfounded. Agutai's eyes flickered with fighting spirit. He took 3 steps forward, his aura rising with each step. Divine power runes danced around his body. I, Agutai, have had peerless divine strength since childhood. No one has ever surpassed me in terms of divine strength. I hope that you won't disappoint me. A large number of black divine power runes flew into the sky, covering the entire sky. They formed a massive hammer that contained immense divine power. He took a step forward, grabbed the hammer, and smashed it down on Lin Fei. Good. Lin Fei was also filled with fighting spirit. Divine power runes soared into the sky and also transformed into a black hammer. He wanted to compete in pure divine power with Agutai. Boom boom boom. The 2 hammers stirred up a storm of divine power. With them at the center, the space in the sky began to shatter like ice, and the cracks continued to spread. Everyone retreated hundreds of thousands of li, fear still lingering in their hearts. Everyone could see the divine force runes intertwining and emitting rumbling noises. The 2 of them were fighting with their lives on the line. You hammer, I hammer, they fought ferociously. Agutai's body has been blown apart. Lin Fei's lower half has been blown apart. Agutai's head has been blown apart. The divine power runes of the 2 had transformed into a terrifying area. This battle was truly a battle that would be unforgettable for the rest of their lives. If they had gone up, they would have died countless times over. Boom, the 2 once again engaged in close combat, abandoning the hammers and relying on their fists. Ha 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 ha. When the 2 separated, they were both badly mangled. If it wasn't their hands, then it was their legs. It was a ghastly sight, but they were both body-refining experts and could regenerate their flesh and blood. Even so, everyone spat out a word when they saw this. Madman. If he wasn't a madman, then what was he? Brother Lin, you have the strongest divine power I have ever seen. Unfortunately, I only used 70 million divine power just now. Agitai's body sparkled with starlight as his flesh and blood began to regenerate. From Lin Fei to Brother Lin, everything had changed. Chapter 989. P.S. Thanks to Zhao Cheng and Tang Yuan. Happiness, good health. Book friend 140213173729260. Emotional 8858. Little Book fan 201202. Hot Pot fan. Fong Fong. Contentment. Transparent Future, and the others gave out their rewards. It was almost the middle of the month. Seeing that they had been fighting for 2 consecutive days, they roared and asked for monthly votes. Monthly votes were motivation. The exit of the central sacred ruins. The sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The hills and mountains had long been razed to the ground. No one had ever thought that a battle between 2 forces could be so fierce. Force cultivation was a system that was difficult to cultivate. It was not as simple as chi refinement, where one only needed to keep increasing their immortal power. First of all, one needed a powerful body refinement technique to cultivate a type of divine power that could resist attacks. Secondly, one needed to have a body full of divine power. The cultivation of divine power was just too difficult. Many people had cultivated hundreds of thousands of dragon divine power or millions of dragon divine power, but it was difficult for them to improve. As for 10 million dragon divine power, only the top forces could cultivate it. The others were not lucky enough, and they could only dream of it in their lives. Today, they had witnessed the power of force. It was a battle that could shatter the heavens and rend the earth, a battle between real men. Lin Fei, who was weak, was like a human-shaped tyrannosaurus. His divine power was endless. Only then did everyone realize that realm and laws were not the key. Divine power was the key. Lin Fei's combat power had already reached the peak, and he was known to be invincible under the earth grade. Agitai was also not simple. His divine power surged like a flood, and his punch was full of infinite divine power. Any attack or move seemed weak at this moment. Boom! 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 In the sky, the 2 figures separated again. After that, they did not attack again. The space behind them had completely collapsed. The wind that would make immortals pale was like tickling them. Cough, cough, cough. Agitai kept coughing blood. There was a big hole in his chest, which had been punched by Lin Fei. His left hand was also broken. Even with his divine body, he could not withstand the explosive power of that punch. Brother Lin, I admit defeat. His words shocked the crowd. Agitai had lost? How was this possible? The victor had clearly not been decided yet. If it weren't for the coincidence, I wouldn't have been able to defeat you. Agitai cultivated divine power and walked the path of strength, which made Lin Fei feel a sense of sympathy for him, so he generously agreed. This world is all about strength. This time, I lost to you, so I've lost. Agitai's flesh wriggled as his wounds healed. However, his complexion wasn't good. The next time we meet, I hope you can break through your limit. Otherwise, you won't be my opponent. That day shouldn't be too far away. I will definitely break through my limits. Lin Fei and Agitai had a great battle. This was a hot-blooded battle between men. Beyond the limit is the true soaring of dragons and leaping of tigers. In front of me, chi refinement cultivators are nothing. Agitai didn't seem disappointed at all, and he turned around and left. Just as he was about to disappear, Agitai's voice sounded out, "Be careful of that war sky. He's extremely terrifying." Agitai, a master of strength, walked away confidently. No one dared to believe it. After Agitai left, a group of people caught up with him, their killing intent surging. It seemed that they were either here for revenge or to kill and plunder. A bunch of people in a hurry to die. Lin Fei snorted inwardly. After the previous battle, he knew better than anyone that Agutai's battle prowess had reached 80 million dragon god power. Even if Agutai was injured, with 80 million dragon god power, he could still sweep through all his enemies. That was why Lin Fei had said they were courting death. Agutai said that beyond the limit is the true soaring of dragons and leaping of tigers. It seems that in his world, there was once a super expert whose body had reached 100 million dragon god power. That's why he said that. And that war sky, even an expert like Agutai is afraid of him? It seems that we need to pay special attention to him. This battle had ended, and Lin Fei's impression in their hearts had improved once again. Who else wants to fight? Lin Fei's voice was loud and clear, like a great bell, reverberating in the sky. Agutai's iron fists were invincible. He had killed a genius in 10 punches. In the end, he had admitted defeat personally. Even if they had some ability, who would dare to fight? Lin Fei's body was stained with blood. He looked like an undefeatable god of war. Challenge him? What if he was beaten to death? No one dared to challenge him. Amorous Immortal King, Whitebone Crown Prince, and the other peerless geniuses had finally raised Lin Fei to the same level. Agutai was also a peerless genius. Now that Agutai had admitted defeat, Lin Fei was equivalent to another Agutai. Amorous Immortal King, why don't we fight together? Whitebone Crown Prince transmitted to Amorous Immortal King. Whitebone, are you afraid? Amorous Immortal King laughed. Don't tell me you're not afraid. Agutai's strength is on par with us. He walks the path of close combat. Even if we fight him alone, we won't dare to say we can win, right? Whitebone Crown Prince mocked. Amorous Immortal King was indeed afraid of Lin Fei. Agutai had fought once before, and the battle ended in a draw. He had used all his methods and barely managed to maintain a draw. Lin Fei had become a powerful enemy. Amorous Immortal King naturally wouldn't admit it. He was still afraid of Lin Fei in his heart. We can cooperate, but I want 5 slots for the Emperor Key. Deal. Whitebone Crown Prince agreed decisively. You have to fight with your full strength. After the two of them discussed, they reached an agreement to join forces to deal with Lin Fei. After the battle with Agutai, they had exhausted a lot of energy. It was the right time to fight. Who wants to fight with me? If you don't want to fight, I'm leaving. Brother Lin, we will fight with you. Do you dare to fight? Amorous Immortal King and Whitebone Crown Prince flew over. They were no longer tough. Lin Fei was on the same level as them. That was why they could treat him like this. If it was someone with lower strength, they would kill without hesitation. They wouldn't be polite at all. Many people cursed the two's shameless actions. If they had known earlier, they would have joined forces. They could afford to pay for the treasures. Amorous Immortal King and Whitebone Crown Prince were experts on the same level as Agutai. If the two of them fought Lin Fei alone, wouldn't that be robbing a burning house? Ha ha ha, there's nothing I don't dare to do. Lin Fei laughed loudly. But your treasures have to be double. At least it's worse than the heavenly origin grand sage fruit. Amorous Immortal King was fond of women, but he admired Lin Fei. When the two of them joined forces, even an expert on the level of Agutai couldn't help but avoid them. Two peerless experts joining forces, who would dare to agree? Everyone thought that Lin Fei was crazy. Any one of them was enough to make them suffer, let alone two of them. The two of them had defeated many geniuses in the great celestial realm. Hence, the local geniuses didn't dare to act recklessly for fear of being killed. Lin Fei's arrogance was truly boundless. Brother Lin, this is a supreme treasure of the Buddhist sect. It's a white-bone Sarira transformed from the victorious fighting Buddha. It's said that it contains boundless divine might. Since you are walking the path of divine might, I believe you will like this treasure. The Whitebone Crown Prince took out a box. After opening the seal, Buddhic light illuminated the area. A white-boned Saraira appeared, and Buddhic chants rang out continuously. White-boned Crown Prince, how audacious of you! You even dare to take out a Saraira of our Buddhist sect? Great Monk Merciful spoke in a stern voice. I advise you to hand it over. Smelly monk, you are courting death. The white-boned Crown Prince slashed out with his divine spear. The Great Monk Merciful was merely an earth-grade immortal king. A beam of cold light slammed into him, causing the Buddhic light around him to crumble. The Great Monk Merciful was flung through the air, heavily injured. I want this item. The passionate immortal king also took out a treasure. Since the white-boned Crown Prince took out the white-boned Saraira of the victorious fighting Buddha, I can't be inferior to him. Why don't we make a pair of good things? This is a heaven-shaking divine axe used by a supreme ancient immortal back then. It weighs over 10 million jin and is one of the best treasures in the world. If Brother Lin can defeat us, it would be equivalent to you obtaining an additional treasure. A black axe floated before the passionate immortal king. Runes could be seen all over it. Clearly, it was sealed. If not, the passionate immortal king wouldn't be able to wield this axe. Lin Fei's eyes turned sharp. He swept out with his divine sense and knew that the passionate immortal king wasn't lying. Under the seal, the aura that leaked out was pure and ancient. Once the seal was undone, it would definitely be a supreme treasure that was several times stronger compared to his adjudication staff. He would be able to wield it easily. The two of you, make your move. The passionate immortal king and the white-boned Crown Prince exchanged mutual glances. The white-boned Crown Prince stabbed his divine spear towards Lin Fei. At the same time, 9 bone dragons that were over 10,000 meters long roared as they rushed towards Lin Fei. The bronze war chariot transformed into a bronze warrior that cleaved down with its axe. The moment the white-boned Crown Prince attacked, he instantly exuded a killing aura. This was especially so for the bronze war chariot. It was a terrifying puppet that exuded a cold aura that caused people to shiver involuntarily. Lin Fei's runes flew out, transforming into a black hammer. With a grab, he smashed the nearest bone dragon, breaking it into 2. An earth-ranked bone dragon couldn't even withstand a single strike from Lin Fei's hammer. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Fei didn't evade. The bone dragons bit him, leaving white marks on his body. With a swing of the hammer, another bone dragon was broken. Clang! The bronze warrior cleaved down with its axe, similarly leaving white marks on Lin Fei's body. With a kick, the azure dragon was smashed into the ground. Pink Nation. The passionate immortal king also didn't expect that Lin Fei was even more terrifying than he imagined. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the encirclement of the white-boned Crown Prince. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Chapter 990. The amorous immortal king's attack was extraordinary. Just this attack alone was enough to cause one to be unable to extricate themselves, truly losing themselves. The crimson mist transformed into millions of beauties. Some were thin, some were thin, some were exposed. Even the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards of an emperor were nothing more than this. The experts present could see that the amorous immortal king's attack was condensed from the power of laws. Anyone who was struck by it could forget about escaping. When a person was enveloped by desire, they would be immersed in an endless path of desire. Brother Lin, this is the kingdom of beauties, I wonder how would you break it? The white-boned Crown Prince was also extremely wary of this kingdom of beauties. He once again summoned the bone dragon and the bronze puppet swung down with its axe. Amorous immortal king, don't be anxious. Lin Fei, who was within the kingdom of beauties, could also sense how extraordinary this kingdom of beauties was. Within his boundless sea of consciousness, crimson mist permeated the air. Not only was his physical body being attacked, his mind was also under attack. Within his boundless sea of consciousness, divine light surged. That deity emperor appeared, a full 30,000 meters tall. Divine light shone down on everything. The beautiful fairies fled in panic, exploding one after another. Spatial distortion. Lin Fei's heart palpitated. The amorous immortal king was able to reach such a level, he almost fell for it. Hua hua hua, space distorted, everyone could see that the surrounding space was being distorted. Inconceivably, this attack was broken. Go! The Fanteon seal was summoned by Lin Fei and pressed down on the white bone crown prince's head. The huge seal directly caused the white bone crown prince's expression to change. The divine spear stabbed upwards, trying to deflect it. The Fanteon seal was not an ordinary object, it didn't budge at all and directly suppressed the white bone crown prince. The white bone crown prince was extremely powerful. He kept his spear and used both his hands to block the attack. His expression changed again as he exclaimed in shock, "How could this fellow Lin Fei have such a treasure? Amorous immortal king, quickly come and help me." The Fanteon seal was forged using the treasures of the plentiful treasures immortal king. In addition to the treasures of the Buddhist sect, how could it be compared to ordinary top-grade saint weapons? Peng peng peng, a large number of golden warriors appeared around the white bone crown prince. They must have been extremely powerful warriors summoned to resist the Fanteon seal. When the amorous immortal king saw that the white bone crown prince was being held back, he was extremely surprised. After all, he knew very well how strong the white bone crown prince was. How could he be unable to block the attack of a saint weapon? Xiao! Lin Fei grabbed out with his hand and a saber formed from god energy runes slashed down from the sky, stopping the passionate immortal king. This slash was made up of pure divine power, and its strength reached 80 million dragon divine power. After fighting with Agutai, Lin Fei had gained some understanding of offensive methods. He would use divine power runes to attack from a distance. Everyone's expression changed as soon as the blade was unleashed. In a short period of time, Lin Fei's control over his strength had improved once again. I'll block, I'll block. The gigantic disk of holy light behind the amorous immortal king blocked this saber strike. But even so, his blood and chi churned wildly, he was even more terrifying compared to Agutai. Damn, how could his strength be greater than Agutai's? The holy light plate blocked the attack, but it was also damaged. Again. This slash was filled with astonishing divine power. Xiao! 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 Lin Fei attacked once more, rejoicing that his attack had become even more tyrannical after fighting with an expert like Agutai. Slash after slash, the ferocity of the amorous immortal king's attack shocked everyone. The amorous immortal king's physical body was not very strong, so Lin Fei immediately held the upper hand. Saber light slashed out without any regard for his life, tyrannical to the extreme as he struggled to block. Ancient saber art, rising sun slash. A resplendent light as bright as a star appeared, and a cold wind blew past everyone's chests. Lin Fei understood. The divine power runes transformed into runes, and Lin Fei's saber art was at his fingertips. The amorous immortal king is about to lose. The ancient saber art Lin Fei has learned, and when unleashed with divine power, its power is extraordinary. Many people could see the result. Lin Fei was truly a monstrous genius. The amorous immortal king had used all his methods, but he still could not block Lin Fei's tyrannical saber art. If it was a pure saber art, he would not be too worried, but the saber art contained divine power, so it could be said to be a double attack. One wrong step. Brother Lin, you win. As he spoke, the saber light that filled the sky vanished. The amorous immortal king's body was filled with countless saber scars, a ghastly sight to behold. This was in addition to the fact that he had a set of sacred armor on him. But even so, the sacred armor was already in a damaged state. When the amorous immortal king admitted defeat, the white bone crown prince knew that the situation was hopeless. The Fanteon seal had completely suppressed him, and he had completely lost his chance. He admitted defeat on the spot. Brother Lin, this treasure is the Fanteon seal, crafted not long ago. Lin Fei kept the Fanteon seal. Brother Lin, good move, the Fanteon seal is indeed a treasure. Those who are weaker than me, a Fanteon seal will definitely be heavily injured. If the treasure is found, it will probably be a celestial artifact in the future. The white bone crown prince lost, and he still brought trouble to Lin Fei. As expected, the white bone crown prince's words caused a commotion. Celestial artifact. The Fanteon seal could become a celestial artifact? No one would doubt the white bone crown prince's words. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Fanteon seal suppressed him, and he was unable to break free. Clearly, he had lost. This white bone crown prince really knows how to attract hatred for me. Lin Fei looked at the white bone crown prince with disdain, and he was not worried that they would attack. Whoever dared to use the Fanteon seal, he would teach them a lesson. The amorous immortal king and the white bone crown prince lost, and they painfully handed over the treasures and left. Two more peerless geniuses lost to Lin Fei, and even though the other geniuses were tempted, they did not dare to act rashly. They knew their own strength very well. During this time, a few more peerless geniuses attacked, but the result was the same. Lin Fei's simple attack completely suppressed their strength, and regardless of close range or long range, they were far inferior to him, so they could only admit defeat. At this time, everyone knew that unless a heaven stage immortal king appeared, no one would be able to snatch the great emperor's key from Lin Fei. From now on, there would be another young expert in the great metropolis heaven. Brother Lin, as expected of someone valued by Master. He defeated all the geniuses and made a name for himself in the great metropolis heaven. The crowd saw Zhang Tian, who had not made a move, slowly walk out. Zhang Tian was an extremely mysterious person this time. No one knew where he came from, and he was extremely powerful, a terrifying existence that made people fear him. Perhaps Zhang Tian could defeat Lin Fei. This thought appeared in many people's minds. Well said, well said. Lin Fei remembered Agutai's words. Brother Zhang, could it be that you also want to have a battle with me? Since Zhang Tian had appeared, a battle was necessary. The next successor of the Eternal Emperor was rumored to have strength comparable to a heaven stage immortal king, a first-rate existence. We are fellow apprentice brothers. If we fight and kill, wouldn't we become a joke to outsiders? Zhang Tian said indifferently. There's no need for a battle. Brother Lin, just give me the qualification. What do you think? Chapter 991. Brilliant move. Truly brilliant move. The crowd assumed that Warsky would fight Lin Fei, yet this was the outcome. Warsky was asking for a qualification in front of the crowd. On second thought, Warsky had an advantage that no one else could compare to. They were both successors of the Eternal Martial Monarch, and they came from the same place. The Eternal Martial Monarch was their master, at least nominally. Warsky was not wrong in saying so. It was reasonable. Brother Warsky, since you've spoken, isn't it just a qualification? So what? Lin Fei immediately made up his mind. He did not hesitate and gave out a qualification. If the monarch key is taken away by someone else, don't blame me. Warsky was indeed a mysterious person. Lin Fei could not see through the other party. His body was sealed by a mysterious force, and a terrifying aura was hidden within the seal. Lin Fei would not hesitate to fight Warsky. It was just a qualification. If they were to fight, a bloody battle would be unavoidable, and he would end up giving it to the other party instead. With 2 monarch keys, he had 20 qualifications. So what if he gave one away? Besides, even if he did not give it away, Warsky could still get a qualification with his strength. Lin Fei did not believe that he could not get one elsewhere. Brother Lin, you sure are straightforward. Warsky burst into laughter. He glanced at a certain spot in the sky. It's not my intention to ask for a qualification for free, so here's a gift for you. Come out. Dong dong dong, the crowd saw Warsky taking a step forward. Deafening thunder rumbled, and his blood rumbled as he threw a punch at a certain spot. Hua hua, 2 silhouettes appeared in the void, and they seemed to be in an extremely sorry state. Aren't they the Sky Demon Emperor's men? I know them, that's the demonic Sky Immortal Emperor, one of the 6 generals under the Sky Demon Emperor. Who exactly is this Warsky, to be able to knock them out with a single punch? When the demonic sky immortal king and blood slave immortal king appeared, everyone held their breaths. These were subordinates of great sovereigns, just their names alone were enough to drive them crazy. Not just anyone can target the successor of our eternal emperor. You can't, and neither can the great emperors behind you. Warsky stepped forward. Brother Lin, I'll take care of these two for you. The demonic sky immortal king was one of the great generals under the celestial demon monarch. He had never been looked down upon by anyone before, so he could not help but fly into a rage when he heard Warsky saying that he would teach them a lesson. Impudent. The blood slave immortal king slashed out with a saber light, causing the blood sea to surge. This time, it was his true body, no longer a clone. With a malevolent laugh, he slashed out 2 more times. No one had seen much of Warsky's strength. Most of it was just rumors. How dare you use such a method? What a disgrace. Warsky snorted coldly. A gigantic drum appeared behind him and with a thunderous boom, the blood-colored saber light shattered. The blood slave immortal king's face turned pale as his body exploded. Who are you? Who the hell are you? The demonic sky immortal king was a heaven-ranked immortal king, yet he was intimidated by the sound of the drum. The blood slave immortal king's strength was not to be underestimated. Even he would need 3 moves to kill the blood slave immortal king. You don't have the right to know. Warsky shook his head. Dong 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 dong. The gigantic drum continued to move despite the absence of wind. It felt as if the entire world was a beating heart. Bang bang bang. The place where the demonic sky immortal king was standing exploded. The demonic sky immortal king was intimidated at first, then fear. He felt as if someone was grabbing his throat. I'm the subordinate of the celestial demon monarch. You can't kill me. A mass of flesh and blood exploded and turned into rain on the spot, falling from the sky. A heaven-ranked immortal king died just like that. Everyone's limbs turned soft. Wasn't Warsky a little too terrifying? He had killed a heaven-ranked immortal king with a single move, even putting the celestial demon monarch in his eyes. Alright, I'm leaving now. Warsky took a few steps forward and disappeared without a trace. The terrifying aura he left behind made everyone unable to recover from their shock. A heaven-ranked immortal king's treasure can't be wasted. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and kept the storage ring. This was the storage ring of a heaven-ranked immortal king. Looking at the direction Warsky left in, he felt as if a huge boulder was pressing down on him. Where did this Warsky come from? The attack earlier was so terrifying. What kind of attack was that? Even Lin Fei himself couldn't sense the power of the previous attack. Lin Fei, you have to be careful of this person. He's a great enemy. Luckily, he doesn't have any ill intentions towards you. He Yao's words followed. Lin Fei could hear the seriousness in He Yao's tone. Brother He Yao, did you recognize who he was? An emperor-level expert rumored to have died a long time ago. He Yao could not help but shiver when he mentioned the words emperor level. Lin Fei inhaled a cold breath. How is that possible? His words were powerless. Do you know what kind of power that was? I couldn't tell. The power of Tao. Even if it's just a 10,000th of it, it's not something the demonic sky immortal king could withstand. Most importantly, the aura of Tao was perfectly concealed. Even an emperor-level expert wouldn't be able to sense it. If it wasn't for that year, Lin Fei came to a realization. No wonder he couldn't sense the power. The power of Tao. Even if Lin Fei fought the demonic sky immortal king himself, he would at most come to a draw. It was impossible for Warsky to kill the demonic sky immortal king so easily. Master, that person was too terrifying. If he wanted to kill me, I wouldn't be able to stop him even if there were 10 of me. At this moment, Shui Ying's trembling voice came. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. Shui Ying was a heaven-ranked immortal king. Almost no one in this realm could kill him. Yet, he was currently filled with fear towards Warsky. Brother Black Demon, why would a martial monarch be interested in the treasure of a martial monarch's cave after his resurrection? Lin Fei did not dare to doubt it. If Warsky was an immortal monarch, even if he wasn't, he would still be a powerful existence with one foot in the immortal monarch realm. He was not someone Lin Fei could fight against. I don't know. Maybe it's going to be chaotic. After that, no matter how Lin Fei tried to contact him, Black Demon did not say anything. Screw it, Warsky just wants a qualification. It's not like I'll lose anything by giving it to him. Lin Fei pondered. Warsky killed the Sky Demon Emperor's subordinate. He's trying to attract more hatred for me. I'll go. The central ruins fell silent after the demonic Sky Immortal King's death. Everyone looked at Lin Fei cautiously. Regardless of why Warsky had made a move, the two of them were both successors of the Celestial Demon Monarchs. If they offended Lin Fei, it would be hard to guarantee that they would not offend Warsky. The Celestial Demon Monarch was an unprecedented demon monarch, and he had killed Lin Fei without any hesitation, not giving them any face at all. Forget it, the martial monarch key isn't something we can covet. Let's just focus on searching for treasures. Many people gave up on the idea of snatching it. The successor of an eternal martial monarch possessed such terrifying strength. What kind of terrifying scene would it be if he went all out? One had to admit that Warsky's domineering move had deterred everyone by killing a heaven-ranked immortal king. After a long period of silence, a towering demonic aura descended from the sky. A middle-aged man with glittering eyes appeared before the crowd. He did not conceal his majestic aura at all. The Sky Wolf Immortal King has made his move. The Sky Wolf Immortal King was a heaven-ranked immortal king of the wolf tribe. Now that he had made his move, it was equivalent to a heaven-ranked immortal king interfering. Bang! Another terrifying aura appeared after the Sky Wolf Immortal King. Similarly, a golden lion appeared behind the huge man with towering demonic aura. The Lion King of the Golden Tribe is here. Two heaven-ranked immortal kings appeared consecutively like two mountains. Big Brother Lin, are you alright? When the Golden Lion race appeared, a few youths behind the Lion King asked Lin Fei, startling everyone. Haha. I'm fine. I'm fine. Lin Fei was also surprised when he saw Tai Yi and the others. He immediately understood that the news must have come from this Lion King. Sure enough, the Lion King's gaze was sharp as he looked at Lin Fei. The Lion King was a powerful tribe to begin with. His gaze was like a sharp sword that wanted to pierce through Lin Fei. Lin Fei had fought with the Sky Devil Emperor before, let alone a heaven-ranked immortal king. He faced the Lion King fearlessly. This matter happened in the blink of an eye. Ha ha ha, Daoist Lin, good spirit. As expected of the successor of an eternal martial monarch. The Lion King's words caused everyone to fall into a reverie. Could it be that the two of them were related? You're flattering me. Lin Fei laughed. At least, this Golden Lion King was not an enemy. Although he was not afraid of heaven-ranked immortal kings, it was better to have one less. Junior brother Lin Fei, how have you been? Another group of people descended from the sky. Lin Fei saw Elder Su Yi and knew that the people from the academy had arrived. The leader was an old man with a sage-like demeanor. He was a heaven-ranked immortal king. The people from the Holy Sky Academy are here. It's even the Vice Dean Qingmu. It's rumored that he has been a heaven-ranked immortal king for a long time. Senior brother Su. Lin Fei always remembered Su Yi's help. Su Yi relaxed. He was afraid that junior brother Lin Fei would not give him face. Lin Fei was already a heaven-ranked immortal king. He was far stronger than him. Junior brother Lin Fei, come over quickly. This is the Vice Dean Qingmu. Vice Dean Qingmu? This was the first time Lin Fei saw the Vice Dean. Disciple greets Vice Dean Qingmu. Vice Principal Qingmu nodded in satisfaction and smiled as he said, Junior apprentice brother Lin Fei, you've done well. You've not brought shame to the Academy's name. This old man has seen everything that happened today, and if anyone dares to be rude to you, this old man won't mind beheading them. This last sentence was actually said to everyone. Even the Vice Dean Qingmu of the Holy Sky Academy had appeared. He was another heaven-ranked immortal king. He had not fought for many years. Lin Fei chuckled, "Thank you, Dean." This disciple was really afraid that they would make a move. Although Vice Dean Qingmu knew that Lin Fei's strength was comparable to an initial stage heaven-ranked immortal king, he still felt very comfortable after hearing these words. Chapter 992. The departure of War Sky and the appearance of Celestial Wolf Immortal King seemed to be certain that they could defeat Lin Fei. Unexpectedly, the Golden Lion clan seemed to know Lin Fei. Then, Vice Dean Qingmu of the Holy Heaven Academy, who was also a Heaven Immortal King, came. Vice Dean Qingmu immediately said that Lin Fei was the focus of the academy and said that whoever dared to make a move would be punished. Obviously, he was angry and was ready to kill. Whoever dared to make trouble for Lin Fei now would be beheaded. Vice Dean Qingmu was also a hot-blooded man in the past. After becoming the Vice Dean of the Holy Heaven Academy, his reputation grew day by day. No one dared to underestimate the power of his words. Vice Dean Qingmu, how arrogant. Do you want to protect that thief, Lin Fei? Vice Headmaster Greenwood was a heaven-ranked immortal king, no one dared to underestimate him. Even the Skywolf Immortal King didn't dare to underestimate him. After hearing this, a look of joy appeared on his face. This Lin Fei's killing intent is too heavy, he even wants to destroy flowers. If this continues on, there's no guarantee that he wouldn't become a devil in the future. If Vice Headmaster Greenwood wants to protect him, don't you think that's a bad thing? At the end of the sky, a black glass dragon flew over. That dragon was formed from the cold air of the netherworld. Everywhere it passed, space froze, and a chilling aura swept over. The Heaven Immortal King of the Netherworld Palace had appeared. Everyone remembered that Lin Fei had killed the Ice Fairy and the other disciples of the Netherworld Palace. Now that the Netherworld Palace had appeared again, it was obvious that they wanted to capture Lin Fei personally. So it's old Mo. You're quite arrogant. You dare to touch someone from our academy? Vice Dean Qingmu was furious. After seeing Lin Fei's invincibility, he regarded him as the focus of the academy. Moreover, Lin Fei was a saint. Under such circumstances, if Lin Fei couldn't be protected by the academy, who would dare to join the Holy Heaven Academy in the future? Even if the Netherworld Palace was one of the top 10 forces, Vice Dean Qingmu wasn't afraid. Old man Qingmu, long time no see. I wonder if you've grown. An old man with fluttering clothes stood on the black glass dragon. He reached out and grabbed the ice staff, pointing it at Vice Dean Qingmu. You think I'm afraid of you? Back then, Vice Principal Qingmu had a fiery temper. Even though he was getting older, his temperament was still the same. A towering tree appeared in front of him. Its branches and leaves were luxuriant, covering the sky and covering the earth. It exuded boundless vitality, blocking in front of him. The frost staff struck the tree, and the huge tree started to wither. The tree was covered in ice, and it looked like it was going to collapse. It would not be able to withstand this attack. Old man Qingmu, you can't do it. Vice Dean Greenwood laughed heartily. Who says I'm not good enough? Rather, it's you who is still the same as before, not having improved at all, ha 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 ha. Hua hua hua, the towering tree shook and released a bright green light. A boundless life force soared into the sky. The ice on the surface of the tree cracked, and branches came crashing down. The frost staff shattered on the spot, and the towering tree disappeared. The two of them had each made a move, and it was clear that they were evenly matched. Old Mo's strength has improved tremendously in the past 100 years. He might even be at the peak of the initial stage. Vice Dean Greenwood was shocked. This brat Lin Fei was truly gutsy. Since Lin Fei was a disciple of the academy, he couldn't allow him to be injured no matter what. Little did he know, old Mo was also shocked. Vice Dean Greenwood, who hasn't made a move for several hundred years, has already grasped the Greenwood element to such an extent. He was able to block the attack from my frost staff. I'm afraid his cultivation base is also at the peak of the initial stage of the heaven rank. At their level, it was extremely difficult to break through. After a single exchange, MOD stopped attacking. He pointed at Lin Fei, Vice Dean Greenwood. Your Holy Heavens Academy is no longer the same as before. I advise you to hand over that brat Lin Fei, lest I act personally. Although you are a heaven-rank immortal king, this time around, Lin Fei has committed a grave crime. Not only did he kill a disciple of the Netherworld Palace, he even destroyed a flower. This time around, I've brought 3 heaven-rank immortal kings with me. Do you think you can block him? As expected, another 3 heaven-rank immortal kings appeared behind MOD. Their auras weren't any weaker than MOD's. They glared at MOD with killing intent in their eyes. The Netherworld Palace was one of the 10 major powers. With 3 heaven-rank immortal kings and 4 heaven-rank immortal kings, they could completely suppress the Holy Heavens Academy. Very few people in the great metropolis world could reach this level of strength. For heaven-rank immortal kings were indeed a terrifying force. On the other hand, the Holy Heavens Academy only had 1 heaven-rank immortal king, Vice Dean Greenwood. As for Lin Fei, he was automatically ignored. Sweeping across Earth-rank immortal kings was already his limit. Fighting against a heaven-rank immortal king? They might not be able to. The people from the Netherworld Palace were certain that the Holy Heavens Academy would win. If it was in the past, when the Holy Heavens Academy was filled with experts, they would still give them some face. But today was different. The Holy Heavens Academy was no longer as glorious as before. On this trip to capture Lin Fei, they lost disciples one after another. Especially the Ice Fairy, who was a personal disciple. If they didn't capture Lin Fei, the Netherworld Palace would probably become a joke. For against one, they would definitely win. Old Mo, do you think that we are afraid of you? Vice Principal Qing Mu had seen all kinds of storms and waves. Our Holy Heaven Academy is indeed inferior to your Netherworld Palace, but if you want to take our Academy's disciple, this old man will not let you succeed even if I have to go all out. Immortal King Mo, you are also a heaven-rank immortal king. If word gets out that you are bullying the weak, you will become a joke. A sudden voice interrupted them. Only then did they notice that the Golden Lion clan leader had spoken. Protecting Lin Fei? Or provoking the Netherworld Palace on purpose? The Golden Lion clan was a powerful clan among the demon race. They never helped outsiders, but these words sounded very awkward to MOD's ears. Does your Golden Lion clan also want to interfere? MOD's face darkened. Even though the Lion clan was one of the clans, the demon race had always been very united. Their demon race had a demon monarch, and their strength was not to be underestimated. You are mistaken. I just can't stand it. Sheba laughed. Your Netherworld Palace is coming aggressively. My tiny Golden Lion clan doesn't think that we can win against you. MOD felt like he was listening to a joke. One was the demon race, and the other was the Netherworld Palace, one of the top 10 factions. Old thing over there, don't you want to bring people to capture me? If you have the guts, then do it. I have been waiting for your Netherworld Palace for a long time. At this moment, Lin Fei looked up to the sky and laughed. He pointed at Immortal King MOD and the other immortal kings behind him. Do you believe that I will use you as interest today to become my stepping stone? Chapter 993. They had seen arrogant people before, but it was rare to see someone like Lin Fei who didn't know when to back off. The Netherworld Palace was one of the top 10 forces in the great metropolis world. They had sent 4 heaven-stage celestial kings just to make a move. It was a huge move, and it showed how much importance they attached to this matter. Lin Fei didn't care about the situation and contradicted the Netherworld Palace in public. If they were in his shoes, none of them would dare to do the same. For heaven-stage celestial kings weren't ordinary people, and they could kill them easily. Lin Fei is dead for sure this time. He killed a disciple of the Netherworld Palace first, and then he destroyed a flower. Once he is brought back to the Netherworld Palace, even if he doesn't die, he will lose a layer of skin. For heaven-stage celestial kings will definitely take care of Vice Dean Qingmu of the Holy Heaven Academy. Everyone shook their heads. What an unwise move. Vice Dean Qingmu didn't vent his anger on Lin Fei because of this. After all, the people of the Netherworld Palace were used to being domineering and doing whatever they wanted. Lin Fei was able to talk back to them. His temperament was just like him in the past. Lin Fei, when that old ghost makes a move later, I will hold them back. You leave first. Vice Dean Qingmu transmitted his voice to Lin Fei. In his opinion, he had reached the end of his life, and he wouldn't be able to improve much in his lifetime. Junior brother Lin Fei was different. At such a young age, his battle prowess had reached such a level. Even he was far inferior to him in the past. Vice Dean Qingmu didn't want Lin Fei to fall into their hands. Once he fell into the hands of the Netherworld Palace, it would be a nightmare, and the hope of the academy would be destroyed. Lin Fei's talent was extraordinary, and he was definitely a monster. In the future, it was possible for him to become a supreme celestial emperor. Vice Dean Qingmu was going all out, and he was going to stop them even if he had to sacrifice himself. Hearing this, Lin Fei felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Although this was the first time they met, Lin Fei discovered that Vice Headmaster Qingmu was very much to his liking. This was especially so in terms of character. The moment Vice Headmaster Qingmu appeared, it was as though he had found an ally. Despite knowing that he wasn't a match for 4 heaven-ranked immortal kings, he still gave Lin Fei the chance to leave. Dean Greenwood, those 4 heaven-stage celestial kings aren't really that dangerous, Lin Fei said via voice transmission. I wonder how many celestial kings Lord Dean can hold back. Vice Headmaster Qingmu was an experienced person. When he heard Lin Fei's words, his eyes flashed with a bright light. If we go all out, it wouldn't be a problem to delay 2 of them. Because they are heaven-ranked immortal kings of the Netherworld Palace, they are extremely powerful. The heaven is celestial Fei, to off to say to Lin. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. Why don't we leave the 4 heaven-ranked immortal kings behind? This way, the Netherworld Palace will know that the Holy Heaven Academy is still the same as before. Vice Dean Qingmu knew that Lin Fei wasn't an ordinary person, but to say that 4 heaven-stage celestial kings would be captured was beyond his imagination. If an ordinary disciple said this, Vice Dean Qingmu would definitely reprimand them for biting off more than they could chew. How could 4 heaven-stage celestial kings be dealt with so easily? But junior brother Lin Fei was different. From the beginning to the end, Vice Dean Qingmu only saw calmness. Why was he calm? It was because he had a certain level of confidence in the matter. Maybe it was possible. How confident are you? 70%. Lin Fei didn't dare to say 100%. Even if it was 70%, Vice Dean Qingmu was still shocked. He didn't know where junior brother Lin Fei's confidence came from. Qingmu, I'll give you 3 breaths to think about it. Hand over Lin Fei, or you'll suffer. MOD said proudly. Father, help big brother Lin. On the other side, Shi Tianchong transmitted his voice to his father, hoping that his father would help. Your big brother Lin is stubborn. This matter won't be easy. Shirba shook his head. There was nothing he could do. 4 heaven-stage celestial kings, plus the Netherworld Palace's deep foundation. At the same realm, the battle prowess of the Netherworld Palace's heaven-stage celestial kings was several times stronger than ordinary celestial kings. This was the first time Shirba saw Lin Fei. He could vaguely feel a domineering aura from him. It was a domineering aura that wouldn't be obstructed by anything. Yield? That was impossible. The Netherworld Palace is furious. If there's hope, try your best to keep him alive. Shirba sighed. Youngsters don't know how to keep a low profile. It's hard for them to grow in such an environment. 1 breath. 2 breaths. MOD reported. The 3 heaven-stage celestial kings behind him fanned out, waiting for the order to attack. Let's see if you agree or not. MOD believed that Vice Dean Qingmu wouldn't offend the great Netherworld Palace for Lin Fei. Although the Holy Heaven Academy was strong, it was far from the Netherworld Palace. It would take a lot of effort to destroy the Holy Heaven Academy. Ha ha ha, old Mo, just give up. Our Holy Heaven Academy won't do such despicable things. Vice Dean Ching Mu's voice was loud and clear. At most, we'll fight. There's no dean in the Holy Heaven Academy who's afraid of death. Mod originally wanted to give Ching Mu a chance, but he didn't give him any face. He said coldly, Ching Mu, you're still the Ching Mu from back then. You don't know when to advance or retreat. We haven't fought for hundreds of years. Let's have a good spar today. 3 elders, go and take down that kid Lin Fei. Kill everyone in the Holy Heaven Academy. Leave no one alive. Sky reaching green wood. Vice Dean Ching Mu was the first to act. A towering tree with luxuriant branches and leaves appeared. With a shake of his body, a tree ant appeared. It looked similar to Ching Mu. Swish 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 the tree ant moved, delaying Immortal King Mod and the other Heaven Stage Celestial King. Ching Mu, you'll regret it soon. Mod pointed his ice staff at the towering tree ant. He didn't think that Lin Fei could fight against 2 Heaven Stage Celestial Kings. No matter how strong he was, there would be a limit. Lin Fei is finished this time. Those 2 Heaven Stage Celestial Kings are Ting Yu and Fong Bai. They're both experts of the older generation. The auras of 2 Heaven Stage Celestial Kings pressed down. Everyone in the vicinity felt fear. Even though they were affected by the aftershock, their expressions still changed. Blood Shadow, attack. Every time the people of the Netherworld Palace came, Lin Fei would kill them. This time, he would kill 4 of their Heaven Stage Celestial Kings first. In any case, there was no possibility of reconciliation between the 2 sides. Master, I've tolerated them for a long time. Blood Shadow turned into a ray of blood light and charged towards the Heaven Stage Celestial King. A mere Earth Stage Celestial King. You're courting death. Ting Yu waved his hand and shot out a cold chi, freezing the void. An Earth Stage Celestial King could be killed easily. Bang bang bang. Blood Shadow's speed didn't decrease at all, he continued to charge forward. The ice formed from the frost chi shattered as he punched at the Soaring Leap Immortal King. With a loud bang, the Soaring Leap Immortal King was sent tumbling through the air and slammed into a mountain. How dare you touch Master? I'll beat you to death today. Blood Shadow rushed down like a cannonball and destroyed many hills. Heavens, did I see it wrong? Lin Fei's subordinate sent a Heaven Stage Celestial King from the Netherworld Palace flying with a punch. Impossible, the attack of a Heaven Stage Celestial King is shocking. He can't possibly block it. It was rare for an Earth Stage Celestial King to send a Heaven Stage Celestial King flying. Vice Dean Ching Mu, who was in the middle of the battle, finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, there was only 1 Heaven Stage Celestial King left. Could Lin Fei really handle it? If he couldn't, he would be completely defeated. Little bastard, how dare you play tricks? Fong Bai didn't expect that one of Lin Fei's subordinates would have such strength to send Ting Yu flying. The 3 words were extremely eye-catching. Don't take it head-on. Everyone knew about Fan Tian's seal's invincible might. Many of those who supported the Netherworld Palace hurriedly reminded him. The compassionate monk and Hai Budong from the Sea God's realm had both suffered a great loss at the hands of Fan Tian's seal. Fong Bai's palm slammed upward, and his immortal energy collided with Fan Tian's seal. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei had arrived in front of Fan Tian's seal. The gravity pressed down, and the 3 heads and 6 arms attacked with a palm technique, a fist technique, a saber technique, and a sword technique. Pft! Pft! Fong Bai's attack missed, and he was in danger. Under the attacks of the 3 heads and 6 arms, each attack had the power of 90 million dragons. Fong Bai's body was immediately covered with wounds, and he kept vomiting blood. Do you think a Heaven Stage Celestial King is powerful? You're dead today. Lin Fei rushed forward again, and the heaven-shaking divine axe appeared in one of his arms. He swung it down, and one of Fong Bai's arms was sent flying, and his face turned pale. Netherworld profound energy. Fong Bai didn't expect Lin Fei's combat strength to be so terrifying that he could injure a heaven-stage celestial king in the blink of an eye. This was unprecedented. 2 plates of holy light appeared behind him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the whistling netherworld energy kept cutting at Lin Fei's body, and in the blink of an eye, he was covered with wounds. A heaven-stage celestial king's combat strength was extremely powerful. Just the cold energy formed by the netherworld energy had the power of 100 million dragons. An ordinary person would die without a doubt if they were hit by it. The 2 plates of holy light were fully activated, and Fong Bai turned around and attacked with all his might to kill Lin Fei. He was a heaven-stage celestial king, and he was injured by a perfected golden immortal. Relying on the invincible golden body, Lin Fei punched with his left hand, punched with his right hand, and slashed with his left saber and right saber. He was fighting in close combat, and the number of wounds on his body was increasing. Pft, 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 Lin Fei vomited blood. The crushing power of the 2 plates of holy light was indeed sharp. Lin Fei, I have to admit that you are an expert in combat. Combined with your 3 heads and 6 arms, ordinary celestial kings are no match for you. Unfortunately, all of this is useless against me. Although Fong Bai was injured, he was no match for Lin Fei, and he was finally able to catch his breath. Lin Fei was bound to lose. Lin Fei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and retracted his 3 heads and 6 arms. He stretched out his hand, and a long saber made of divine runes appeared in his hand. With a whoosh, he slashed out. Now that you know why I fight in close combat, you will understand immediately. Whoosh. The saber transformed from Lin Fei's divine runes struck like lightning. Fong Bai's eyebrows twitched, and a wave of fluctuation came from his left arm, as if something was about to break out of his body. Not good, this is divine power. Bang 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 bang, Fong Bai's expression changed drastically. Starting from his left arm, the flesh and blood exploded all the way up, and his 4 limbs also began to explode at the same time. A powerful force continuously exploded every inch of his flesh, and in an instant, this heaven-stage celestial king was badly mutilated. I'm a heaven-stage celestial king, you can't kill me. Fong Bai shouted. Chapter 994. A heaven-stage immortal king from the Netherworld Palace, Fong Bai, had died. Even though his opponent was an early-stage heaven-stage immortal king. The word heaven-stage represented supreme authority. A heaven-stage immortal king was a terrifying existence that could wipe out a mid-tier sect. Lin Fei actually killed a heaven-stage immortal king from the Netherworld Palace, Fong Bai, this is too terrifying. Monster, he's a peerless monster. War Sky killing a heaven-stage immortal king with a wave of his hand is already terrifying enough. Who would have thought that Lin Fei is also a monster? He's only slightly weaker than War Sky. The combat power of a heaven-stage immortal king is too low. A heaven-stage immortal king killing a fellow who was at most an earth-stage immortal king didn't need any hesitation. 100 people had the same thought. The reason why heaven-stage immortal kings were so famous was because their strength was terrifying. They could sweep away earth-stage immortal kings. Most earth-stage immortal kings would be killed if they encountered a heaven-stage immortal king, except for a few monsters. This kind of monstrous genius was rare and extremely rare. They had underestimated Lin Fei's combat power. His strength was not that of an earth-stage immortal king, but a heaven-stage immortal king. Lin Fei himself was a heaven-stage immortal king, and the servant beside him also had heaven-stage immortal king combat power. Their mouths were so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed inside. Junior brother Lin Fei killed a heaven-stage immortal king, Fong Bai. The elders of the Holy Sky Academy were dumbfounded, especially Su Yi, who was completely excited. At first, they thought that Lin Fei was extraordinary, so they took extra care of him. Who would have thought that his strength would improve by leaps and bounds in such a short time? That was a heaven-stage immortal king. In less than a few breaths, he was completely killed. The suppressed emotions of the elders of the Holy Sky Academy erupted like a volcano. Immortal Emperor above, their academy finally produced an incredible demon-level character that could kill a heaven-ranked immortal king. What, he killed Fong Bai? Azure Wood, who was in the middle of the battle, prepared to bring out his full potential and fight to the end. No matter what, he had to get Lin Fei to leave. When Vice Dean Qing Mu heard Fong Bai's cry of despair, he just happened to see junior brother Lin Fei cleaving the heaven-ranked immortal king apart with a single slash of saber light, killing him cleanly and cleanly. Vice Principal Qing Mu was completely excited, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He finally understood why Zhang Xian had said those words earlier. Junior apprentice brother Lin Fei had the combat prowess of a heaven-ranked immortal king, and the servant beside him also had the same combat prowess. Vice Headmaster Greenwood discovered that he had to reevaluate this junior apprentice brother Lin Fei. No, this was the invincible king, conferred by the immortal emperor. Old Mo, you're dead today. Vice Headmaster Greenwood exhaled in satisfaction. He finally didn't have to fear his opponents. They had 3 heaven-ranked immortal kings on their side, and their side also had 3 heaven-ranked immortal kings. No, how could he kill Fong Bai? That's a heaven-ranked immortal king, an invincible existence. MOD screamed. The mountains behind him instantly exploded, and astral winds blew past his body. He could only watch helplessly as Fong Bai died in the hands of that bastard Lin Fei. Elder, save me. MOD felt as if he had lost his parents after Fong Bai died. In the blink of an eye, he heard another immortal king let out a cry of despair. His body was pierced through, and he struggled in pain before turning into a dried corpse. His eyes were wide open, filled with unwillingness. Lin Fei, you're dead. How dare you kill 2 heaven-ranked immortal kings of our netherworld palace? MOD's hair and beard stood on end, and his clothes fluttered loudly. He had completely gone mad. Another heaven-ranked immortal king had died. When Lin Fei erupted with the combat prowess of a heaven-ranked immortal king, it was already terrifying enough. But now, he and his subordinate had also killed a heaven-ranked immortal king. What kind of joke was this? Earth-ranked immortal kings were dispensable. If one was lost, they would at most receive a few words of reprimand. But now, 2 heaven-ranked immortal kings had died in the blink of an eye. MOD didn't even know how to face the higher-ups when he returned. 2 heaven-ranked immortal kings. Old thing, you're mistaken. Today, I'm going to kill your father too. Lin Fei rushed forward and slashed out with the divine saber in his hand. Over 100 beams of saber light shot out, and every beam of saber light contained the force of 90 million draconic dragons. The saber light was so dense that it was more than enough to kill any earth-ranked immortal king. Dean Qing Mu, leave this person to me. Our Holy Heaven Academy isn't a place that anyone can bully. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, hundreds of saber lights formed from divine force runes, and their power was extraordinary. MOD was also a heaven-ranked immortal king, but he was only at the peak. Even so, he was still very powerful. Hundreds of saber lights were enough to kill an earth-ranked immortal king countless times. As expected of an expert from the Netherworld Palace, Missouri D took out 3 holy light plates in a single breath. Instantly, exclamations of shock could be heard. The holy light plates rotated and blocked the saber lights. Pu under the full power of the 3 holy light plates, MOD spat out a mouthful of blood and was injured. If it was someone else, they would have died countless times. Elder, save me. With this, the last heaven-ranked immortal king fought against the Blood Shadow and Vice Dean Qing Mu. After a few breaths, he screamed and followed in their footsteps. Leave quickly. They're too strong. Hundreds of saber lights slashed down, and each of them shook his light disc. After hundreds of saber lights, the 3 holy light plates were filled with cracks, and were damaged. Heaven-shaking divine axe, die for this daddy. Lin Fei took out the heaven-shaking divine axe. This was a top-grade saint artifact. Under the control of powerful divine force, only a single divine axe was left in the sky. Cold light radiated in all directions, and the sky shook along with it. A saber light slashed down like the dawn before darkness. Bang bang bang, the 3 holy light plates that were strong enough to block the saber light were all shattered, and MOD, a heaven-ranked immortal king, was cut in half, and he died completely. Lin Fei panted heavily. Even he felt a certain amount of fatigue after that attack. The sky returned to normal after the axe slashed down. The powerful elders of the Netherworld Palace were all killed, and none of the 4 heaven-ranked immortal kings were left alive. Run! Mod brought 3 heaven-ranked immortal kings and a group of earth-ranked immortal kings with him. It could be said that they came with great momentum. Their death scared the disciples of the Netherworld Palace. Run! Go back and report to the sect. We must kill a monster like Lin Fei. How could Lin Fei let them leave? The heaven-shaking divine axe slashed out rays of light, and no matter how fast they ran, they were all cut in half. They fell from the sky, and all of them were killed. Who would have thought that I have the great emperor's key? You'll end up like the heaven-ranked immortal kings of the Netherworld Palace. With the heaven-shaking divine axe in his hand, Lin Fei was like a peerless deity standing before everyone. His voice was deafening, echoing in the sky like a great bell. Chapter 995. P.S. Many thanks to Brother Little You. Thank you to the 2 from Jia for your tips, as well as your monthly votes. This humble one has a wish. I hope that my monthly votes can surpass 100 everyone. Please fulfill this humble one's wish. Killing God. These 2 simple words, there was no other word that could describe the current Lin Fei. In the end, he used the sky-shaking divine axe to execute the sky-splitting strike and killed Elder Mod of the Netherworld Palace. The horrifying scene was still fresh in their minds. It was as if they were under the attack of the sky-shaking divine axe at that moment. They had all underestimated Lin Fei. He was truly a wolf in sheep's clothing. What was laughable was that they almost lost their lives when they tried to snatch the heaven-shaking divine axe. He had painstakingly cultivated his entire life in order to reach his current level. However, all of this had become a joke in front of Lin Fei, a peerless genius. A huge joke. Wasn't the Netherworld Palace awesome? The moment they acted, 4 heaven stage immortal kings were killed. But in the end, didn't all of them die? Not a single one survived. Instead, they helped to boost Lin Fei's reputation. More importantly, they died because of their arrogance, truly capsizing in the gutter. Big Brother Lin is mighty. Shi Tianchong was like thunder as he flew down from the sky. He didn't expect that he would make such an awesome friend, an extremely awesome friend. The Netherworld Palace was already shocking enough. But even so, the 10 major powers that everyone was afraid of actually lost 4 heaven stage immortal kings to Lin Fei. How glorious was that? 4 heaven stage immortal kings, each of them was a major character in their own right. There would definitely be a place for them in the great constellation. Shi Tianchong himself couldn't control his emotions. Although he didn't make a move, he felt that he was the one who did it. Even lofty existences would be killed by others one day. Brother Lin, you truly scared us to death. Tai flew down, full of worship. He was truly prostrating himself on the ground. Lin Fei was not someone he could catch up to. Now that a heaven stage immortal king from the Netherworld Palace acted, they were more anxious than anyone else. They didn't know what to do. The heavens had played a huge joke on them. Lin Fei displayed his strength, killing 4 heaven-ranked immortal kings in a single move. 2 of them died in his hands. How imposing was that? This was a level they would never be able to reach in their entire lives. An accident, an accident. Lin Fei chuckled. After killing 4 heaven stage immortal kings, even the other immortal kings in hiding wouldn't dare to make a move. For a power as terrifying as the Netherworld Palace, even Lin Fei dared to act against them, let alone them. As for the Earth-grade immortal kings, they had no choice but to curl up their tails, not daring to say anything. They didn't even see an Earth-grade immortal king. How could they be chopped to death by a single axe strike? They didn't want to be the next one. If you don't dare to come out, then scram. Lin Fei said coldly to the crowd. Whoosh whoosh, the group of people who were watching the show immediately scattered like birds and beasts. In the blink of an eye, they all disappeared. They were afraid that Lin Fei would make a move on them. It was definitely a matter of life and death. At the entrance of the central ruins, the atmosphere finally quietened down. The benevolent monk and Buddha Miao Lingzi who wanted to make a move left unwillingly. Lin Fei was so domineering that it was a complete mess. Fellow Taoist Lin, you're truly impressive. Lian Ba walked over. This young man who was a junior in his eyes had the qualifications to stand together with him. Someone who could make Lian Ba call him Taoist was someone who was on the same level as him. Ordinary people wouldn't hear this term at all. They hadn't reached this level yet. Lin Fei was different. He was young and had sufficient combat prowess. As for his cultivation base, it was completely negligible. Shi Tianchong had never seen his father being so polite to a young man. His face was filled with pride. Father, I already said that Big Brother Lin is unique and different from the masses. Do you understand now? At the start, Lian Ba spoke because he wanted to spare Lin Fei's life so that he could repay the favor he owed. But who would have thought that Lin Fei would erupt with such overwhelming combat prowess, killing the Heaven Stage Immortal King of the Netherworld Palace? You flatter me. Lin Fei spoke. His gaze turned and landed on the Heavenly Wolf Immortal King. Sir, your words earlier were not small. You seem to want to make a move against me, right? The Heavenly Wolf Immortal King did want to make a move. But after seeing Lin Fei's might, he was completely frightened. When he heard these words, he instantly sensed a dangerous aura. As an expert of the demon race, he was extremely sensitive to danger. It's over. How can Lin Fei be so powerful? The Heavenly Wolf Immortal King immediately sensed a powerful killing intent locking onto him. He didn't need to look to know that the blood shadow was targeting him. Taoist Lin, you are mistaken. I'm only here to watch the show. The Heavenly Wolf Immortal King spoke in an incomparably aggrieved manner. That blood shadow fought head-on against the Heaven Stage Immortal King and wasn't injured at all. The Heavenly Wolf Immortal King silently suspected that the other party's combat prowess was exceptionally strong. In addition to the terrifying Lin Fei and the headmaster of the Sacred Heavenly Academy, wouldn't he be insta-killed? The Heavenly Wolf Immortal King didn't dare to move. He glanced at the Lion Ba of the Golden Lion race for help. Watching the show? I think you want to take advantage of the situation, right? Lin Fei's eyes flashed with killing intent. In any case, you are not a good person. Just as well, I'll send you to accompany them. Taoist Lin, don't be angry. Maybe this is really a misunderstanding. The relationship between Lian Ba and the Heavenly Wolf Immortal King was ordinary and they would often fight. But as a member of the same demon race, if he was killed by Lin Fei in front of everyone, it wouldn't be good for him. Why don't we do this? Let him admit his mistake and apologize. How about that? The Heavenly Wolf Immortal King wanted to curse. Since when did he have to lower his voice? But there was no other choice now. Who asked the other party to be so strong? If he wanted to deal with him, it would be a matter of seconds. Fight against them? He had no confidence at all. As for the spectators in the air, they didn't appear at all. Taoist Lion is right. This is indeed a misunderstanding. I'm just here to watch the show. I definitely won't be greedy for Taoist Lin. The Heavenly Wolf Immortal King took out his interspatial ring. This is 100 million true spirits. I hope Taoist Lin will kindly accept it. Asking a Heaven Stage Immortal King to take out 100 million true spirits was considered a huge loss. Lin Fei didn't look at the interspatial ring. He coldly laughed, 100 million true spirits? Do you think I'm a beggar? What's 100 million true spirits? My master can obtain them in a matter of seconds. Who cares about your true spirits? Blood Shadow's eyes flashed with a murderous light as he laughed. I might as well kill you on the spot. Don't all the things on you belong to my master? One couldn't help but say that Blood Shadow's performance infuriated the Heavenly Wolf Immortal King. Don't go too far. At most, we'll just fight until both of us suffer heavy losses. Lin Fei crossed his arms and mocked, fight until both of us suffer heavy losses? You don't have the qualifications. It's better to kill a person like you. Lion Ba glanced at the Heavenly Wolf Immortal King. Heavenly Wolf, if you want to die, you should have said so earlier. If you don't want to die, quickly take out treasures as compensation. Maybe Daoist Lin will spare you. Stupid, truly stupid. There was no helping it. Lion Ba saw everything clearly. Just kill him. Blood Shadow strode forward. The dense smell of blood turned into a torrent that seemed to drown the Heavenly Wolf Immortal King. The Heavenly Wolf Immortal King did intend to show off. When he saw that Blood Shadow was about to make a move, Lin Fei didn't seem to want to stop him. He cursed 100 times. I'll give. In order to survive, the Heavenly Wolf Immortal King took out a treasure and handed it over with great pain. This should be enough, right? Don't push me too far. When a rabbit is cornered, it will bite. Lin Fei didn't care about anything else and kept the treasure. Wait, I heard that your Heavenly Wolf clan has a powerful physical cultivation technique called the Heavenly Demon Body Refinement. Lend it to me and I'll let you go. The Heavenly Demon Body Refinement is our Heavenly Wolf clan's body refinement technique. What do you want to do? Of course I want to take a look. Don't tell me you want to cultivate it. Lin Fei said casually. Are you going to give it to me or not? What an insatiably greedy Lin Fei. The Heavenly Wolf Immortal King regretted coming here alone. He was a heaven stage immortal king of the demonic race. Today, he was being cornered by a young man and couldn't even leave. He had lost all face as a heaven stage immortal king. Forget it, I'll leave first. The Heavenly Wolf Immortal King mused. The Heavenly Demon Body Refinement technique isn't something that just anyone can cultivate. This is especially so for humans. I only need to modify the key points and it'll be best if you suffer cultivation deviation. What if I'm not willing? Blood Shadow had a fiendish look on his face. Of course I'll kill you. Your blood and chi is much denser compared to that human. It'll be much more delicious to absorb. Wrong. He's a heavenly wolf. Master said that after killing him, barbecuing him would be the most delicious. Hairball licked her lips. I can finish him in a single bite. K, what kind of people did this Lin Fei bring with him? The Heavenly Wolf Immortal King didn't doubt Qin Wentian's words at all. He was a heaven stage immortal king, he didn't want to be barbecued by others. Most probably, he would become the most sullen joke of the demonic race. At most, I'll lend it to you to read. If you want to do anything, I'll just self-detonate. The Heavenly Wolf Immortal King acted tough and threatened Qin Wentian to hand over the Heavenly Demon Body Refinement technique. Lin Fei used his divine sense to scan the Heavenly Demon Body Refinement technique. He secretly activated the system and recorded the technique. After that, he coldly laughed in his heart, I knew that this bastard would play tricks. Sadly, you didn't know, Scram. A moment later, Lin Fei calmly spoke. The Heavenly Wolf Immortal King felt as though he was granted amnesty. He instantly vanished without a trace. Smelly brat, just you wait. Swish. Lin Fei slashed out with a saber light. A groan rang out in the air as blood splattered everywhere. Lion Ba watched from the side as he felt shock in his heart. This Lin Fei was truly violent. This time, the Heavenly Wolf Immortal King was so dejected. He would definitely come back to settle the score. Dao friend Lin, you have truly offended the Heavenly Wolf Immortal King. He has two brothers who are both heaven stage immortal kings. He should be going to look for them now. Lion Ba sighed. It's good that he came. My master just happened to lack the main ingredients for barbecue. Hairball didn't mind. Barbecue that fellow, the taste would definitely be very good. Chapter 996. After Lin Fei killed the Heaven Immortal King from the Netherworld Palace, he threatened the Celestial Wolf Immortal King and extorted a fortune from him before letting him go. If anyone else were to see this scene, they would probably think that Lin Fei was a real lunatic. Apart from a madman, no one would dare to threaten a heaven immortal king. More importantly, the demon immortal king was one of the major forces in the great metropolis world. How long are you going to watch? Do you want me to invite you all out? Lin Fei retracted his gaze from the sky and said in a carefree manner. Taoist Lin, you're really something. Even the celestial wolf immortal king was scared away by you. The celestial wolf immortal king wasn't the only one in the void. There were other heaven immortal kings. They originally wanted to watch the show. A perfected golden immortal wasn't worth their attention. They could easily suppress him with a casual move. There was no need to think about anything else. In the end, Lin Fei's performance surprised them. Lin Fei had the ability to kill heaven immortal kings. MOD was a peak early-stage heaven immortal king. Killing him with a few words meant that his combat strength was at the peak early-stage heaven immortal king. Even a mid-stage heaven immortal king wouldn't dare to act rashly. On Lin Fei's side, besides himself, there was a mysterious subordinate, Blood Shadow, and the Vice Dean, Green Wood. They were all heaven immortal kings. Junior brother Lin Fei, this person is called the Golden Valley Immortal King, an elder of the Blazing Sun Valley, the Vice Dean reminded. Lin Fei knew that the Blazing Sun Valley was one of the 10 major forces. This person was like a blazing sun, with a golden crow circling behind him. He was a very powerful expert. As for the others, are you not planning to come out? Lin Fei continued. Whoosh 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 whoosh. This time, as Lin Fei's voice fell, the auras of heaven immortal kings descended one after another. Each of them was very powerful. There were more than 10 heaven immortal kings. Lin Fei, you're a peerless genius, a peerless monster. But there's a saying in this world, 2 fists are no match for a chaotic fist. You might be able to scare away the heavenly wolf immortal king, but that doesn't mean you can scare us away. One of them, a fat middle-aged man, said mockingly, if you know what's good for you, hand over the great emperor's key. Otherwise, we'll have to take action. Who the hell are you? Blood Shadow, Hairball, attacked together. Lin Fei let out a roar and rushed forward first. He waved his heaven-shaking divine axe and wielded a long saber made of divine power with 3 heads and 6 arms, slashing at the fat immortal king at the same time. No one had expected Lin Fei to have such a bad temper. He attacked without saying anything. Bang! 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 Lin Fei's attack was too fast. He exploded with a battle prowess of over 100 million divine force, shattering a large area of the void on the spot. This fat fellow was indeed suppressing Lin Fei while he had the advantage in numbers. You dare to be so disrespectful to our master? You've got guts. Blood Shadow slammed his palm down from the sky. The faces of all the heaven immortal kings changed. This servant of Blood Shadow was more terrifying than they had imagined. I'll bite. Hairball, in her human form, could still traverse through the void. She could bite off a large piece of flesh. The powerful physique of a heaven immortal king was nothing but a joke in front of Hairball. You're courting death. The fat immortal king was called Wang Wei. He was an elder expert of a large sect. Although this sect was still a distance away from the 10 major powers, it had great potential. Bang! Blood Shadow's palm slammed into Wang Wei's body, causing his frail body to explode. Lin Fei's axe cleaved down, causing Wang Wei, a heaven-ranked immortal king, to be flustered and at a disadvantage. Don't kill me, I admit defeat, I admit defeat. After a dozen breaths, Wang Wei cried out in despair. Lin Fei, Blood Shadow, and Hairball, dealing with a heaven immortal king wasn't difficult. After all, they had the initiative and could suppress the opponent. After dealing with a heaven immortal king, Lin Fei's eyes were cold. He looked around and said unhurriedly, I'm a person who is easy to negotiate with. But whoever dares to be fierce to me is asking for trouble. I can only send him to hell. If you guys aren't afraid of death, make your move. Although I'm not a peerless expert, I'm not a coward. At most, we'll die together. I'd like to see how many of you will be left alive. Lin Fei killed immortal King Wang Wei in a dozen breaths, giving them a show of strength. A heaven immortal king was killed just like that. The reason was just one sentence. The last sentence hit the bottom of their hearts. They didn't join forces to attack Lin Fan because they were worried about this problem. At their level of cultivation, who would be willing to die? It wasn't worth it. If they didn't have to die together, they definitely wouldn't. That was why they allowed Wang Wei to speak. It was just to test Lin Fei's character. Lin Fei's ferocity was boundless. The three of them joined forces and killed a heaven immortal king. It was a clean kill. Make a move? They really didn't dare. It would be a lie to say that they weren't afraid of death. Lin Fei's combat strength was beyond imagination. Before figuring out his true strength, they wouldn't dare to make a move. It was because of this that Lin Fei found a perfect opportunity to make them hesitate. Lin Fei took in their expressions one by one. This was exactly the result he wanted. Don't you guys want the great emperor's key? Go back and tell the people behind you. 1 month later, I'll take out 10 spots to auction in the Holy Heaven Academy. Whoever can get it will depend on your luck. After a series of threats, Lin Fei threw a heavy bomb. Auction spots? The remaining heaven immortal kings felt their hearts trembling. They even suspected that they had heard wrongly. There was such a good thing. Not only were the heaven immortal kings stunned, even Lion Tyrant, Vice Headmaster Qing Mu, and the others were stunned. Taking out 10 spots to auction? Vice Headmaster Qing Mu looked at Lin Fei and couldn't help but be impressed by his decisiveness. The treasures of an eternal emperor were something that everyone would be moved by. Only a few could take out 10 spots to auction. However, junior brother Lin Fei did it. In that case, a huge problem had been solved. If anyone dared to make a move, they would definitely be surrounded by everyone. The great emperor's key was with Lin Fei. If anyone dared to make a move, it would be equivalent to destroying their hope. The powers behind them would definitely not agree to it. If anyone dared to make a move, they would become their public enemy. Brilliant move. A truly brilliant move. Although 10 spots didn't count for much, but compared to 100 spots, taking out 1/10 of the spots was enough to make them envious. Chapter 997. They had to admit that the idea that Lin Fei had thrown out had caused their temporary alliance to vanish without a trace. Rather than dying together, it was better to get a spot in the auction. Lin Fei wasn't an ordinary person. He was a young man, full of youthful vigor. With his age and strength, it just proved that young people were impulsive. They were hot-blooded and could do anything. They had a way out of this embarrassing situation. There was no need to continue wasting time. If this continued, there would only be two outcomes. One was to attack and fight to the death, and the other was to destroy indiscriminately. No matter what, neither of the two results was what they hoped for. Daoist Lin, our blazing sun valley will take our leave first. Golden Grain Immortal King clasped his hands. He didn't care about anything else. He turned into a beam of light and disappeared. Daoist Lin, we will take our leave too. We will take our leave first. The heaven-rank immortal kings did not have any thoughts of fighting. They returned to their sects and reported the news to their superiors. In the blink of an eye, none of them were left. Dean Qingmu, you won't be angry that I did this, right? Lin Fei turned around and said to Vice Dean Qingmu. He had thought about this idea for a long time. Although his strength had improved greatly, there was still a gap between him and a heaven-rank immortal king. He could not be invincible among them. He could not be invincible, and it was not good to make too many enemies. Hence, the scene from before appeared. He took out 10 spots to auction and let them fight it out. It would be best if they fought to the death. It was none of his business anyway. How could Vice Dean Qingmu be angry? He was overjoyed. More than 10 heaven-rank immortal kings had appeared. Even he felt great pressure. Even if they attacked together, they might not be able to resist. Lin Fei's actions had indeed made Vice Dean Qingmu's eyes light up. Unknowingly, the disaster had shifted to him. 10 spots were enough for them to fight for. At the same time, 10 spots had solved a big problem. Junior brother Lin Fei, you've done well. You've done better than this old man had imagined. Vice Dean Qing Mu heaved a sigh of relief. If he had faced this problem, he might not have been able to do it. With just a simple sentence, Vice School Head Qing Mu was unable to come to a decision in a short period of time. Lin Fei, on the other hand, could do it. In this aspect, Deputy Dean Aoki could only sigh in admiration. When faced with killing without any fear, they were similarly left in the dust. Lin Fei turned to Tyrant Lion and said, "Fellow Lion, we are fated to meet. Warsky has taken one of the remaining 10 spots, and I plan to give you one of the remaining 9 spots." Lion Tyrant had never expected such an ending. The group of heavenly stage immortal kings, brimming with killing intent, left in the blink of an eye. What made Tyrant Lion even more surprised was that Lin Fei would make such a decision and even wanted to give him a slot. As a heaven-ranked immortal king of the demonic races, he couldn't help but feel agitated. Tyrant Lion did not plan to bid for the 10 slots. But a sentence that came out of nowhere completely stunned him. Giving him a qualification? This was a great opportunity waiting for him. It was unbelievable. "How can I accept this?" Tyrant Lion hurriedly said. "Your son and I are friends, you don't have to be so polite." Of the 10 slots, 2 were gone, and 8 were left. Excluding himself, there were still 8 people left. As for why it was given to the Golden Lion clan, there was naturally a reason. Tyrant Lion knew that he owed a huge favor, and with his ability, he could not return it. The treasure of the Eternal Great Emperor was very tempting, and it would play a decisive role for the Golden Lion clan. "Fellow Daoist Lin, our Golden Lion clan will always be your friend, the firmest ally." Tyrant Lion said solemnly, and no one doubted the importance of these words. "This is not a place to stay for long. Dean Aoki and I will leave first." Since the other party had agreed, Lin Fei naturally did not plan to stay. At the end, he invited Tai and the others to be guests at the Holy Heaven Academy. He is so young, but with such means, there will be a place for him in the great metropolis heaven. Looking at Lin Fei's departing figure, Tyrant Lion sighed. With the promise of a slot, Tyrant Lion did not dare to stay any longer. There were more important things to do next. "Junior brother Lin Fei, do you know that the Golden Lion clan has an ancient existence?" Vice Dean Aoki asked on the way back. "I guessed it." Lin Fei smiled. "Can you tell me the specifics?" Vice Dean Aoki did not know whether to laugh or cry. "You are really bold, even I am worried for you." At the beginning, Vice Dean Aoki could not think of a reason, and felt very pained to give away a slot. It was only until on the way back that he came to a realization. What a good move. Others might not know, but our Holy Heaven Academy knows. Back then, the great emperors gathered in the great metropolis heaven, and among them, the demon race had more great emperors than the human race. Once they reached the peak of the heaven realm, they would have a portion of the divine might of an immortal emperor. Their combat strength would increase explosively, and they would be able to fight against some human immortal emperors. The Golden Lion clan just happens to have such an existence. If he is still alive, he should be an ancient existence that has lived for 700,000 to 800,000 years. The reason why Lin Fei gave away a slot was to pull in an ally. From the system's evaluation, the Golden Lion clan had a noble bloodline, and it was easy for them to produce experts. The demon race was one of the major powers in the great metropolis heaven. Lin Fei had reason to believe that the Golden Lion clan would have a terrifying expert. Giving away a favor was not a loss. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He had guessed correctly. It's good to have an expert. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Vice Dean Aoki suddenly asked, "But what if the Golden Lion clan is not willing to stand on your side after getting the slot?" Lin Fei said casually, "Lord Dean, you seem to have forgotten something. The slot is still in my hands, and it is not up to them to decide who to give it to. It is up to me." Su Wan and the other elders sucked in a breath of cold air, and a chill rose up in their hearts. This move was perfect. The central sacred region was a piece of news that spread like wildfire across the entire great metropolis Heaven. Holy Heaven Academy's Lin Fei defeated the geniuses of the various factions, and he even exploded with the battle prowess of a heaven-rank immortal king, killing a heaven-rank immortal king in one move. At first, no one believed it, but as the news spread, everyone believed it without a doubt. A peerless monster. He could even kill a heaven-rank immortal king. He was not someone they could afford to offend. An even crazier piece of news spread. Lin Fei, this peerless monster, did not have 3 great emperor's keys, but 2. And one of them was in the hands of the Hell Crown Prince's faction, and Lin Fei had taken out 10 slots to be auctioned in a month's time. This piece of news completely drowned out the previous one. No matter how strong Lin Fei was, no matter how terrifying, killing a heaven-rank immortal king, it had nothing to do with them. It was an existence that they could only look up to. On the contrary, the slots for the great emperor's keys were of utmost importance. Lin Fei would take out 10 slots? What a joke. As the news continued to spread, everyone no longer doubted that the great metropolis world was going to make a move, and the immortal emperors who had not made a move yet were going to make a move. While the outside world was in an uproar, Lin Fei was on his invincible peak, enjoying his rare days of peace. After returning from the central sanctuary, Lin Fei enjoyed his 3 days of peace, and did not see anyone. As the news spread, everyone knew that Lin Fei, who had just made a name for himself previously, was now famous in the great metropolis world. Senior brother Lin Fei was a peerless expert that could rival a heaven-rank immortal king. After activating the array, Lin Fei set it up again, and plundered a lot of materials. After setting it up, no one would be able to barge in, unless they were immortal emperors. Holy Heaven Academy, deep in the void. A huge palace stood in the depths of the void. Circles of space-time turbulence rippled around the palace, completely concealing the entire space. Even an immortal emperor would not dare to barge into this area. The space-time turbulence was truly terrifying, and someone had to guide them to enter the palace. Barging in by force would not end well. The palace was empty, and no one was there. Our academy has finally welcomed a peerless monster. Holy Heaven Old Ancestor must be taking care of us. In the empty space, there was a burst of mental energy, and it was filled with excitement and transcendence. In the originally empty main hall, waves of spiritual fluctuations kept erupting. No silhouettes could be seen, but from the powerful spiritual fluctuations that erupted, without exception, these were all true great experts. Another mental energy came. At this age, Lin Fei's talent is comparable to Holy Heaven Old Ancestor. We must focus on nurturing such a genius. I suggest pulling him up from his position as a religious son, and make him a vice dean, to set a real example. A few mental energy groups agreed with this reward. From a religious son to a vice dean, a huge increase in authority was enough to reach the heavens in a single step. As a vice dean, many of the academy's secrets, secret manuals, and supreme skills would not be restricted. No, this old man does not agree with this decision. Another powerful mental energy came, opposing the previous decision. Lin Fei's killing intent is too heavy. Our Holy Heaven Academy is not as glorious as before. Lin Fei killed heaven-rank immortal kings outside, including people from the Nether Palace. This will undoubtedly bring trouble and potential danger to the academy. If things go wrong, the academy will become a target for everyone. That's right, our Holy Heaven Academy has not participated in this kind of thing for a long time. I think we should take back the 2 monarch keys. With them under our control, it will be enough to raise our academy's status, and we will also obtain great fortune in the treasure hunt for the Eternal Monarch's treasure. The other mental energy groups were clearly dissatisfied. No, how will the people of the academy look at us in the future? The mental energy groups in the palace quarreled with each other, as if it had become a market. Chapter 998. In the depths of the Divine Sky Academy, a majestic palace stood amidst the turbulence of time and space. Just as a large amount of spiritual energy was arguing, another even larger spiritual energy descended from the sky, crushing them and causing a large amount of spiritual energy to explode. Silence. Finally silence. The palace temporarily quieted down as the exploded spiritual energy recovered. The terrifying spiritual energy just now surpassed the limit of a heaven-rank immortal king. Supreme Elder, I believe that junior brother Lin Fei is the pride of our Divine Sky Academy and should be promoted to the position of vice principal. He is completely qualified. The previous spiritual energy spoke again after a moment of silence. Bullshit, Lin Fei is born to be a troublemaker. What did he do in such a short time? Killing countless people, using cruel methods, recruiting enemies everywhere. If this continues, the entire academy will be implicated. The academy might even become the public enemy one day. We must restrict Lin Fei in advance. Voices of opposition came one after another. Obviously, the two sides had different thoughts. One side wanted to nurture, while the other side wanted to restrict the other. Due to the previous argument, they were clearly restrained and weren't as intense as before. Alright, stop arguing. The largest spiritual energy was like the leader of the sun, moon, and stars. Everyone quieted down with a single word. Lin Fei is the pride of our Divine Sky Academy. This cannot be erased. He has brought glory to our academy. The Supreme Elder's spiritual energy fluctuated. He must be rewarded for his contributions. This cannot be denied. However, this matter is of great importance and has brought pressure to the academy. The merits and demerits will be offset. Are you satisfied now? Even the Supreme Elder had to resolve this matter. His words were completely reasonable. Demerits will be offset, no reward, no punishment. The Divine Sky Academy was not as glorious as before. This matter was of great importance and had to be carefully considered. Supreme Elder's words are reasonable. Since this is the case, we must take back the Great Emperor's key. The opposing opinion was unrelenting. Lin Fei's strength is abnormal, but it doesn't mean that he can block the sneak attack of others. The Great Emperor's key must be in our hands. Otherwise, there won't be any accidents. What a joke, it's simply the biggest joke in the world. Although our Divine Heaven Academy isn't a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, it was still set up by the old ancestor Sacred Heaven. Do you think anyone can sneak in? The Sovereign's key is junior brother Lin Fei's fortuitous encounter. Don't forget that he's one of the successors of the Eternal Emperor. That mysterious war sky killed the subordinate of the Sky Devil Emperor in an instant. What do you think they'll do if they find out? The battle in the central sacred ruins had highlighted one person, Zhang Tian, one of the Eternal Emperor's successors. His strength was unfathomable, and some people suspected that he was an emperor-level expert. Although Qin Wentian had suspicions, since he was able to kill heaven-ranked immortal kings so easily, his future would definitely be limitless. By taking away junior brother Lin Fei's emperor's key, they had clearly offended a potential expert. Once the other party advanced to the emperor realm, the Holy Heaven Academy's doomsday would come. The spiritual fluctuations stopped. It was obvious that they were afraid. We don't dare to offend that mysterious expert, Zhang Tian, but Lin Fei has a total of 8 quotas. It's necessary to hand over 7 of them. Since they couldn't hand over the sovereign's key, they had to settle for the next best thing. Shameless, you're really shameless. Junior brother Lin Fei is a student of our academy. What's the difference between this and snatching? Shameless? Wrong, this is to protect Lin Fei. At this age, possessing a precious treasure is a crime. We're just protecting him, it's not shameless. The spiritual group in the palace was the true upper echelon of the Holy Heaven Academy. Every spiritual group had an extremely high authority. Apart from cultivating in seclusion, they basically wouldn't be noticed by the public. Who said that Lin Fei can't protect the sovereign's key? Ordinary heaven stage immortal kings wouldn't be a match for him. In our academy, is there any peerless genius that can compare to Lin Fei? Killing a heaven stage immortal king at this age was practically impossible. Killing a heaven stage immortal king is just because they don't get along. As long as he goes all out, a peerless genius can also achieve that. It can't be considered a display of strength. The spiritual group retorted, if Lin Fei wants to control the remaining sovereign's key, He must show enough strength, otherwise, he doesn't deserve it. Lin Fei's strength is tyrannical. Since that's the case, he'll have to display strength that will convince us. What we see is false. How about this? Didn't Lin Fei make a bet with the Phoenix Academy? Let him personally make a trip to the Phoenix Academy. If he can return unhurriedly, that would be his strength. No, absolutely not. The Phoenix Academy also has the old antiques. If Lin Fei goes there, it's the same as entering the dragon's pool and tiger's den. Even if he grows wings, he won't be able to escape. This will only harm Lin Fei. A disdainful voice came, of course, we won't let Lin Fei be trapped in the Phoenix Academy. At that time, the experts of our elder group will personally protect him in secret. It's nothing more than testing whether he has the strength or not. No, no. Very quickly, the quarrel started again. This kind of test was indeed too dangerous. At their age, they didn't dare to go to the Phoenix Academy. In the past 100 years, the influence of the Phoenix Academy had been expanding. Their strength had also been increasing, and they had the momentum of catching up. Within the Phoenix Academy, there were experts overseeing it. Now was different from the past. With Lin Fei possessing a treasure, it was no different than a sheep entering the tiger's den. The elder who nurtured Lin Fei didn't wish for this kind of test to happen. All right, everyone quiet down. The Grand Supreme Elder's spirit ball glowed brightly and stopped them from continuing. The Sovereign's key was one of the treasures of the great metropolis world. It would be a lie if the Holy Heaven Academy didn't feel any pressure. How to deal with this problem had instead become a difficult problem. Let's follow the old rules and vote. The elder group was the upper echelon of the Holy Heaven Academy. There were a total of 18 people. Including the Supreme Elder, there were 19 people. Usually, they would decide through voting. Let's vote then, who's afraid of who? The result was soon out. There were only 6 people who didn't want Lin Fei to go. There were 10 people who wanted Lin Fei to go, 4 more people. As for the rest, they all gave up. Among the 18 elders, there was a small power. They were all very cautious in this kind of matter. If Lin Fei is able to display his true strength in the Phoenix Academy, then we will allow him to have 5 of the remaining quotas, the Supreme Elder said. The result is out, everyone stop quarreling. Arrange someone to inform Lin Fei and let him be mentally prepared. At that time, a few of you will protect him in secret. Make sure nothing happens to Lin Fei. Chapter 999. Sigh, breaking through the limit of God power is extremely difficult. On the invincible mountain peak, Lin Fei sat cross-legged on a boulder. God power runes flew up and down. Each God power runes could cut through the void and kill an immortal king. After refining the victorious fighting Buddha's relic and the treasures he got from the peerless genius, Lin Fei raised his God power to 990 million dragons. After reaching this limit, no matter how many God power pills he refined, he could not break through the limit. Lin Fei's deep gaze looked into the endless void. Perhaps my opportunity will be in the dragon world. After reaching the limit, Lin Fei knew that it was impossible to break through the limit in a short time. He could not rush it. Come out. A huge seal appeared above Lin Fei's head. It was the Fantian seal. After the seal flew out, the heaven suppression bell flew out. A huge volcano appeared. It was the heaven and earth smelt. Finally, the heaven-shaking godly axe flew out. Refine. The Fantian seal flew into the volcano. The heaven suppression bell flew in as well. The raging fire kept burning. Lin Fei formed seals like stars. It was the multitude stars technique. An hour later, the Fantian seal flew out again. It was covered in runes and let out a buzzing sound. It tore through the void on the spot. I've finally fused the Fantian seal. The Fantian seal's grade has increased by quite a bit. Lin Fei played with it for a while. He put away the Fantian seal. After a round of refining, it surpassed the supreme grade saint artifact. If he continued to smelt some treasures, it would evolve into a pseudo-immortal artifact. You go in too. Lin Fei threw the heaven-shaking godly axe into the heaven and earth smelt. He took out the judgment staff and threw it into the smelt. Another hour later, an aura that surpassed that of a supreme-grade sacred artifact erupted from the heaven and earth furnace. Another pseudo-immortal artifact that was similar to the Fanteon seal appeared. Lin Fei reached out his hand and grabbed it. Cold light shot out in all directions. The divine axe that was as heavy as 1,000 caddies spun in his hand without the slightest pause. The Fanteon seal is the main attacker, and the sky-shaking divine axe is also the main attacker. Coupled with the divine power talisman, my combat power will increase by a large margin. Lin Fei had benefited immensely from his battle with Agutai. After the system was reactivated, it could deduce the powerful attacks of divine power talismans. This was the true use of divine power, not just brute force. It was thanks to the system's guidance that Lin Fei was able to kill the Nether Palace's experts that day. The attack power of the talisman formed from divine power was an important factor in determining the strength of the enemy. The heaven-shaking divine axe also played a huge role. Today, Lin Fei had refined the two sacred artifacts again, and they were almost pseudo-immortal artifacts. Their power had increased by a lot, and if he used them again, it would be much easier to kill immortal kings. After putting away the heaven-shaking divine axe and the heaven and earth furnace, Blood Shadow walked up from behind. Master, the Vice Dean Qing Mu came to look for you. Lin Fei's gaze was calm. Go invite him here. All right. Lin Fei looked at the scenery outside the invincible peak and sighed. The peaceful days are over. I hope you guys don't go overboard. Not long later, the Vice Dean Qing Mu arrived. Congratulations, Junior Brother Lin. Your strength has increased again. Dean, you're really perceptive. You even noticed this. Lin Fei stood up and smiled. Dean, please take a seat. Even though his divine power had increased by a few million dragon god force and reached the limit, it didn't mean that Dean Qing Mu couldn't see it. Lin Fei waved his hand, and a table appeared in front of him. There were melons and fruits on it, and they were of very high quality. For people at their level, celestial fruits were just for tasting. They weren't really useful. Vice Principal Qing Mu felt uncomfortable to be treated so courteously. He sighed softly and said, Junior Brother Lin Fei, this senior brother of mine has failed you. Lin Fei said. Dean, you don't have to blame yourself. I've killed countless people outside and offended many enemies. It's normal for me to end up like this. Ever since he came back, Lin Fei knew this. In any sect, if there was a disciple who easily caused trouble, they would definitely be punished. Lin Fan returned with the Great Emperor's key and killed a Heaven Immortal King. It would be a lie if the Divine Heaven Academy didn't feel any pressure. Dean Qing Mu thought that Lin Fei would be angry. When he heard the result, he was furious. He couldn't be as calm as Lin Fei. I'm getting old. Dean Qing Mu sighed again. Originally, we were going to recommend you to be the Vice Dean. Unfortunately, someone interfered. In the end, we didn't know what to do. I hope Junior Brother can forgive us. Lin Fei shook his head. It's fine. I'm a good person. Tell me, is there any punishment from the higher-ups? Dean Qing Mu hesitated for a moment and said, there's no punishment, but there's no corresponding reward. The higher-ups have given you a test regarding the ownership of the remaining Great Emperor's key placings. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. I wonder what the test is. The high-level elders said that if you can go to the Phoenix Academy and complete the bet from last time, and come out unscathed, it would be equivalent to you having the ability to establish yourself. Vice Dean Qing Mu also had a belly full of anger when he mentioned this. Phoenix Academy wasn't a small academy. They also had experts. Lin Fan was clearly sending himself to death. So, I have to make a trip to the Phoenix Academy? Lin Fei said indifferently. Only I have the right to the remaining Great Emperor's key placings? Yes. If you can come out, you'll have the right to 5 placings. Dean Qingmu snuck a glance and saw that Lin Fei wasn't angry. He let out a sigh of relief. If it wasn't for the higher-up's request, he definitely wouldn't have done such a shameful thing. Their appetite isn't small. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed. Dean Qingmu sensed a wave of killing intent. This junior apprentice brother Lin Fei was finally angry. After seeing that scene that day, he couldn't help but feel a chill. Even though Dean Qingmu was quite dissatisfied with the higher-up's decision, he couldn't do anything about it. He could only say, "I think the higher-ups are doing this for your own good." After all, treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. Dean Qingmu didn't stay for too long. No matter how thick his skin was, he couldn't sit still in this sort of situation. After telling the higher-ups what had happened and comforting Lin Fei, he found an excuse to leave. He simply didn't dare to face that gaze. "Master, the higher-ups elders are all trash," Blood Shadow said fiercely. "Should we kill them all?" Sky Dragon, who was at the side, was scared out of his wits. This Blood Shadow had a bad temper, wanting to kill people for no reason. After Blood Shadow returned, Sky Dragon was reduced to a lackey. Furball was stronger than him, and Blood Shadow was cruel enough to kill him with one hand. Lin Fei shook his head. "It doesn't matter. They are elders of the upper echelons. Every one of them is powerful. The current me is indeed no match for them. Once I break through the limit of divine power, I want to see if they will still dare to say such words. I want this academy to be mine." Lin Fei was very dissatisfied with the higher-ups elders' decision. He was very disappointed. "Master, as long as I continue to devour, once I become a pseudo-emperor, they won't dare to punish Master even if they were given 100 guts." Bloodshadow's gaze was fierce. He wanted to beat up all the higher-ups elders who had offended his master. No rush. That day won't be too far away. Hairball saw that her master was in a bad mood. "Then, are we still going to Phoenix Academy?" Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. "Of course, the Phoenix Academy is a good place. This time, when I go to the Phoenix Academy, I must turn that place upside down. Not to mention, my flipping sky seal and sky-shaking divine axe need to be constantly merged with treasures in order to advance to immortal tools. I believe the Phoenix Academy will not disappoint me." If it weren't for the fact that the flipping sky seal and the sky-shaking divine axe had not yet reached the level of a fairy weapon, Lin Fei would have integrated the golden scissors, a fairy weapon, into them instead of worrying about not being able to integrate them properly. "Junior brother Lin Fei, aren't you going to come out and welcome us personally?" A group of young men appeared outside the Invincible Peak, gathering outside the restriction. Rumbling sounds echoed in the Invincible Peak, and it was filled with an unbridled aura. Lin Fei looked up and couldn't help but laugh. "It seems like some of the elders don't like me. Great, I'm in a bad mood today. You guys are out of luck to come knocking on my door." Outside the restriction, the 8 young men had arrogant looks on their faces. They had the symbol of a religious sun on their left chests. They were the religious sons with the highest status in the academy. Even the elders had to give them face. It was rare for 8 religious sons to arrive at the same time. I wonder what kind of luck Lin Fei has. He got 2 Emperor's keys consecutively, and he's the successor of the Eternal Emperor. He's now a celebrity in our world. He's the successor of the Eternal Emperor. I heard that Vice Principal Qingmu wants him to be the Vice Principal. He has quite a temper. 8 of our senior brothers are here, but he doesn't come out first. Instead, he wants us to wait for him. He's indeed as arrogant as the rumors say." The restriction on the Invincible Peak opened, and a black figure came out. "My master is angry. Hand over all your treasures and scram as far as you can." Hairball came up with her hands on her waist and scolded them. Hairball had learned how to behave like a bandit after this trip. She knew that they were in the Elysium Academy, and they couldn't eat people. But robbing people was not a problem. "Ha ha ha, you're just a little brat. What a boastful tone you have. Like person, like servant." One of the religious sons laughed, ignoring Lin Fei. "Junior brother Lin Fei, I'm the North Dark Saint. Aren't you going to greet me? We're your senior brothers, high-ranking religious sons. We heard that you've gotten many opportunities recently, so we're here. Aren't you going to invite us to your peak? You have to know that this is your honor. How many personal disciples and true disciples can't even wait for this day? Another holy son said. Lin Fei crossed his arms and smiled. Senior Brothers. Chapter 1000. A few saints had come to the invincible peak personally. This scene was noticed by the surrounding disciples, and they were all envious of Lin Fan. A saint was the most prestigious existence in the school. Perhaps, one of the saints could become a dean in the future. Of course, he could even become a great emperor-level expert. Even if the chances were slim, it was not an opportunity that everyone could have. Ever since the news of the sacred ruin spread across the entire great metropolis, the disciples of the Holy Heaven Academy had worshipped Lin Fei countless times. But when they heard Lin Fan's words, they were slightly surprised, but they did not show much of a reaction. It was as if what Lin Fan said was right and there was nothing to doubt. I'm dying of laughter. Junior brother Lin Fei, do you know who you're talking to? The North Underworld saint laughed. I'm the saint of Tianqi. We came to see junior brother out of goodwill, but who would have thought that junior brother would be so arrogant? Another saint, the saint of Tianqi, said with a sullen face. The 8 of them were the saints of the school, and not the kind of saints who were inexperienced. They had a certain status and reputation, and could do whatever they wanted in the school. But now, a junior brother who had not been confirmed as a saint dared to talk to them so arrogantly. He even wanted to rob them of their treasures. Not many people in the school would dare to say something like that. The 8 saints were all proud. Lin Fei's words had achieved their goal. As for robbing them of their treasures? Was that even possible? It was completely impossible. Junior brother Lin Fei, we are very angry now. We heard that you have obtained quite a lot of treasures. If you can't satisfy us, you will have nowhere to stay in the school in the future. Lin Fei made a chest-puffing gesture and said calmly. Since you won't listen to me, I'll do it myself. Fantian seal. Lin Fei waved his hand and flung out his Fantian seal. A large seal pressed down on them on the spot. 8 large plates of holy light were brought out in an attempt to block Lin Fei's Fantian seal. The Fantian seal pressed down, and the buzzing sound waves were like threads that swept across their bodies. Cracking sounds rang out incessantly, and cracks appeared on their holy armor, which continued to expand. With a crash, they completely shattered, and their fleshly bodies split open. With a rumble, the 8 holy children were crushed into the ground by the Fantian seal. From the moment Lin Fei attacked to suppressing them, it was all done in one go. Ah, my body. Damn Lin Fei. The grade of the Fantian seal had increased. Although it was not an immortal artifact, its power was extraordinary. It was not something that they could withstand. This Fantian seal caused their fleshly bodies to explode on the spot. It was equivalent to being killed in an instant, which was why they hated Lin Fei so much. This was equivalent to making them lose a certain part of their talent. After putting away the Fantian seal, the 8 holy children attacked angrily. The Fantian seal pressed down again, smashing their fleshly bodies into pieces again. All sorts of angry voices came from below again. Lin Fei said calmly, hand over everything, and you will be spared the pain. Bullsh *T. Dream on. This matter is not over yet. They had come under orders, and of course, they wanted to extract some treasures from Lin Fei. Who would have thought that the moment he took out his treasure, he would completely suppress them? Then continue to enjoy it. Lin Fei would not be polite to them. The Fantian seal smashed down again and again, and even a heaven stage celestial king would have a headache, let alone a human stage celestial king like them. Boom, 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 the onlookers felt a chill down their spines. They finally understood why no one dared to make a move against the people from the invincible peak. Senior brother Lin Fei was too violent. The 8 holy children's bodies were smashed into pieces, and they were completely ignored. Junior brother Lin Fei, we were wrong. We are willing to hand over our things. Reviving again and again had consumed a lot of their energy, and it affected their bodies greatly. Their faces were pale, and there was not a single trace of blood in them. Lin Fei was a monster. It wasn't that they didn't take out their divine artifacts. Divine artifacts that usually possessed extraordinary power were smashed to pieces in the face of the flipping sky seal, which was a divine artifact. The 8 holy children were completely terrified. They had suffered heavy losses, and if this went on, they would need to recuperate for at least a few hundred years. It was a huge loss. The Fantian seal stopped above their heads, covering the sky. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why did you have to suffer? Lin Fei said seriously. Hand over your storage rings. Hairball had already flown up to the Dark North Holy Child and slapped him. The fragile Dark North Holy Child's body exploded on the spot, leaving behind a storage ring. How dare you call me a brat? You must be tired of living. The remaining 7 saints sucked in a breath of cold air. This brat, who looked down on them, had shattered the Dark North Saint's body with a single slap. He was another monster. When Hairball looked over, they were shocked. Don't kill us, we will give you our storage rings. After Hairball's little demonstration, the 7 saints did not dare to resist. They directly handed over their storage rings, not daring to hold anything back. The sky-flipping seal above their heads was incomparably domineering. It was a true colossus, and they were completely no match for it. Junior brother Lin Fei, can we go now? Lin Fei kept the Fantian seal. Scram! The 8 holy children felt as if they had been pardoned. They did not fight anymore. The Fantian seal had suppressed them. How could they fight? After sending the 8 holy children away, Lin Fei returned to his invincible peak. However, the news spread like wildfire in the school. The 8 holy children were no match for Lin Fei. The 8 holy children were too ashamed to face anyone. They announced that they were going into seclusion, but in fact, they were recovering. They are all poor bastards. There were not many things in the storage rings that the 8 holy sons had obtained that caught his eye. Lin Fei gave them to his servants as a reward and kept the time defy the sky. Seeing the defying space, Lin Fei could not help but think of the Chaos Beast. Now that my divine force has reached the greater success stage, I have reached the limit. I don't know how to break through. Maybe that Chaos Beast will have a way. Lin Fei's heart shook. When I went into seclusion in the defying space, I met that Chaos Beast. That's why I improved so quickly. I really have to go and see him. Even now, Lin Fei did not think that he would be able to contend against that ferocious beast of chaos, even if his divine power had reached the great accomplishment stage. It could even kill a divine dragon with a wave of his hand. From the looks of it, the divine dragon was at least at the immortal king level, but it was killed. One could imagine how powerful that Chaos Beast was. Alright, let's go and see that Chaos Beast. The defying space of the 8 holy children was turned over by Lin Fei. Chapter 1001. P.S. Thanks to ordinary stranger Yangbin 69 for the tip. You're saying that junior brother Lin Fei beat up the Dark Saint and the other 7 saints and stole all their treasures? On a mountain peak that pierced through the clouds, Vice Dean Qingmu was shocked when he heard the news. This was completely within his expectations. Yes, it spread throughout the entire academy. Vice Dean Qingmu sent them away. I told you that Lin Fei is young and impetuous. It's inevitable that he would find someone to vent his anger on. The Dark Saint and the others are really bold. They deserve to be punished. Before Vice Dean Qingmu left, he was still worried that the actions of the higher-ups would arouse Lin Fei's disgust. If a person could not vent their anger, that would be terrifying. He had been worried that Lin Fei would go overboard, but the moment he turned around and left, Lin Fei would make a move. There's a Vice Dean behind the Dark Saint and the others. This matter must be dealt with. Vice Dean Qingmu thought for a moment, tore open the void, and walked out of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at another mountain. Dean, you must avenge us. The North Dark Saint was crying. That Lin Fei is too arrogant. We originally went to congratulate junior brother Lin Fei, but we never expected him to be so vicious. Not only did he attack us, but he also stole our treasures, causing us to suffer a great loss. The enlightening Holy Sun had an aggrieved expression. The 8 saints each complained to a middle-aged man in front of them. Aggrieved, really too aggrieved. Before going into seclusion, they couldn't help but complain about Lin Fei's evil deeds. Otherwise, how could they survive in the academy in the future? No matter where they went, there would always be people pointing fingers at them. Vice Dean Qingmu, what brings you here? The middle-aged man stood up and looked at the sky. The North Dark Saint and the others were shocked when they saw Vice Dean Qingmu, and they hurriedly greeted him. Vice Dean of Mount June, you don't come without a reason. Vice Principal Qingmu nodded to them. In truth, I came here for junior apprentice brother Lin Fei. I heard that he did something extraordinary just now, so I came to find out more about it. The expressions of the North Dark Saint's son and the others instantly changed. They had just been humiliated by Lin Fei, and their vitality had been greatly damaged. In the blink of an eye, Vice Dean Qingmu had come. Wasn't this a slap in the face? Although Vice Dean Qingmu did not blame them, the North Sea Saint and the others knew that they were here for them. The status of Mount June's Vice Dean was the same as that of Qingmu's Vice Dean. Divine Heaven Academy had a total of 6 deans, 1 principal and 5 vice deans. Vice Headmaster Qingmu's words made the June Shan Vice Headmaster unhappy. The 8 saints were all injured and their vitality was greatly damaged. All their treasures had been taken away, which had a great impact on their strength. He had to punish Lin Fei. Vice Dean Greenwood, could it be that you think that Lin Fei is not responsible for attacking the North Dark Holy Sun and the others? The North Dark Holy Sun and the others are all the saints of the Academy. They are important targets for training, but look at what Lin Fei has done. Vice Dean Qingmu did not need to look to know. He sneered. Jun Shan, you and I are both deans. We should know the decision of the higher-ups. What do you think will happen if the higher-ups find out that the North Dark Holy Sun and the others are here? Vice Dean Qingmu had access to news from the higher-ups. When he heard this, the corners of his eyes twitched. He had overlooked one thing from the beginning. Before this matter came to a conclusion, no one dared to do anything to Lin Fei. That Lin Fei can't use this to run amok. Vice Dean Qingmu said. I'm just reminding you out of goodwill so that you don't get caught up in it. As for whether you listen or not, that's your business. Goodbye. Before leaving, his gaze swept over the North Dark Holy Sun and the others, sending a chill down their backs. You've gone too far. Vice Dean Qingmu snorted angrily. You bastards, why didn't you go earlier or later? You're just looking for trouble. The North Dark Holy Sun and the others did not understand what was going on. They looked at him with grievance. You guys better recuperate. Put Lin Fei's matter aside for now. Vice Dean Qingmu also knew about that matter. As for Lin Fei, as the Vice Dean, I will naturally stand up for you guys. On the other side. Lin Fei did not know that the North Dark Holy Sun and the others had complained. After leaving Invincible Peak, he arrived at a valley in a few breaths' time. Junior brother Lin Fei, you're here. The last time he came, Lin Fei was still in the Xian Immortal realm. But this time around, he was already a perfected Golden Immortal with monstrous battle prowess. The 2 perfected Golden Immortal monarchs that were stationed there personally came up to him and were extremely courteous. Lin Fei nodded and walked into the valley. When he saw the palace, someone was already there to welcome him. Junior brother Lin Fei. The person who came to welcome him was Attendant Zhang. When he received the news outside, he was shocked on the spot. Everyone in the school knew what the name Lin Fei represented. He was a peerless monster who could kill a heaven-stage immortal king. Attendant Zhang, I want to go to the heaven-defying space. Please open it for me. Lin Fei took out the token. It's no trouble at all. Administrator Zhang still remembered what happened last time like it was yesterday. After not seeing Lin Fei for 3 days, he had a whole new level of respect for him. Lin Fei's growth was too terrifying. By the way, Attendant Zhang, have there been any changes in the heaven-defying space recently? Changes? No. Attendant Zhang did not understand, but still answered. Lin Fei was getting more and more curious about this heaven-defying space. What secrets were hidden in it? The array was opened, and Lin Fei entered the heaven-defying space once again. Just like before, Lin Fei appeared on a platform. Chaotic qi lingered around him, and it did not decrease in the slightest. Okay, I couldn't get out last time. Now that I've cultivated the invincible golden body and the heavenly demon divine body, my defense has improved again. I can investigate this place now. The heavenly demon divine body that he got from the heavenly wolf immortal king, despite the other party's dirty tricks, was easily recovered by the powerful system. Open. Lin Fei used his palm as a knife and slashed out. The chaotic qi that he could not pass through before was split into 2, creating a passage. What a strong pressure. Lin Fei walked out of the platform, and a terrifying pressure followed. It was the divine power of millions of dragons. So that's what happened, no wonder you had to open a platform. He continued to fly forward, and the pressure of the space kept increasing. From the original millions of dragons, it reached 20 to 30 million in the blink of an eye. If one's physical body was weak, even 100 lives would be useless. It was still a white blur in front of him, filled with large amounts of chaotic qi. It was endless, and he could not see the end. Lin Fei kept using his divine power to slash the chaotic qi, or else he would not be able to move an inch. Wave after wave of space pressure kept increasing, and it was really going to crush him. What is this place? It's so scary. He could not fly in the chaotic qi, and he could only walk step by step. Fortunately, he had enough time this time, and he was not afraid of wasting time. A month later, Lin Fei walked 5 million miles. Half a year later, Lin Fei walked 5 million miles. Under normal circumstances, a distance of 50 million miles was nothing to him. Walking 5 million miles in half a year might be a huge achievement in the eyes of others, but it was nothing to Lin Fei. Compared to the Chaos Beast, it was a far cry. The Chaos Beast came and went like the wind. It was 1,000,000 feet tall, and it withstood the pressure of space. With its large size, it was even more difficult to move. 90 million dragon divine power. Lin Fei carefully took a step forward. The pressure from the surrounding space seemed like it was going to crush him. In half a year, he went from a few million dragon divine power to the current 90 million dragon divine power. Even a heaven-ranked immortal king would have to surrender in the face of such power. Open for this, daddy. Lin Fei held the heaven-shaking godly axe in his hand, and an axe light slashed out. Amidst the boundless chaotic qi, a passageway was rapidly torn open. Go, 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 invincible golden body was pushed to the limits. The heaven-shaking godly axe continuously slashed open the surrounding space pressure, and loud rumbling sounds could be heard. Pu, piu, piu. When the space pressure reached 100 million dragon divine power, Lin Fei started to vomit blood, and cracks started to appear on his invincible golden body. Go, go, go. Lin Fei was not willing to stop here. He wanted to know where his limit was. This place was mysterious and unfathomable. Lin Fei coughed blood as he walked, and his invincible golden body started to be damaged. Dense cracks appeared, and his body seemed like it would explode at any time. After cultivating the heavenly Fei divine body, my defense can withstand 130 million dragon divine power. At this level, Lin Fei's divine body was in a state of collapse. If he continued forward, it would definitely collapse. Lin Fei knew that in half a year, the distance he walked was only the distance of a flute. In this heaven-defying space, he was still limited to a certain place. He was very depressed. There are indeed places in the boundless world that I cannot see through. Just this heaven-defying space is enough to give me a headache. Lin Fei shook his head, and was about to give up and continue forward. Someone is absorbing the chaotic qi? In the chaotic qi, there was a slight movement, and Lin Fei immediately noticed it. After observing for a while, Lin Fei came to a conclusion. To his left, someone was absorbing the chaotic qi. Could it be someone from my academy? The immense pressure of the space made Lin Fei want to rest for a while, and he walked in the direction of the movement. One day later, Lin Fei walked to the place where the movement was coming from. It was also a platform. On the platform, a young man was sitting cross-legged, absorbing the chaotic qi. The movement was far less than what Lin Fei had done in the past, but it still created a whirlpool in front of him. It's not someone from the academy. In the chaotic qi, a pair of eyes landed on that young man, but did not see the academy emblem hanging on his chest. Could it be that this heaven-defying space is not just someone from the academy? There are other people cultivating inside? For some reason, such a thought appeared in Lin Fei's mind. Ha ha ha, I have finally broken through to the Earth-rank Immortal King realm. Boom 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 on the platform, that young man stood up, and like a giant, he threw his head back and laughed. The surrounding chaotic qi exploded, and a terrifying aura crushed the chaotic qi. A peerless expert with combat strength comparable to a heaven-rank Immortal King? Chapter 1002. The Against the Heavens space was extremely mysterious. Originally, he wanted to look for chaotic beasts, but he encountered another heavenly platform. This made him realize that there might be a big secret in the Against the Heavens space. Should I capture him and interrogate him? No matter who the heavenly platform belonged to, Lin Fei thought that he had torn open a layer of mysterious veil in the Against the Heavens space. Perhaps, the secret would continue to be revealed to him. Open. Lin Fei split open the chaotic energy and strode towards the heavenly platform. The chaotic energy created a path and the heavenly platform gradually appeared in front of him. The guy who had just advanced to the Earth stage was shocked when he saw an immortal walking towards him. Obviously, he couldn't digest the news, but when he saw the opponent's realm, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. How is this possible? A perfected golden immortal can walk outside? Outside the heavenly platform, there was a terrifying existence. Even they didn't dare to go out casually. Who are you? Why are you here? Lin Fei didn't say anything. He slashed at the heavenly platform with his palm. The blade light landed on the heavenly platform's restriction, causing the heavenly platform to shake and ripple. Bang, 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 the palm blade kept landing on the restriction, creating ripples. After swinging his saber countless times, Lin Fei blasted open the other party's restriction with one saber strike and charged in. You're courting death. Yaden was a genius disciple of a big sect. When he saw the intruder, he immediately made a hand seal. It was his seal of life and death. Inside the Against the Heavens space, Yaden's celestial king cultivated as usual. He didn't show any mercy. Bang! The seal of life and death descended from the sky. The word die struck the opponent's body and sank into his body. Ha ha ha, no matter who you are, you'll die today after being hit by my seal of life and death. No one understood his seal of life and death better than him. No matter how this person came here, he had to pay the price for barging in. Are you talking about this? Yaden looked at the black-clothed man. His body shook, and the void exploded. The word die flew out, shattering in front of him. A blade light slashed down from the opponent's hand. How is this possible? This is my seal of life and death, and you actually forced it out. Yaden was shocked. Seeing the saber slash down, he once again used the seal of life and death to meet it. The left side had the word life, and the right side had the word death. The two merged together, and their power increased greatly. He did not believe that the other party could block his seal of life and death. Bang! The saber slashed down on the seal of life and death, and the terrifying power kept vibrating. Yaden coughed up blood. The seal of life and death shattered in front of him. Following that, another blade light slashed down, causing the void to collapse. The blade slashed his body, sending him flying. His body cracked and looked like it was going to shatter in the next second. If I were you, I wouldn't act rashly and throw my life away for nothing. Who are you? I have no enmity with you. Yadin was on guard. He did not know where this person in front of him came from, but he was terrifyingly powerful. He had broken his seal of life and death with a single saber strike. This saber strike did not contain any laws, it only contained the absolute power to break through heaven and earth. Whoosh! Lin Fei raised his hand and slashed down. No matter how Yadin was on guard, he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. He could smell the scent of death. What do I ask? Answer, or else die. Yadin's limbs were numb, and his chi and blood were surging. His body felt like it was going to explode. A terrifying power flowed in his body, and even the power of laws couldn't suppress it. The other party could kill him with a single thought. Which sect are you from? Even though the other party's strength had reached the level of a heaven-stage immortal king, Lin Fei's divine force had reached the limit. When he used the divine force runes to attack, he had reached the point of perfection. How could the other party block him? I'm from the origin returning sect. Yadin didn't dare to fight head-on. He hoped that the other party would be frightened by the sect. Unfortunately, the other party didn't show any changes. Yadin's heart sank. As for teleporting back, he didn't dare to have this thought. Origin returning sect. Lin Fei remembered that there was such a sect. In the great metropolis realm, it could be ranked as a first-rate sect. The sect master was even a pseudo-heavenly emperor. Lin Fei asked questions one by one. Only then did he learn that this heaven-defying space had existed for a long time. As for how it had appeared, they didn't know either. They only knew that the heaven-defying space had been created by their sect's ancestor. After asking for a while, Lin Fei didn't get any useful information. However, he knew that there were many disciples of the origin returning sect cultivating nearby. Another important piece of information was that many sects had heavenly platforms in the heaven-defying space. So this heaven-defying space is for public use. Lin Fei seemed to understand. In other words, if the experts of the origin returning sect could be here, then other experts could also be here. Do you know the location of the Netherworld Palace? Yadin's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He lowered his head and looked very sullen. I don't know, I really don't know. After a long time, Yadin didn't see anyone. He carefully raised his head and saw that the young man in black had disappeared. He was sitting paralyzed on the ground. What a terrifying guy. It's not that I haven't seen a golden celestial of the great all-embracing heaven, but a golden celestial of the great all-embracing heaven can break my seal of life and death. Who is this guy? At this time, Lin Fei left the heavenly platform. After learning some information and his own guesses, Lin Fei had a better understanding of the heaven-defying space. Lin Fei had an idea. His main purpose was to find the primordial chaos beast. In the meantime, he could make a move on the geniuses of the Netherworld Palace. Sooner or later, he would make a move. Since he met him, why not collect some interest? The heaven-defying space was very big. Lin Fei didn't know where the Netherworld Palace was, but it didn't matter. With the help of the system, he searched for people nearby and found his way to the Netherworld Palace. The geniuses in the heaven-defying space were very strong. Unfortunately, they were on a heavenly platform and were in a restricted state. They were no match for Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't kill them. He just robbed them of their belongings. One heavenly platform after another was taken by Lin Fei. Unfortunately, they didn't know the specific location of the Netherworld Palace. Lin Fei wasn't discouraged. He had plenty of time. A month here was 10 years outside. It was only a matter of time before he found the Netherworld Palace. Boom! On another heavenly platform in the heaven-defying space. Surging divine power shot out and crashed into the heavenly platform's restriction. A black-clothed man raised his blade and slashed down. Rays of blade light containing terrifying divine power slashed on a middle-aged man, causing him to vomit blood. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Stop fighting. The middle-aged man had a shield in front of him. It was covered in cracks like a spider web. His eyes were filled with pain. he didn't know how this person appeared. This person's combat strength was terrifying. Plus, he was restricted on the heavenly platform. Hand over your treasures. Lin Fei was used to it. He wasn't afraid that the other party wouldn't hand it over. He obtained another storage ring with many treasures inside. Do you know where the Netherworld Palace is? The middle-aged man was covered in cold sweat. A trace of panic appeared in his eyes. You're an enemy of the Netherworld Palace? Why are you looking for them? Chapter 1003. I've finally found it. My 1 month of hard work wasn't in vain. A month later, a black-clothed man walked out from the vast expanse of chaotic chi. His gaze pierced through the void and landed on a rooftop in the depths of the void. This black-clothed man was, of course, Lin Fei. Ever since a month ago, he had barely gotten a direction from an immortal king. It took him a whole month to find the cultivation area of the Nether Palace. Within the primal chaos chi, numerous vortexes of primal chaos chi turned into huge black holes that continuously absorbed the primal chaos chi. There were at least 100 of these vortexes. From this, it could be seen that their cultivation aptitude was extremely terrifying. Otherwise, they would be able to create such vortexes. The Nether Palace is indeed one of the top 10 forces. The geniuses cultivating in the heaven-defying space are far better than the other sections. The chaotic chi whirlpools they produced are 10 times more than the others. Only a few people can compete with them. After spending more than a month searching for the whereabouts of the Nether Palace, Lin Fei was in a good state of mind. Even if he encountered the attacks of the chaotic beasts, he would still be safe. Nether Palace, I'll make you vomit blood this time. Lin Fei's eyes emitted a cold light as he walked toward the nearest platform. The chaotic chi constantly flowed around him and finally rushed into the chaotic chi whirlpool. Who's spying on me? A middle-aged man who was sitting cross-legged on the rooftop suddenly opened his eyes. A cold light flashed across his eyes as he looked at the chaotic chi. It must be the chaotic beasts. Once I have the power to resist the pressure of the space, I'll kill them all. As the middle-aged man closed his eyes and continued to absorb the chaotic chi, the formation on the rooftop exploded. The chaotic chi also exploded, and a black-clothed man rushed in. Fantion seal. A huge seal smashed down from the sky, turning into a boundless mountain that covered the entire rooftop, not leaving a single corner open. Who's sneak attacking me? The middle-aged man's eyes emitted a cold light that collided with the seal. The seal didn't stop and smashed into the middle-aged man, causing the entire platform to shake. Who's sneak attacking me? With a rumble, the Fantion seal fell through the air and crashed down again. Bang bang bang. The Fantion seal had become a terrifying existence. Every time it smashed down, it shook the huge rooftop, as if it was going to collapse at any moment. After more than 10 attacks, the arrogant and domineering voice gradually weakened until it completely stopped breathing. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei put away the storage ring. Then, with a wave of heavenly flame, he burned the corpse cleanly, leaving no trace behind. This is the first one. Licking the corner of his lips, he charged toward the second genius from the Nether Palace. The area of the rooftop was too small. Lin Fei's first move was the Fantion seal, which reduced the area infinitely. He didn't even need to do much to kill his opponent. After killing 5 geniuses from the Netherworld Palace, Lin Fei didn't feel any pressure at all. The 6th genius from the Netherworld Palace was a heaven-rank immortal king. When Lin Fei took out the Fantion seal, he sensed it and blasted a strike towards the location where Lin Fei appeared. Who are you? How can you come here? This genius was a heaven-rank immortal king. He was shocked by the person who appeared out of nowhere. Then, he was attacked by a vast sea of divine power, wave after wave, as if he was going to be drowned in it. Lin Fei relied on the invincible golden body and the Fantion seal to fight head-on. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he killed the heaven-rank immortal king. A heaven-rank immortal king is a good training target. Killing 10 or 20 heaven-rank immortal kings should be enough to make your hearts ache, right? After a bloody battle, Lin Fei killed the heaven-rank immortal king and went to the next genius from the Netherworld Palace. Almost all the geniuses who could cultivate in the heaven-defying space were heaven-rank immortal kings. At the very least, they were earth-rank Great Circle immortal kings. Their battle prowess was comparable to a heaven-rank immortal king. At this time, in a boundless mountain range, a gigantic black palace towered over the mountain range like a colossus, suppressing the entire mountain range. Heaven-defying treasure palace, these 4 words were written in flamboyant calligraphy, expressing its boundless charm. Have you heard? Our people were defeated by a kid from the Holy Heaven Academy. I heard about this too. Elder Mod personally led a team, but all of them died outside. Our Netherworld Palace was mocked because of this. Inside the heaven-defying treasure palace, 2 middle-aged men were discussing in low voices. I know, our Netherworld Palace is one of the top 10 forces, but we couldn't even take down a brat. Instead, we failed miserably. Fortunately, he died. Otherwise, let's see how he would survive in the future. These 2 middle-aged men were heaven-rank immortal kings, responsible for guarding the heaven-defying treasure palace. Usually, when they had nothing to do, they liked to chat. The most humiliating thing that happened to the Netherworld Palace recently was that they were defeated in the central sanctuary. In private, many elders would talk about it. Elder Mod led 3 heaven-rank immortal kings and a group of earth-rank immortal kings, but all of them died in the central sanctuary. Not only that, but it also boosted Lin Fei's reputation. At the mention of Lin Fei, they were angry. If they were allowed to make a move, they would not let a puny Lin Fei escape. Elder Song, Elder Gao, something bad has happened. Just as the 2 elders were exchanging words, an earth-ranked immortal king disciple ran up to them in a panic. Little Mu, you are an earth-rank immortal king, 1 step away from becoming a heaven-rank immortal king. What is making you so flustered? Elder Song scolded. Elder Song, something happened in the heaven-defying treasure palace. The disciples who went to cultivate in seclusion died one after another. So far, we have lost contact with 32 senior brothers. Elder Song and Elder Gao's expressions changed. They exchanged a glance and disappeared in front of them. In the heaven-defying treasure palace, there were hundreds of black columns. Most of them had lost their color and were deathly white. The black columns were very eye-catching. Oh no, it's senior brother Tian Fei's. There were many disciples in the vicinity of the main hall. When one of the black pillars turned ashen white, they immediately screamed, their eyes filled with fear. The heaven-defying treasure palace was nurturing the Netherworld Palace. Whenever someone entered the heaven-defying treasure palace, one of the black columns would light up. If no one was there, the black column would turn grayish-white. The disciples of the Netherworld Palace gasped again when one of the black columns turned grayish-white. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, they had lost 2 senior brothers. Heavens, another senior brother has fallen. Who can tell me what happened in there? Why is this happening? This situation had never happened before. It was completely beyond their imagination. The qualification to enter the heaven-defying space was a very strict matter in the Netherworld Palace. Those who weren't truly capable didn't even need to consider it. Those who could cultivate in the heaven-defying space were, without exception, powerful senior brothers with true strength and reputation. The elders are here. Elder Song and Elder Gao appeared at the same time. Hearing that the heaven-defying treasure palace had changed, the 2 of them scanned it with their divine sense and broke out in a cold sweat. The black columns had turned grayish-white. It was not normal for a black column to turn grayish-white without any warning. How can this be? The 2 of them saw that one of the black columns had turned grayish-white. Isn't this junior brother Tian Li's platform? He is a peak early-stage heaven-ranked immortal king. How can he die? When the 2 elders saw this scene, their mouths were agape. It was as if something was stuck in their throats, causing them to feel a chill in their hearts. For example, the disciple in front of them was someone they recognized. He was the personal disciple of an elder, and his strength was extremely powerful, almost on par with them. But he disappeared just like that. The loss of a genius in the heaven-defying treasure palace had a great impact on the Netherworld Palace. Now, more than 30 geniuses had been lost in front of them. Whoosh! The two elders did not dare to stay any longer. They each entered an empty rooftop to check the situation inside. Not long after, the two of them came out with even worse expressions. Something happened. I couldn't see anyone on the rooftop I was at just now. There were traces of a battle inside. Could it be a chaos beast that broke the restrictions? After understanding the situation, the two of them had cold sweat on their foreheads. They saw more than 10 black columns had turned grayish-white. Quick, informed the elders. There was nothing they could do in such a situation. As the elders of the Netherworld Palace, they had some understanding of the heaven-defying treasure palace. It was a terrifying place full of dangers. In just half a day, they had lost almost 50 genius disciples. They could not accept such a huge price. Not long after, 3 elders with powerful auras walked out of the void. They were imposing without being angry. Everyone felt suffocated. Who did this? The 3 powerful elders' faces changed when they saw the changes in the black columns. They looked at Elder Gao and Elder Song with sharp eyes. The 2 elders trembled in fear when they heard the cold snort. As heaven-ranked immortal kings, Elder Gao and Elder Song were nothing. They could be killed with a flick of their fingers. Elder, we suspect that it was a powerful chaotic demonic beast that broke through the formation and attacked our people. This was the only explanation they could come up with. A powerful chaos beast? That's impossible. All the powerful chaos beasts near the heaven-defying treasure palace have been killed. How could there be a chaos beast? The 2 powerful elders clearly understood the situation. They exchanged looks and entered the grayish-white columns. They heaved a sigh of relief when the 3 terrifying auras left. The core elders are indeed terrifying. They suppressed us with just their auras. Elder Gao wiped the sweat off his forehead. With the core elders taking action, we don't have to worry anymore. In the heaven-defying treasure palace. In the blink of an eye, 3 core elders appeared. They each came out from a rooftop and gathered together. The pressure from the space was blocked by them. It's an expert who specializes in divine power. Take action. A red-browed immortal king said. Chapter 1004. Boom. 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 On a platform in the depths of the chaotic chi, a handsome young man spat out a mouthful of blood as he retreated. In front of him was another young man with a fist as heavy as Mount Tai, causing ripples to form on the sturdy restriction array. I'm from the Netherworld Palace, you can't kill me. The handsome young man let out a cry of despair as a terrifying aura erupted from his body, causing his entire body to explode into pieces. The platform became completely silent. This heaven-stage celestial king is really not easy to deal with. Fortunately, I'm limited to this platform. If I were in another place, it would be really difficult to kill him if he wanted to escape. Lin Fei panted heavily. This was a heaven-stage celestial king who could reach the mid-level. Whether it was in terms of physique or strength, he had a huge advantage. Whoosh! In a breath's time, the wounds on his body began to heal. The invincible golden body divine body possessed incredible regenerative abilities. Even though Lin Fei's divine body was in tatters, he still managed to kill the other party. Good heavens, a top-grade sacred artifact. After checking, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. So far, out of all the heaven-ranked immortal kings he had killed, this was the one with the most wealth. In order to upgrade the Fanteon seal and the sky-shaking divine axe to celestial artifact, he had to continuously integrate a top-grade sacred artifact. A top-grade sacred artifact had extraordinary power, so it was naturally a good thing in Lin Fei's eyes. Whoosh whoosh! Lin Fei calmed down. 2 beams of cold light shot out from the chaotic chi and slashed at his body, leaving behind 2 wounds. His powerful invincible golden body was injured by 2 powerful saber lights condensed from the power of the law. So, it's you, Lin Fei, who killed our elder Mod. Boom. A core elder walked out from the left. His anger soared to the heavens, and the primal chaos energy in the surrounding area exploded. Lin Fei's heart moved, and his injuries recovered to normal. He was surprisingly calm and laughed. "You're knowledgeable. I am Lin Fei. How is it? Are you very angry? Your Netherworld Palace's *T genius disciple was still killed by me." Boom. Boom. Another 2 core elders walked out. A powerful aura locked onto Lin Fei. The moment they saw Lin Fei, the 3 core elders were shocked. They thought that it was a chaos beast, the strong kind. Who would have thought that it was Lin Fei? In the fight for the Great Emperor's key, the Netherworld Palace lost 4 heaven-rank immortal kings and became a joke. The elders of the Nether Palace gnashed their teeth in anger at Lin Fei. A fellow that no one took seriously, who possessed great luck and precious treasures, was so young and had such monstrous talent. He had killed 4 heaven-stage immortal kings of the Netherworld Palace with just the cultivation of a perfected golden immortal. Not only that, but now they were attacking the Nether Palace's heaven-defying space. This was a slap to the face. Their only question now was, how did Lin Fei get here? Elder Ming, suppress him first. Although the 3 core elders had no idea how Lin Fei had appeared, just the fact that he had killed the genius disciples in the heaven-defying space was enough for them to capture him. Nether Ghost Claw. The first core elder to come out was Elder Ming. His hand that was as thin as a stick made a grabbing motion, and a sinister wind blew, tearing apart the chaotic energy. A ghostly claw stretched out from the sky. The appearance of the 3 core elders made Lin Fei feel the pressure. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Open. Lin Fei raised the sky-shaking divine axe in his hand and sent out a light shadow to meet the Nether Ghost Claw. The sky-flipping seal flew out and smashed towards one of the core elders. He used the sacred dragon step and appeared in front of one of the core elders. 3 heads and 6 arms appeared, and he attacked the core elder. As they fought, Lin Fei learned how to seize opportunities. The 3 core elders were filled with cold killing intent. They had never seen a weak existence dare to attack them at the same time. Bang! The Nether Ghost Claw was shattered by the axe and reformed. Elder Ming's expression changed slightly. He was shocked. Monster, this guy is a monster. How can he block this old man's claw? No matter how much the outside world talked about Lin Fei, the core elders didn't believe it. It was nothing more than an exaggeration. With a single strike, Elder Ming's expression changed from disdain to trepidation, as well as unconcealable killing intent. Lin Fei truly had such strength. Careful. The Fantion seal was a peak-grade saint artifact. It could be said to have surpassed this level. That core elder, Elder Sky, felt a dangerous aura. 4 holy light plates flew out and collided with the Fantion seal. A loud rumbling sound rang out, and the primal chaos chi was shattered. It didn't shatter. The 4 holy light plates were enough to show how strong the opponent was. But now, a saint artifact was able to block the attack. Open for this old man. Swish swish swish, the 4 holy light plates shook and transformed into 4 incarnations. They were actually 4 heaven-ranked immortal kings. The power of laws blasted onto the Fantion seal. The Fantion seal that was suppressing thousands of things started to tremble as the gravity around it started to collapse. Little bastard, this saint artifact of yours isn't bad. Sadly, it can't suppress this old man. Lin Fei had never tried to use the Fantion seal to suppress a mid-stage heaven-ranked immortal king. Moreover, it was a core elder who had refined 4 types of laws. He was merely trying to block his opponent. Lin Fei, you are truly a demon-level genius. If you were alone today, you might have been able to escape. Sadly, 3 of us core elders are here. You are destined to find it hard to escape even if you grow wings. The other core elder, Elder Yun, who was in the midst of the torrential attacks, also had 4 holy light plates in front of him. They were unceasingly dissipating the power of Lin Fei's attacks as a nonchalant smile appeared on his face. Eternal Instant. The wind from his fist changed as the Eternal Instant was blasted out from Lin Fei's hands. An eternal holy energy instantly enveloped the core elder. The strength of this core elder was simply too strong. Even though this was the ultimate art of an eternal emperor, Lin Fei's cultivation base was too low. He had no way to fully utilize it. Ha ha ha, it's useless. The eternal holy energy enveloped him. Elder Yun laughed loudly. This kind of enveloping energy was too weak. It was basically unable to truly confine him. At most, it would only slow him down. That might not be the case. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up, forming a smile. Body burst art. A holy and pure aura, like a sheet of silver light, was released from Lin Fei's right hand. Elder Yun sensed a wave of danger. He saw Lin Fei's fist directly breaking through the heavens. Bang, bang, bang. The 4 holy light plates couldn't block Lin Fei's fist and were sent flying one after another. The terrifying fist pierced through the air and landed on Elder Yun's body, piercing through his entire chest. His flesh was badly mangled, and the terrifying energy exploded from within. A core elder had fallen just like that. Lin Fei turned back, his eyes cold. He had finally gotten rid of one of the core elders, alleviating the huge pressure on him. Today, all of you will die. After getting rid of a core elder, Lin Fei rushed towards Elder Ming. With the heaven-shaking divine axe in his hand, he chopped down towards Elder Ming. The primal chaos aura exploded into dust. Split the heavens. Chapter 1005. Elder Yun was suddenly killed by Lin Fei, and the 2 core elders could not react in time. They were completely enraged. From the beginning, when they discovered that Lin Fei had brutally killed the genius disciple of the Netherworld Palace, they had the same idea, to suppress him first and capture him on the spot, which was equivalent to making a great contribution. There was not much meaning in killing him. Who would have thought that Lin Fei would display such extraordinary strength, especially the last punch, which sent the holy light plate flying and blasted Elder Yun into pieces. Elder Ming and Elder Tian could not believe this scene. A small mistake had cost them a core elder. Bang bang bang. Fan Tian's seal was finally blasted away by Elder Tian's attack. He regained his freedom and strode into the Grand Lotus. Elder Ming, control the Heaven Mirror Lotus well. I will go and take down Lin Fei. This brat is too despicable. Even Elder Yun was killed by him. The Heaven Mirror Lotus was one of Elder Ming's supreme-grade sacred tools. In order to refine this sacred tool, he had spent a total of 3,000 years. It was the strongest treasure in his possession. Hua 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 hua. Inside the lotus, the black torrent rushed out. Under the scouring of the torrent, Lin Fei's invincible golden body was covered with densely packed marks. It was a ghastly sight. This is the Netherworld holy water. It is specially used to corrode the human body. Anyone who comes in here will definitely turn into a pile of bones. Being in the black torrent, Lin Fei immediately recognized it. This was not an ordinary thing. It was the sinister and vicious Netherworld holy water. In such a huge space, the black torrent was like a ferocious tiger, constantly rushing over. Even with Lin Fei's powerful invincible golden body, he could still feel the danger it brought. Fortunately, I killed an expert. I didn't expect them to detect it so quickly and send out 3 heaven stage intermediate immortal kings. Otherwise, if I was delayed, it would be big trouble. Shio shio shio. Black saber lights flew out from the black torrent. They were thousands of feet long. Thousands of saber lights slashed down at Lin Fei. Lin Fei held the heaven-shaking divine axe in his hand, and with his body as the center, he unceasingly shattered the blade light. The blade light formed from the Netherworld holy water was exceptionally terrifying, and every time it smashed down, the power reached tens of millions of dragon god power. Once it was destroyed, it gathered again, unceasingly. This was to completely exhaust Lin Fei inside. Immortal binding rope. A core elder walked out from the torrent. It was Elder Tian. He took out a saint tool and turned into a jingguang, charging towards Lin Fei. This is a divine tool for binding people. Shaochen walked the path of strength. He did not need to care about other holy tools. However, ropes and other holy tools would bring with them immense pressure. Once he was trapped, his strength would be limited. Xiao xiao xiao, with the divine saber in hand, Lin Fei slashed at the rope. The Jingguang formed from the immortal binding rope was extremely agile, dodging the saber lights. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei was trapped. Expand, the invincible golden body contains several body-refining techniques. Lin Fei's body shook, and he turned into a giant. The immortal binding rope was also terrifying. As it expanded, he was unable to break free. Elder Tian finally heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Fei, you don't need to struggle. This is one of my treasures, called the immortal binding rope. Once you are trapped, even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, you can forget about breaking free. An inconspicuous Lin Fei killed one of their core elders. Even though they had tied up Lin Fei, Elder Tian still had a stomach full of anger. Very quickly, Elder Tian sensed that something was wrong. Why did Lin Fei stop struggling? Gotcha! A dangerous aura came, and Elder Tian dodged. Even so, he lost an arm. Fresh blood flowed, and his face was full of shock. How did my arm break? At their realm, their physical bodies were incomparably strong. Ordinary opponents would not be able to break through their defense. But just now, he fell into the opponent's trap and lost an arm. Gotcha! Gotcha! Another dangerous aura came from the void. Elder Tian was a mid-level heaven stage immortal king. He took out 4 big plates of holy light and turned them into 4 incarnations, forming a formation to protect himself. Gotcha! A Jingguang arrived in front of him, and one of the incarnations was split into 2. Elder Tian vomited blood, and was completely moved. A long spear suddenly appeared in his hand, and he stabbed at the torrent of void. Clang 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 sounds came from the void. Elder Tian retreated more than 10 steps, and with each step, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the long spear in his hand, it was full of holes and was severely damaged. How is it? Does it feel good? In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei broke free. Ah, my celestial binding rope. Elder Tian felt pain again. The celestial binding rope was broken into 7 or 8 pieces. The long spear shook, and the spear light was like stars. In the sky above the torrent, densely packed stars could not be distinguished. He was furious. Gotcha! As soon as Elder Tian attacked, another incarnation met with misfortune, and its vitality was greatly injured. Swish, 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 with the heaven-shaking divine axe in his hand, Lin Fei turned into a tall giant. The heaven-shaking divine axe expanded, and with a swing of the axe, divine power turned into a torrent, and swept away the stars in the sky. Bang, bang, bang! Elder Tian's strength was more terrifying than Lin Fei's. The stars shone brightly, and he crushed all the way. However, Lin Fei's divine power torrent was not just for show. It was continuous, and it rushed forward. The first wave was crushed, and the second wave immediately followed. Even though Elder Tian's spear art was amazing, he could not do anything to Lin Fei. Even if his attacks landed on the kid, most of the force was removed, and it could not be considered as damage. Sigh, you people from the Netherworld Palace only have the ability to bully children. There were countless wounds on Lin Fei's body. None of them were fatal, and it was not particularly strenuous. But Elder Tian was different. As a dignified mid-level heaven stage immortal king, every spear attack that could kill the opponent could not do anything to him. Gotcha! Gotcha! The other 2 incarnations were heavily injured, and Elder Tian could not detect the opponent's traces. He had no choice but to withdraw the incarnation formed by the holy light plate. If this continued, even the laws would be affected. With this withdrawal, a terrifying and dangerous aura descended from the sky again, and the long spear in his hand broke into 2 pieces. Spatial distortion. A large area of space collapsed, and Elder Tian's powerful physical body also felt great pressure. Like a meteor, Lin Fei appeared in front of Elder Tian. Elder Tian's eyebrows twitched, but he was unable to stop Lin Fei in time. Lin Fei's punch, which was imbued with silver light, landed on his chest. Celestial artifact, you actually have a celestial artifact. Elder Tian watched helplessly as his body was penetrated. After that, he saw another pair of golden scissors landing on Lin Fei's body, aiming at him. Beams of light and shadows appeared, cutting him into pieces. The black torrent gushed over, turning him into white bones. Huff. Lin Fei panted heavily. In order to deal with this core elder, he had consumed a large amount of divine power. Fortunately, I had the death incarnation to sneak attack, and I had a low-grade celestial artifact in hand, so I could kill him. A mid-level heaven stage immortal king was still under great pressure. The first core elder completely relied on his celestial artifact right hand to break through everything violently to kill his opponent. There's only one left. The black netherworld holy water turned into a torrent, and kept washing his divine body. Lin Fei did not dare to stay for too long. Explode. The demon god punched deep into the torrent, and a silver light sprinkled down. The netherworld holy water exploded, but it was still much weaker in front of the celestial artifact. Elder Tian should be able to suppress that brat Lin Fei, right? In the heaven-defying space, Elder Ming activated the Heaven Mirror Lotus, and used the netherworld holy water. Once an ordinary immortal king was in the celestial artifact, he would definitely turn into a pile of white bones. There had never been any accidents. Elder Ming used the celestial artifact to make Lin Fei suffer. Elder Ming's eyes changed, and the huge black lotus began to shake. What's going on? Just as he was about to check, a divine hand broke out of the lotus, and then a young man rushed out, and a large amount of netherworld holy water washed out. Fanteon seal. The Fanteon seal, which was sent flying, was full of cracks, but it was not too serious. It turned into a huge mountain and pressed down. Elder Ming's eyes widened, and a large plate of holy light behind him turned into a scimitar. He slashed the mountain, and instantly, the sky fell and the earth cracked. He did not expect that Lin Fei could come out from inside. How could you come out? Where is Elder Tian? Lin Fei turned into a rainbow light and rushed out. He laughed loudly. You are really an idiot. I have come out, so of course I killed the Elder Tian you mentioned. Ha 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 ha. Impossible. Elder Ming shouted. The three of them were core elders, and they had celestial artifacts and treasures. How could they be killed? Lin Fei rushed up, and his godly right hand turned into a silver light that was filled with a holy aura. His fingers were like a mountain, and he grabbed at Elder Ming. The flowing chaotic aura stopped. Celestial artifact, this is the aura of a celestial artifact. Elder Ming's reaction was even faster. Under the silver light, that was a celestial artifact, and it had a different aura. How could he have a celestial artifact? Such a huge question mark, and he did not have time to think about it. Crack. At this moment, another Jingguang flash appeared, and Elder Ming's mind was shaken. Half of his body was cut off, and he did not have time to be vigilant of his surroundings. Half of his body was gone, and blood gushed out. In Elder Ming's position, treasures like celestial artifacts were still priceless, and even he could not get his hands on them. But this brat Lin Fei actually had celestial artifacts on him? 3,000 celestial arts, great sacrifice art. Elder Ming shouted, and in the end, he went completely crazy. His aura suddenly rose, and blood flowed out of his eyes, nose, and mouth. In the blink of an eye, he was bathed in a bloody light. Shio 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 4 wheels of holy light turned into a heaven-stage celestial king, and 4 types of nomological powers attacked Lin Fei from 4 directions. Bang 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 4 types of nomological powers bombarded Lin Fei's body. In the blink of an eye, 2 of his heads, 3 of his arms, and half of his body were blasted apart. It was a tragic sight to behold. After the sacrifice, Elder Ming's strength rose to a limit, and he was bathed in a bloody light. Lin Fei, you are indeed a person with great luck. For you, this old man used the great sacrifice art. It was all worth it. Elder Ming walked out from the bloody light, and with a slap of his hand, the death incarnation fell out from the chaotic aura. Its entire body was tattered, and it was on the verge of collapse. The power of this palm was too strong. After the sacrifice, Elder Ming's strength rose sharply, and he blasted out the death incarnation with a palm. Chapter 1006. Sure enough, another celestial artifact. Elder Ming could not imagine how a brat could have two celestial artifacts. Even for an expert of his level, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to have a celestial artifact. Ha ha ha, the heavens are really helping me. I want both of your celestial artifacts. Elder Ming smashed his palm into the void and shook out the death incarnation. As for why the other party had a complete death incarnation, there was no need to think about it. He could imagine that once he got his hands on two celestial artifacts, his strength would skyrocket, and it would not be a problem for him to reach the peak of Heaven's stage Immortal King. These were two celestial artifacts. Boom! Elder Ming used the great sacrifice technique, and his strength skyrocketed. He smashed his palm down on Lin Fei, and it suddenly turned into a palm of a mountain, tearing the void and shattering the chaotic aura. Bang bang bang! Lin Fei took out the Fantian seal to block, and with the sky-shaking divine axe in his hand, he instantly chopped out hundreds of light shadows, and his whole body retreated. It's useless, you are destined to be suppressed by me. Hua hua hua! The strength of Elder Ming's palm surpassed 100 million dragon divine power, and reached the level of 300 million dragon divine power. It could be said to be truly destructive, sweeping away everything in the world. Hundreds of light shadows instantly disintegrated, and a dangerous aura shrouded Lin Fei. The invincible golden body could not withstand this terrifying power, and his body suddenly exploded. With one blow, Lin Fei's divine body collapsed. This guy used the great sacrifice technique, and his strength skyrocketed. His strength has reached at least 300 million dragon divine power, and it is truly destructive. Lin Fei's invincible golden body could withstand 150 million dragon divine power, and it was at its limit. Under the opponent's palm, under the attack of the four incarnations, his body was already on the verge of collapse, and it was not strange for it to collapse under one palm. Admit defeat. Elder Ming smashed Lin Fei with one palm, and strode over, showing the attitude of a victor. He smashed down again, and the wind and clouds changed color. He had completely defeated Lin Fei. Bullshit. Deadly golden scissors, Fiend God's right hand. Lin Fei gritted his teeth and activated the two immortal artifacts, which shone with a dazzling light. The silver light and the Jingguang, one at the front and the other at the back, brought with them a terrifying power. With a flick of Elder Ming's finger, a terrifying power turned into a stream of light and struck the golden scissors. It was sent flying hundreds of thousands of miles away and collided with a large mass of primal chaos chi. Eternal Xana, 10 times attack. The demon god's right hand turned into a ray of silver light, and a divine and majestic power covered this region. It was one of the Eternal Emperor's most famous techniques. With the eternal energy supporting his body, Elder Ming's body trembled as he regained his freedom. Your realm is too low and you are unable to unleash your true might. Any of your attacks in front of me are so weak that they can't even withstand a single blow. It's like a joke. He raised his palm and slapped out. A flood of divine might surged forth like a god descending. You are the one who can't even withstand a single blow. Exploding out with 10 times the attack, Lin Fei's chi and blood were rapidly consumed, and his body was covered with cracks. This move originally required the body as the foundation, but his body had been destroyed by someone before, and he was in an injured state, so it affected his body when he used it. The divine power that was originally close to 100 million dragons suddenly erupted, and it was almost 1 billion dragons' divine power. The demon god's right hand jabbed forward, and surging divine power stabbed into Elder Ming's palm. The divine power that was almost 1 billion dragons' divine power, and the majestic divine power completely crushed his opponent's power. Bang! The huge palm was pierced on the spot, and the majestic divine power radiated out, and it completely exploded with a bang. Go to hell. 10 times the attack, majestic divine power, a true ultimate move. Impossible, this palm of mine is the power after I sacrificed it. The total power is at least 500 million dragons' divine power, and it can destroy any existence. Elder Ming was clear about the terror of this palm, but it was blown up by Lin Fei's finger. The whole world seemed to have turned upside down, and it was completely beyond his imagination. The power that he sacrificed was inferior to a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal? Netherworld Indestructible Fist. A black sacred armor suddenly appeared on Elder Ming's body, and it was a top-grade Netherworld Divine Armor. The sacred armor was densely covered with runes, and it was wrapped tightly. A gigantic black creature descended from the sky. It was none other than the Nether Indestructible Fist that Elder Ming had unleashed. It was a nether hell beast that was 100,000 zhang in size. It opened its mouth and bit towards Lin Fei. The power of the sacrifice forced Elder Ming to attack with all his strength, and he was even more afraid of Lin Fei. Bang! Lin Fei also jabbed with his finger, and it was earth-shattering. It stabbed into the body of the Netherworld Hell Beast, and 1,000,000,000 dragons' divine power crushed it on the spot, and the huge creature shattered inch by inch. How can his power be so strong? Elder Ming was completely crazy. The power of this punch compared to the previous palm was enough to increase to 700 million dragons' divine power. This moment of hesitation allowed Lin Fei's finger to jab over. The 4 incarnations returned to the holy light plate, and the power of laws gathered to form layers of law walls. Bang 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 bang. Elder Ming still underestimated the power of this finger. The 4 holy light plates shattered one after another, and they couldn't hold on for even a second longer. The terrifying finger stabbed into the Netherworld Divine Armor. Bang! The Netherworld Divine Armor released boundless rays of light. The multicolored light was resplendent. A Netherworld Divine Dragon rushed out and exploded on the spot. The Netherworld Divine Armor immediately lost its splendor. Elder Ming was filled with unwillingness as he watched his broken body being crushed into pieces on the spot. The might of this finger was too strong, to the extent that after Elder Ming was killed, it swept through 1,000,000 miles and destroyed 20 to 30 rooftops. The geniuses who were cultivating in seclusion lost their lives and died in an extremely sullen manner. Cough cough cough. Lin Fei's body was bleeding, and the golden invincible divine body was densely covered with cracks, and it could collapse at any time. 10 times the power, and my body almost couldn't take it. Fortunately, I didn't use my ultimate power. Don't mention killing people, I would be dead for sure. Ever since his divine power reached the limit, this was the first time Lin Fei had an explosive attack. Keep. At the place where Elder Ming died, only a black holy armor was left, and it lost its color. Lin Fei kept it, and looking at this holy armor, he couldn't help but pale. What a strong holy armor, to be able to block my finger, and not be destroyed. Fortunately, he used the great sacrifice art, and his body was in the same state as mine. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to kill him. Lin Fei's guess was indeed correct. The Netherworld Divine Armor on Elder Ming's body was a top-grade holy armor, and it could block the attack of 1,000,000,000 dragon divine force. Even if a heaven-stage celestial king at the Perfection Realm attacked, it would be difficult to kill him in one move. Unfortunately, Elder Ming used the great sacrifice art, and his body wasn't like usual. Man proposes, God disposes. After killing this powerful core elder, Lin Fei realized that the Netherworld Palace was more terrifying than he had imagined. A heaven-stage celestial king using the great sacrifice art was enough to make him go all out, not to mention the others. My body is still not enough. 10 times the power almost took Lin Fei's life.